Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. If your advertisement is on the level, I think you'll find this worth your time. Be in the Quan Hai shop in Chinatown at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Pretend you want to buy some jade. Reject the first 2 pieces offered, then mention the Hang Lee piece in the window. Buy the Hang Lee. This will be worth a lot of money to you. Remember, it's the Quan Hai shop in Chinatown.
Quan Hai shop in Chinatown. Ask for jade, but reject the first 2 pieces. Then mention the Hang Lee piece in the window. Go back and wait for further instructions. That was the letter. No signature. It sounded interesting, and it was. If you like murder.
And now back to The Treasure of Hang Lee, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I don't get it, Mr. Holliday. Why should you reject the first 2 pieces?
Ah, that's what makes the letter interesting, Suzy. Why reject the first 2 pieces and then mention the Hang Lee piece?
All right. Why?
I think I've got an idea.
What is it?
Pretty obvious, Suzy. Look, the letter doesn't say anything about identifying myself, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Well, if I follow instructions, follow them exactly, I'll be tipping myself to someone in the store. Do you get it?
Oh, sure. Whoever wrote the letter will be there, too, waiting for you to follow instructions.
That's a great deduction.
And I did it all myself, too.
You sure did. Okay, Suzy, I'm going to make like Marco Polo and visit our Chinese friends. It took me a half an hour to drive to Chinatown and another 10 minutes to find the shop of Quan Hai. I looked in the windows. There was the usual line of stuff: back scratchers, Kuan Yins, bamboo trinkets, red lacquer bowls, but only one piece of jade. It was roughly square and seemed to have been broken. It looked like a part of a bigger piece. So I went into the shop. There were 6 or 7 other people besides myself, and, well, they were looking at curios, and no one paid any attention to me. Then a young Chinese clerk smiled and came over to me.
Oh, yes, sir. Can I help you, please?
Oh, yes, I want to buy a piece of jade.
Yes, sir. You want a certain color?
Well, I don't know.
This is a very nice piece, sir. It is what we call the mutton fat color.
It's very nice, but not quite what I want.
A ring, perhaps? Cufflinks? A snuff bottle?
I don't know. You see, it's for a gift.
Oh, this piece is very fine, sir. And the carving is excellent. But it is not very old.
Oh, there's a piece in the window. The only piece. What is that?
The piece in the window, sir?
Yes, it's a Hang Lee piece, isn't it? Well?
If you will please to follow me, sir.
But the piece is in the window.
I know, sir. But for that piece, you will have to see Mr. Quan. This way, please. If you please, sir, in here. I will send for Mr. Quan. You will please excuse me now, sir, the other customers.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
It is nothing at all, sir.
He went out, and I heard a key turn in the lock of the door. For a moment, I was left alone in a room that was different from the rest of the store. Very different. Instead of the usual junk that tourists buy, this room was a treasure house. Rose quartz, wonderful jade screens, beautiful porcelain bowls that seemed to be lighted from inside, lacquerware that shone like satin in the dim light. I was looking around me when...
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Quan?
I am Mr. Quan. Please to sit down, sir.
Thank you.
May I help you, Mr.
My name is Holliday, Dan Holliday.
I am honored, Mr. Holliday.
Your clerk told me I'd have to see you about that Hang Lee jade in the window.
Yes, that is true. You want the piece, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, I'd like to buy it.
One moment. It is strange. That Hang Lee piece has lain in the window for 2 weeks now. You are the first to ask for it.
I saw it and liked it.
Of course. You are a man of excellent taste. It is a very fine piece, incredibly ancient and incredibly valuable.
Oh? Well, maybe I can't afford it.
The Hang Lee piece, Mr. Kwan.
Thank you, Lan. That is all.
Yes, Mr. Kwan.
Does he always lock the door when he leaves this room?
There are very valuable things in this room, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, I see. But the Hang Lee piece, is it valuable, Mr. Kwan?
Yes, Mr. Holliday. So valuable that there is no price on it. Odd that you should ask for it.
You have no idea how odd.
It is a piece of a larger work, 12 inches by 12 inches to be exact. This is only 1/3 of the original.
May I see it?
Certainly.
It looks like a wonderful piece of jade.
Do you know what Confucius said about jade?
Well, I seem to have heard quite a few things Confucius was supposed to have said, but I doubt if any of them would fit the bill just now.
Yes. But Confucius said that jade is like truth. It gives out a bright rainbow, and it shows a pure spirit among the hills and streams.
Truth gives out a bright rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very pretty figure of speech, Mr. Kwan.
Yes. Truth is very often a figure of speech. Is it not, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, I'm afraid you're right. But about this piece.
Yes. You will note the carving, very beautifully done.
These are Chinese characters, aren't they?
Yes. It is too bad the other 2/3 of the entire piece are missing.
Oh? Why is that? I mean, beyond the fact that it seems a shame to ruin such a magnificent thing.
Foolish old Chinese legend, Mr. Holliday. It says that he who translates the writing will be led to a treasure beyond all price.
But you'd have to have all 3 pieces.
You would need all 3 pieces.
And where are the other 2?
I do not know.
I see. Well, Mr. Kwan, how much for this piece?
Mr. Holliday, it has no price.
You mean it's not for sale?
It is not for sale.
But I don't understand. It was in the window.
Yes, and no one inquired about it. Perhaps because collectors would not be interested in a broken piece.
That could be. But that still doesn't explain why you had it in your window, and yet not have it for sale.
Because, Mr. Holliday, the piece is yours.
I beg your pardon. What did you say?
The Hang Lee piece is yours. There is no price on it.
But I can't take it without paying for it.
You asked for it?
Of course I did, Mr. Kwan, but I'm prepared to pay for it.
I am sorry, there is no price. The piece is yours for the taking.
Well, suppose someone else had come in and asked for it. Would you have given it to anyone?
Only to one who asked for it by name, as you did.
I don't understand.
Truth, Mr. Holliday, is a figure of speech. I have told you the truth. The Hang Lee piece is yours. Please take it. Now, if you will excuse me.
Just a moment, Mr. Kwan. Suppose I refuse to walk out with this.
It is a matter of indifference to me.
Then, as a matter of curiosity, how much is the piece worth?
That depends upon who has it.
And that means what?
That is hard to say. To a collector, the Hang Lee piece would be worth perhaps no more than $100. To you, it is worth what you make it. To me, it is priceless. Here is Lun. Lun, please show Mr. Holliday to the door. His business here is concluded.
It will be great honor, Mr. Kwan.
Just so. Well, goodbye, Mr. Holliday, and may the bat roost upon your roof.
May the what rest for where?
The bat is a Chinese symbol for good fortune. Goodbye.
Please to come with me, Mr. Holliday.
You're sure you won't change your mind, Mr. Kwan?
About what?
The Hang Lee piece?
It is yours. Perhaps we shall meet again, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, wait, just a minute, Mr. Kwan.
He is gone, Mr. Holliday. Now, if you will please to follow me.
All right. Thanks.
Is there anything else you wish, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, I think there is.
And that is?
I wish someone would tell me why I advertise for adventure and get mixed up in things like this. Oh, goodbye. So, with the Hang Lee piece tucked under my arm and a great big question mark tucked under my hat, I left Kwan Lee's place. For a moment, I stood in front of the store. No one followed me out, although I knew that whoever had sent me the letter was watching. So I drove home and waited in my apartment. I didn't wait long. Hello?
Miss Holliday?
Yes, it is.
I'm the one who sent you the letter. Bring the Hangley piece to 721 South Ferry Street, room 6.
Oh, just a minute. How do you know I've got the piece?
I was in the store this afternoon.
Hmm? And why didn't you ask me for it there?
You're wasting time. Please bring the Hangley piece. You won't be sorry.
What was that address again?
721 South Ferry Street, room 6.
And the name?
You've got all you need to know. I'll be waiting.
Well. All right, Mr. South Ferry Street. We'll see what you have to offer.
Please go back in, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, I've got company.
Please go back. Sit down.
I just got up.
Sit down.
Well, thank you. Won't you?
You're much younger than I thought you'd be.
Oh, is that so? Well, keep pointing that gun at me and I can age 10 years.
You have quite a sense of humor for a murderer.
Murder? Well, this is news. Go on, Miss...
Loring. Greta Loring.
How do you do?
Doesn't the name Loring mean anything, Mr. Holliday?
Beyond the fact that it belongs to a very pretty girl holding a very ugly gun, I'm completely at loss.
Lying seems to be another of your doubtful accomplishments.
Oh, yes, I'm very talented, but I'm no good at puzzles. You see, I give up too easily.
I had a hard time finding you, especially since you changed your name.
No, this is news. I'm a murderer, a liar, and I'm living under an alias.
This afternoon you gave yourself away by getting the Hangley jade from that shop. Sooner or later I knew I'd trace you through that piece of jade.
Oh, so you were there, too?
I've watched that shop for days, waiting for you to get the Hangley.
And now that I've got it?
I'm going to take it. Then kill you.
In that order, I suppose.
Give it to me.
It's right there on the table in front of you.
It was a long time ago that you killed my father. I was a little girl then.
Lady, how you've grown up, complete with a gun and a murderous desire to kill me.
I've had that desire for a long time. Ever since I found my father dead. Murdered.
Go on, Miss Loring. What then?
You know as well as I do. And being charming and flip won't help.
Now, look, Miss Loring. Maybe you've got the wrong man. Have you thought of that? After all, you said I seemed to be much younger than you thought I'd be.
All I know is that you went after the Hangley jade. No one else in the world but you would want that piece. No one else would know what it means.
That's circumstantial evidence, Miss Loring.
Stay where you are. We're through talking, Mr. Holliday. Or shall I call you Benson?
You can call me anything you like, but think before you squeeze that trigger.
I've thought quite a lot. Now, I'm going to take the jade.
All right. Here. Take it.
Giving it to me won't solve everything. Stay there. No, don't.
With a slam of the door, Miss Loring was gone, and so was the Hangley jade. And so was a piece of my coat where the bullet from her gun ripped through it. But I had the gun. Maybe it could be traced. But first, I had to see a man about a piece of jade at 721 South Ferry Street.
Yes, who is it?
Holliday.
All right, just a minute.
Come on in. Now, give me the Hangley piece.
I'm sorry, but you're about a half hour too late.
What are you talking about?
Well, I haven't got it.
Maybe this will show you I don't like jokes.
Now, look, whatever your name is, take that gun out of my ribs. I'm developing an allergy.
Give me the Hangley piece.
What if I told you a girl who called herself Greta Loring took it away from me?
What? Loring? You have that name right?
I have every reason to remember it, but good.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Well, you... All right. Turn around, face the window.
Now, look, fella, this
Turn around. Now, where did that girl go?
I told you I don't know.
How did she find you?
The same way you did. She was in Quan Hai's shop this afternoon.
Uh-huh. Okay, Mr. Holliday. Thank you for running that errand for me.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Treasure of Hang Lee.
nice hit. Over the top of my head. When the birds and the bees left my skull, I sat up. The room was dark. I started to get to my feet when...
You're feeling better, Mr. Holliday?
Huh? Mr. Kwan.
Oh, I am flattered you recognize my voice. But you are feeling better?
Except for a new head, I couldn't ask for anything more.
I'm sorry I did not arrive in time to save you that inconvenience.
Mm-hmm. But now that you are here, why?
Why am I here? I came to see your friend.
Today I have no friends.
Wait a moment. I shall turn on the light.
Well, I could use some.
Here we are.
Most on what's going on.
Yes, here. You gave our friend the Hung Lee jade?
Now, wait a minute.
Just a moment. Before you answer, you had better look in this little alcove. Look, Mr. Holliday.
Who's that? He's dead.
Yes. Quite dead. Stabbed in the back.
But he's not the man I came here to see.
I'm afraid not. I wish he were.
Well, then who is this?
One of the men I have been seeking for 10 years.
10 years? Look, Mr. Kwan, I have a large headache. You're no aspirin with your Chinese puzzles.
The man you came to see was named Benson.
That doesn't help.
The dead man there is a man named Fisher.
And what about a man named Loring?
Oh, you know a man named Loring.
I met his daughter today.
Ah, his daughter. Now I am beginning to see. But I presume you gave Mr. Benson the Hung Lee jade you got from me today?
I did not. Mr. Loring's daughter relieved me of it.
She has it?
You know she has.
I have only your word for that.
That's all you're going to get, Mr. Kwan.
I think you mean that. Very well, Mr. Holliday. I shall have to leave now.
Oh, no, you don't. There's a murdered man here. How do I know you didn't kill him?
That is a reasonable question. You have only my word that I did not kill him.
Then you'll go with me to the police. Oh, it's funny, huh?
No. I was thinking of something, a proverb. And being Chinese, I am permitted one proverb.
I've got one for you, Mr. Kwan. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Right now, you're the number one bird.
Very good, Mr. Holliday. But my proverb is more to the point. Two men of different minds must soon say goodbye.
We're going to the police, Mr. Kwan.
You leave me no alternative but this.
Would you use that gun?
I'm afraid I would, if you tried to stop me. But please, do not blame me, Mr. Holliday. This is the fault of my ancestors.
Your ancestors?
They invented gunpowder. Goodbye.
And so there I was, but where? I called the police and reported the murder without giving my name. I didn't want to stick around because I had other things to do. I had a bullet hole through my coat and out of my head and a big burning desire to catch up with Mr. Benson and Miss Loring. Not to mention a certain Mr. Kwan. The only lead I had was Greta Loring's gun that I'd taken from her. If she had bought it in the city, it would be registered. So I made one more phone call and found out what I wanted. Her address. It was in an apartment building. And her apartment was number 8. I pressed the buzzer.
Yes?
Good evening, Miss Loring.
How did you find me?
Oh, I had to. I always return things that I borrow. I believe this is your gun.
What are you going to do?
Play questions and answers.
Please, get out of here.
This afternoon, you called me a murderer. Why?
I thought you were someone else.
Who? Benson?
Yes.
Oh, but I'm not.
I know that now.
Oh, now she tells me. After she puts a bullet through my coat. You know, Miss Loring, 2 inches higher and you'd have had yourself a corpse. Me. I dislike being a corpse. Now you'll talk.
Benson killed my father in China 10 years ago.
It seems he also killed a man called Fisher.
David Fisher?
David or not, he's just a number at the morgue by now.
Then Benson is still alive.
I think he is.
And you came here.
Well, of course, why not?
Oh, don't you see what you've done?
Done?
Think about it.
Oh. He wouldn't know where to find you, but I told him I'd met you. And he'll keep track of me.
And come here.
Listen, have you still got that hang leaks jade?
Yes.
Well, he wants that. If you give it to him, maybe he'll go away.
My father was killed because he had the Hang Lee piece.
What is there about that piece?
There were 3 pieces. all part of the same screen. It was something about a treasure.
Mm-hmm. And the carving on the screen would lead to the treasure.
Yes.
You have one piece. Benson has the other two. One he killed your father to get, the other he killed Fisher to get.
And he'll come here after this third piece.
Hey, come on. We've got to get out of here. Wait. Where's your phone?
Oh, right there, but...
I'm going to call the police.
Not yet, Mr. Holliday.
Quan.
Yes, I followed you, Mr. Holliday. Then, because I feared Miss Loring would not extend her hospitality to me, I came up the fire escape.
Quan, my father told me...
Miss Loring, yes. Your father, Fisher, and Benson killed an old Taoist priest in China to get the Hung Lee screen and its secret.
My father never killed anyone.
I'm afraid he did.
But there are 3 pieces off the screen.
Yes, Mr. Holliday. The 3 men did not trust one another. They broke the screen up into 3 pieces. One valueless without the other 2.
Why? Why did they do that?
Because they had to leave China and go their separate ways. They arranged to meet later.
But Benson killed Loring.
Yes, but Loring did not have his piece of the Hung Lee. I got it before Benson got to him.
And you put the piece in the window to trap Benson. Why, Mr. Quan? Why?
The Taoist priest was my honorable father.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that.
I'm sure you did not. I have been all over the world, waiting, hoping that sooner or later the murderers of my father would trap themselves. 2 are dead, and the third...
Benson?
Yes, Benson.
Must be Benson.
You will let him in, Mr. Holliday.
Let him in, or you crazy Quan. He's a killer.
I said let him in 1 moment. I will take that gun you put on the table, Mr. Holliday. Give it to me.
Take it.
Thank you. Now I have 2 guns. Mr. Benson probably has one. Let him in, Mr. Holliday.
If you think I'm going to open that door and let him in, you're crazy.
I have 2 guns. Are you afraid, Mr. Holliday?
All right. Miss Loring, get back. Next to the wall. Now.
You, get back in there.
Better not come in, Benson.
Move away now. Who's that?
Come in, Mr. Benson. Come in.
Holliday, stand in front of me. Right where you are. All right? Go ahead and shoot.
I would hit Mr. Holliday.
That's right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holliday, but you seem to have been caught between the dragon and the tiger.
I want that Hang Lee piece.
I'll give it to him.
Yes, do that, Miss Loring. Give it to him.
Benson, you've already killed 2 men.
The third won't make any difference. The Hang Lee piece, Miss Loring, on the table.
There. Take it.
Good enough. All right, Holliday, move in front of me. Always in front of me. Now stop. Hand me the jade. You, Miss Loring, hand it to me. That's it. Now I'm going to move back toward the door. If you shoot, Holliday gets it. Stop right here.
Mr. Holliday, my life means nothing because I have devoted it to this moment. But I regret this inconvenience to you.
Quan, think what you're doing. Benson won't get away. The police will have his description and be picked up within an hour.
Nice dreaming, Holliday.
Mr. Quan, don't. Stay where you are.
I regret, Mr. Holliday. Twist away quickly! Twist away!
Mr. Holliday!
I'm all right. I got out of the way. But...
Mr. Benson has gone to his ancestors.
Mr. Quan, are you all right?
Yes. He's quite all right, thank you.
You're hit. Miss Loring, call the doctor faster.
No, please. The 3 pieces of the screen. Give them to me. You will find 2 of them in Mr. Benson's pocket.
Look, Mr. Quan, you're hurt badly. You've got to have a doctor.
No, that would do no good. Old Chinese proverb. Greatest coward is he who fears death.
I'm sorry, Mr. Quan.
The Hung Lee pieces. Please, put them together.
All right. There they are.
The treasure of Hung Lee. Right here.
Treasure? But...
Not gold. My people learned centuries ago that real treasure is not gold. Treasure of Hung Lee is written here in jade. But happy is the man who is contented with his lot.
Mr. Quan. Mr. Quan. It's all right, Miss Loring. Mr. Kwan is contented.
You mean that was all there was to the treasure, Mr. Holliday? Just that proverb?
That's right, Suzy. Maybe it's the best after all. You see, we beat our brains out going after something, and when we've got it, the thing on the other side of the hill always looks better.
Happy is the man who is contented with his lot. Gee, you know something, Mr. Holliday?
What, Suzy?
I can't think of anything silly to say.
That's as it should be. Good night, Suzy.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, with this week's original story by Mark Hopling. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker, and production is supervised by Vern Carstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I need your help desperately. Johnny Tide was released from the state penitentiary this morning with murder in his heart. I don't know any of the details, but I'm sure that he'll be back here in Watertown by nightfall at the latest. If you mean what you say in your ad in the Star Times, be at the waterfront tonight.
If you mean what you say in your ad in the Star Times, be at the waterfront tonight and stop him. Remember, if you fail, Johnny Tide will kill or be killed by morning. And that would be wrong because there's lots of good in him. I know. I love him. Janice Reed. Yeah, that's the way it started. Just a girl worrying about a boy. But before it was all over, a lot of people were worrying about that boy. They had to, if they wanted to live.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Designed for Danger.
Jeepers, Mr. Holliday. An ex-convict on the prowl in the toughest section of the city.
Uh-huh. That part of the city doesn't get the carriage trade, as the expression goes. Well, do we accept the challenge, Suzy?
We? Oh, hey, I'm only your secretary, Mr. Holliday, and
I was using the editorial we, Suzy.
Oh. Well, in that case, Mr. Holliday, I don't know what to say. Frankly, I'm trumped.
Suzy, the word is stumped. The word is stumped. But maybe you've got something.
What?
I don't know. But tell you what, suppose I get down to Watertown and nose around a little.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe to see what's doing. It was called Watertown not because it was a separate city, but because it was a separate and different order from the rest of the town. But tonight, there was none of the usual rowdy noises. None at all. Watertown was quiet. Too quiet. I could feel a peculiar tension in the air as I walked, as though Watertown was waiting for something to blow up. The people I saw hurried along, vanished into dark doorways and shuttered houses, afraid. A place like Watertown lives within itself, and news travels fast. Then I heard two men talking. I stopped in the shadows and listened.
I know what I'm talking about, Fatty. Tide was sprung this morning, and he headed straight for here.
Maybe he ain't in Watertown. Maybe he'd be afraid to come back.
Oh, Johnny Tide, afraid of what? Of you, Fatty Ralston? You know he ain't afraid, and he ain't forgot.
Oh, shut up. You talk like I had to be afraid of Johnny.
Don't you have to be?
You guys make me sick. That punk's headed for someplace else. He ain't coming back to Watertown.
Well, just the same, if I was you, Fatty, I'd pull a blanket over me and hole up someplace.
Go on, beat it. Get out of here.
You ain't afraid much. Oh, not much.
I ain't afraid of Johnny Tide. I ain't.
Why not, Fatty? Or why should you be?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I just wanted to ask you a question, Fatty.
You don't know me. I don't know you.
That's right.
Then run along and mind your own business, mister.
I've got business here. I just want to know, who is Johnny Tide?
You had your ears open, didn't you?
Yeah, wide open.
So you want to know who Johnny Tide is, huh?
That's right.
Oh, okay. You want it? Here it is.
I'll say this for Fatty. He was quick with his fist. By the time I got my breath back, I saw his 300 pounds disappearing around a corner. So if I wanted to know anything about Johnny Tide, Fatty was the boy to ask. I got up and followed. Saw him duck into a place that had a sign above it, Fatty's pool room. I slipped inside. Stepped into a dark corner and waited.
All right, everybody. Clear out. I'm closing up for the night.
What are you...
Beat it. You heard me. Look. Nobody owes me nothing. Now, that ought to make everything all right.
No, I don't want to...
Clear out. Go on.
Turning in early, aren't you, Fatty?
Huh? Who are you again? You don't learn lessons, do you?
I don't like the way you teach. Now you're going to tell me about Johnny Tide.
Was I? What makes you think that?
I had an idea you might.
Here's another idea with details, starting with this cue ball.
It's your window, Fatty.
Now, beat it. Stay away from me.
I asked you a question outside. I didn't like the way you answered it.
You a cop?
No.
Stay away from me. Stay away. My arm. Let go.
Sure. But who is Johnny Tide?
A punk kid, that's all. Anybody can tell you that.
I like the way you tell it. Come on.
Ease up, will you? That's my arm.
I know it is. It was my stomach outside.
Look, Tide's a punk kid. Just finished a 5-year stretch for sticking up my place.
This place?
Yeah, he robbed me of $4,000.
$4,000? Try it again, Fatty. I doubt if you ever had $4,000 in this place.
That's what it was.
And why are you afraid? If he robbed you and served time, why should you be afraid now?
He said he'd get me. Well, let me go.
I'm sorry, Fatty, but your story doesn't make sense. In the first place, like I said, you never had $4,000. Not in this place.
You're smart, ain't you?
Just medium. But I can smell a bad story.
What's your stake in this anyway? Who are you?
An hour ago, I was just a curious bystander. I wanted to know who and what is Johnny Tide. But I took a punch in the midsection, and now you're telling me a lie. So that makes me more than curious. It gives me a personal interest.
Yeah. You let me go when I tell you?
It all depends. Go on.
All right. I'm only telling you because I got to get out of here before Johnny gets here.
Oh, so there is a reason for you to be afraid of him.
Maybe. But Johnny was framed. Rick Martin.
Rick Martin? The Rick Martin?
Yeah, big shot, boss of Watertown. He gave me $4,000, then he told Johnny I was a pushover for a stick-up.
Oh, and Rick Martin also told the police.
Yeah, he did. Johnny was framed, like I said.
Why should Rick Martin want to put that frame around Johnny Tide?
Because Rick liked the girl. So did Johnny.
So Rick took the easy way in love and war.
Now, let me go, will you? I told you everything. I got to get out of here before Johnny comes.
You were in on the frame?
Maybe not exactly, but Johnny won't believe I wasn't.
You know, Fatty, somehow I can't blame Johnny for that. How did Johnny find out he was framed?
Somebody talked. Somebody that don't like Rick Martin.
Uh-huh. Now, is the girl Janice Reed?
Yeah, that's Johnny thinks she was in on the frame, too. Now, please, will you let me go? I got to get out.
Yeah, sure, Fatty. You can go now.
I got to go far away because Johnny Tide will go for Rick Martin and then me and then Janice Reed.
So that was it. Johnny Tide was coming back to settle old scores. But where was he? How could I help? I was thinking about it when...
No! Stop! Stop, you crook! You hoodlum! Stop! He did it. He broke my showcase window.
Who did?
That no good Johnny Tide. I saw him. He broke my window and took a gun.
So, now Johnny Tide had a gun, and he was close, very close. But it was also out of my hands and into the hot little hands of Lieutenant Kling.
Now, look, Holliday, I know that Tide was released from prison this morning. I know that he's in Watertown tonight. I know he intends to kill Rick Martin before morning. But I also know that all of this, including that pawn shop he just knocked over, is none of your business. Now, do I make myself clear?
Yes, you do. But before I go back to my typewriter, one question. What do you know about a girl named Janice Reed?
Very little. Only that she's a singer over at the Blue Chip, Watertown's most exclusive nightclub. Now, anything else, Danny boy?
No, nothing else, Lieutenant. Good night. Maybe I made a mistake when I asked Kling about Janice Reed. Because up until then, I was convinced that the lieutenant was right. I didn't belong in this mess. But now, well, I couldn't just step out and forget the whole thing. Not without talking to the girl anyway. I got a table at the Blue Chip without too much trouble, and 10 minutes later, Janice joined me. She was younger, prettier, much more upset than I had expected.
Mr. Holliday, what have you found out about Johnny?
Well, rumor has it that he intends to commit a few murders tonight. Oh, and incidentally, you're on his list.
I don't believe that. Look, Mr. Holliday, I know Johnny. I grew up with him right here in this neighborhood. Why, Johnny and I and Tyler Bennett were inseparable. Please, Mr. Holliday, you've got to believe me.
Maybe I do, Janice. But let's start off slowly. First of all, who's Tyler Bennett?
My boss. He owns this place. He and Johnny and I used to play together as kids. Why, we even had a secret clubhouse under the pier. All that kind of stuff. And how Johnny loved it. You know, that kid used to climb the old water tower over the clubhouse every day and pretend to sight pirate ships on the horizon. He'd get mad if we said they were just barges.
Which adds up to what, Janice?
That Johnny was never really a bad boy, Mr. Holliday. He just craved excitement, that's all.
But what about Rick Martin? How do you explain that?
Well, Rick meant action and fast money. And Johnny liked both. He was young and he made a mistake, but he's paid for it. He served his time. Don't you see, Mr. Holliday, he needs help. He needs it badly.
You certainly got a lot of faith in him, Janice. But what about you and Rick Martin? Go out with him?
Once in a while. I have to keep my job. Don't forget, Rick Martin runs Watertown.
That might be hard to explain to Johnny Tide.
No, it won't. Believe me, Mr. Holliday, if you can find him, you can talk sense into him. I know that.
Well, I'm not so sure.
But you'll try.
Okay, I'll try.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, pardon me, but you're on in a minute, Janice.
All right, Tyler. Oh, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Holliday.
How do you do? Hello, how are you?
Excuse me, I'll only be a few minutes.
Janice was telling me how you two grew up with Johnny Tide, Mr. Bennett.
Oh.
Have any idea where he might be?
Well, if I did, I'd go directly to the police with the information. Johnny was a good kid once, but that was a long time ago. He's dangerous now. He's very dangerous.
Janice won't buy that.
I know. She was in love with him 5 years ago. She can't believe he's changed. But mark my word, Johnny Tide will kill before this night is over. I only hope he doesn't get to Janice.
When I left the Blue Chip, I knew that in spite of both Kling and Tyler Bennett, I was on Janice's side. Now, my only problem was to stop Johnny Tide, if I could find him. I walked around aimlessly for the better part of an hour before I got a break. I stopped to look up at the sky, and I found myself staring at the remains of a rotted water tower. For a moment, the jumble of old boards didn't mean a thing, but suddenly it struck home. Johnny Tide used to play pirate on that water tower, and there was a secret clubhouse below. It could be just the spot for a hideout. I felt my way through the blackness when...
You move one more step, fellow, and I blow your head off. Who are you?
My name's Holliday, Dan Holliday. I'm not a policeman, and I don't work for Rick Martin.
Your opener's okay. I'll keep talking.
All right. Here it is. You're, Johnny Tide, aren't you?
Maybe. Keep talking.
Well, Johnny Tide, you're the world's biggest sucker.
Yeah?
You waste 5 precious years in prison, and on your first day out with a clean slate, you get into a jam that'll either mean the chair or a pine box.
And what's that to you?
Personally, nothing. But I'm around because a friend of mine believes in you. A girl named Janice Reed.
Janice? You've seen her?
That's why I'm here, leaning against that .45 in your hand. Tide, why don't you get smart? That girl's in love with you.
But what about Rick Martin?
Oh, forget him. Sooner or later, the cops will catch up with Martin. They'll put him away for keeps.
Sure. Meanwhile, what's to keep Martin and his boys from coming after me?
I'll do what I can about that. But to play it safe, why don't you get out of town, away from here for a while?
What's that? Holliday, if this is a trap, you'll never leave here alive.
Then we've got a deal. Because that was probably a stray cat. Now listen to me, Johnny. Do what I say, will you? Forget Rick Martin. Get out of town for your own sake and for Janice.
Yeah, sure. Forget the whole thing. Forget I was framed and went up for 5 years. That's a long time, Holliday. An awful long time.
I know it, Johnny. But it's done now.
Yeah, done. Me with a record. You can't wipe that away.
Suppose we fix it so that everybody finds out about the frame.
How?
Well, first give me that gun. Then get out of town and let the police take care of Rick Martin. Fatty Ralston can be made to talk.
How?
He talked to me because he was afraid of you. He'll talk, Johnny. And when he does, that record of yours will be wiped off. Come on, now, what do you say? Well?
Here, I'm a sap. A gold-plated 14-karat sap, but here.
That's a good boy. Now go someplace where you'll be out of the way. You leave this to the police.
Sure. But so help me, Holiday. If I get another loop thrown around me, if anything slips, Johnny Tide will be back for you.
When I left Johnny, I was sure everything was going to be all right. I put his gun in my pocket and started up the street for Rick Martin's place. I wanted to be sure that Martin would let Johnny get out of town under his own power. I took a shortcut through an alley. Brother, how foolish can you get? I hadn't gone 10 feet when I heard footsteps behind me. I tried to duck, but I wasn't quick enough.
Mr. Dan Holliday in his usual position after sticking out his neck. Come on, see if he can get up.
Oh, Kling, they ought to do something about these buildings around here. They fall on people.
Yeah, somebody slugs you.
You know, I gathered that.
That isn't all you gathered.
What are you talking about?
3 guesses. Just take only one. That's all you'll need.
I still don't know what you're talking about. But I know one thing.
And that is?
Don't worry about Johnny Tide anymore. I had a talk with him.
So you talked Johnny Tide into being a good boy. You let that fast-talking little... Holiday, while you were lying here asleep, Tide got to Rick Martin and killed him.
And now back to Design for Danger, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
The moment Lieutenant Kling told me that Rick Martin was shot to death, I plunged my hand into my pocket for the .45 I'd taken from Johnny Tide. But it was gone.
Looking for this, maybe?
The gun?
Yeah, we found it next to Rick Martin's body. Holiday, you've been taken in by a fast-talking punk. Any way you look at it, your name spells sucker.
Yeah, you're right. Johnny Tide sang a pretty lullaby, and I went to sleep. Forget this, Kling. Before the sun comes up, I'm going to plant Rick Martin's murder right in your lap. Well, sunrise was only 6 hours away, and that meant I had to move fast. I remembered Fatty's warning that he and Janice Reed would be next if Johnny Tide ever got to Rick. So I lost no time in getting to the girl's apartment.
What, Mr. Holliday? What are you doing here?
Rick Martin's just been murdered, Janice.
Yes, I know. Tyler Bennett called me a few minutes after it happened.
Look, Janice, that Johnny's off on a killing spree, and you and Fatty are next in line.
No, I don't believe that. Johnny isn't a killer.
Rick Martin wouldn't see it that way, Janice. Now listen to me. I want you to lock this place up tight and stay under cover.
But I can't. I've got to be back at the club for the late show.
Call Tyler Bennett when it's time. He'll take care of it.
But where are you going?
To find 300 pounds named Fatty Ralston. It cost me a $50 bill and a lot of legwork, but I finally located Fatty out on an old oil barge anchored off the end of a deserted pier. So I took off my shoes, stripped to the waist, and quietly swam out to the barge. Once on deck, I could hear the voices of 2 men coming from the cabin. One of them was Fatty. I couldn't see the other man. I edged closer, and then I banged against the steel drum, and the noise it made shattered the silence. The light in the cabin went out.
Who's that? Come on, who is it?
Just an old friend, Fatty.
Huh? You again.
Let's go in the cabin, Fatty. I'm a little wet.
Sure, why not? Come on.
Light the lamp.
Anything to oblige. See better now?
Not yet. Who was with you?
Nobody.
Where's Johnny Tide? I said, where's Johnny?
He ain't here.
Don't give me that.
Why don't you look around?
Put down that gun first.
You're mixed up, fella. I give the orders. I got the gun.
That's right. Give me a cigarette, will you?
I don't smoke.
No? Not even Egyptian cigarettes?
Huh?
This cabin's thick with smoke from Egyptian cigarettes.
Maybe you better go. Now,
Hand me that towel, Fatty. I'm a little chilly.
Here.
Thanks. Drop that gun, Fatty. Drop it.
Hey, you're breaking it.
Drop that gun. All right. Move back. Okay, now I give the orders. I've got the gun.
Listen, don't do nothing. Don't, please.
No, I'm not. I'm going to stand perfectly still and listen to you talk.
Okay, I'll talk.
Whoever fired those shots couldn't have missed Fatty. And whoever it was got off the barge and into the boat that was tied on the opposite side. I ran over. I slipped once on the oil-covered deck, and the motorboat made for the shore. I had to stand and watch Johnny Tide get away. Get away after killing Fatty. And that made 2 down and 1 to go. And the 1 was Janice Reed. I swam back, slipped into my things, got to a phone, told the police about Fatty. Then I headed for Janice Reed's apartment. It was dark, deserted. I found an unlocked window and got inside. And I had the sickening feeling that I was just 1 step behind Johnny Tide and his gun. Then I knew it wasn't Janice. She'd use her key. I moved to the door quietly.
What the? Get your hands off me, Holiday.
Oh, why, Mr. Bennett. I'm sorry. I thought you were Johnny Tide.
Obviously. I came to take Janice to the club. Where is she?
I don't know. I was just going through the place when I heard you at the door. Here, I'll switch on the light. Come on, let's look in the bedroom. Well, there's nobody in here. I guess I'm too late again. Wait a minute. This memo pad. Here, near the phone.
What about it? What does it say?
It's written with an eyebrow pencil. Pier 42 at 1:30. Sure, that girl's just crazy enough to keep a rendezvous with Johnny Tide. What time is it now?
10 after 1. Why? What are you going to do?
Maybe 3's a crowd, Mr. Bennett, but I'm going to be there when Johnny Tide and Janice get together. I'm going to...
What is it, Holiday? What are you staring at?
Look. They're on the rug. Those smudges. That's oil.
Oil? I don't follow you. What does it mean?
The Tide's been here already. Those are his tracks.
What?
Yes, you see, he was out on the oil barge an hour ago, and the deck was slick with that stuff. I know. I slipped myself.
Well, then, couldn't those be your footprints?
No, I left my shoes on the pier. I swam out.
But why would Johnny make an appointment with Janice and still come up here?
I don't know. Only Johnny can answer that. Just like he can tell me where he gets those smelly Egyptian cigarettes he smokes. I took a cab to within the block of Pier 42. Then I got out, walked quietly to the rendezvous spot. Janice was already standing in the soft light of a street lamp waiting. So I ran back to the phone and called Lieutenant Kling. With the girl set up like a clay pigeon, I didn't want to take any chances. When I got back to Janice, it was 1:30 on the button. And a second later, a man stepped from the side door of a warehouse. It was Johnny Tide. I moved closer as Johnny went up to Janice.
Johnny, darling.
Hello, Janice.
Oh, Johnny, it's been such a long time.
Yeah, 5 years. An awful long time, Janice.
What's the matter, Johnny? Aren't you glad to see me?
Sure, awful glad, Janice. Awful glad.
But what's the matter? Johnny, why are you looking like that?
I'm just trying to figure out something.
Oh, never mind now, Johnny. Look, you've got to get away.
Wait a minute. Listen. Cops. You did it again, didn't you?
Johnny, no.
I might have known I was going to give you a chance to explain.
Johnny.
But now.
Hold her, Johnny.
Holiday, you.
She didn't call the police, I did.
I'll get both of you later. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back.
Johnny, don't run away anymore. Don't run away.
Holiday, Dan, you there?
Right here, Kling.
Where is he?
He ran into the warehouse.
Okay. Put a ring around that warehouse. Spotlights, tear gas.
No, let him alone. Let him alone.
Okay, boys, let's go.
I'm going with you, Kling.
Be careful. Come on.
It's no use, Johnny. The police are here. You're licked, kid. Come on, give up.
Not me, Holiday. Me and the law just don't seem to get along.
But, Johnny, it's your only chance. Will you give up? Answer me, Johnny.
You hurt, Dan?
Just in the shoulder, I'm all right.
There he is.
Up there on that rafter. Kennedy, your light, shine it up there.
There he goes, Lieutenant. Get it.
No, don't, Kling. Don't shoot.
Stay out of this, Holiday. The devil, you crazy, Holiday?
Not quite. Kennedy, shine your light up behind you.
Yes, sir.
Up there. Higher. There. There's your man, Kling.
What? Well, who is that, Holiday?
That, Lieutenant, is the man who killed Rick Martin and Fatty Ralston and tried to frame Johnny Tide for the whole thing. The name is Tyler Bennett.
Well, Holiday, how are you this morning?
Oh, pretty good, Kling. The doc says I'll be out in a couple of days.
Good. Well, like you figured, the whole thing was a scheme of Bennett's to kill Rick Martin and take over as number one man in Watertown.
Yeah, and with Tide framed for the murder. Tyler Bennett would also have had a clear field with Janice.
And he was the one who knocked you out just before Rick Martin was shot, huh?
Uh-huh. He must have followed me from the blue chip to Johnny's hideout, where he heard me talk Johnny out of his gun. From there on out, he was in the driver's seat. But I still don't see why Bennett killed Fatty out on the barge.
Because Fatty was Bennett's sidekick in this frame. And when it looked as though you might get the truth out of him, Bennett was forced to shoot one of you. You were lucky. Fatty made a better target. But now I've got one for you, the jackpot question. When you were in the warehouse, how did you know that Johnny Tide was innocent?
Well, I found that out the hard way. You see, I was facing Johnny when I was shot. In the back.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, you certainly had a long night in Watertown. But there's one thing I don't understand.
And what's that, Suzy?
Why did Tyler Bennett follow you down to the pier?
Oh, he had to because of the oily footprints in Janice's apartment. You see, once I got to Johnny Tide and found out that he didn't have oil on his shoes, I would have realized the footprints couldn't have come from anyone but Tyler himself.
Oh.
Besides, I would have also found out that Johnny didn't smoke Egyptian cigarettes.
But what about Johnny? Now, I mean.
Oh, he's on probation for stealing the gun. Everyone knows he was framed for the other deal.
Gee, you know, Mr. Holliday, I wonder if I would have thought of that Egyptian cigarette thing. Nope, I guess I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because I don't know a single Egyptian.
Oh, good night, Suzy.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville with this week's original story by Gene Levitt and Bob Mitchell. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmond MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Carstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I saw your ad in the paper and I wondered if you'd help me. I can't go to the police and I have no money for a private detective. But my father is in trouble, I'm sure, and when you find out who he is, you'll know why I can't go to the police and why I must have help.
I know who he is. You'll know why I can't go to the police and why I must have help. Mrs. Sheila Corbett, 356 Waring Avenue. It didn't sound like much, this letter, but I did find out who her father was. I found him dead, then learned he was alive. Sure, it sounds impossible, but that was it.
And now back to The Dead Man Walks, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I wonder why she can't go to the police.
Suzy, if I knew that, I wouldn't have to go to see Mrs. Corbett.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, it sure sounds like a wild goose chase. It'll probably turn out to be a dub. Oh, is that the word I wanted?
Suzy, only you can give the answer to that question.
Well, once in a while I get a word right. Well, don't I?
Oh, sure. That's what makes it so interesting. When you do get one right, I don't know what you're talking about.
Kind of makes it the slice of life, huh?
2 strikes, and before you foul tip the next one, I'm leaving for... What was that address?
356 Waring Avenue.
356 Waring Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
So long, Suzy. It wasn't a very nice neighborhood, 356 Waring Avenue. But the flat I entered was neat, clean scrubbed and polished. And the woman who asked me to sit down was as neat and clean as the room. I waited for her to start things, and she did.
I'm Mrs. Sheila Corbett.
Yes, I guessed that. And I'm box 13. My name's Dan Holliday.
Well, I don't know how to start, Mr. Holliday.
The beginning's always a good place, Mrs. Corbett. Saves time and trouble.
I want you to find my father.
You said you couldn't go to the police about it. Why not?
Because my father is a paroled convict. Do you understand?
Are you afraid he's done something?
No, I know that's not true. He swore he'd go straight when he came home.
But you think he hasn't.
I didn't say that.
But the fact that you're afraid to go to the police says so. Look, Mrs. Corbett, if he's done nothing wrong, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Yes, I know. But there'd be questions. I have 2 children, Mr. Holliday. A husband who's wonderful to me. No one in this neighborhood knows about my father, so... Well...
All right, Mrs. Corbett, I'll give it a whirl. But first, when did you last see your father?
The day after he was released on parole. He came here.
Was he all right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. He'd come home. He was here maybe 2 hours when the phone rang.
Sheila, telephone.
Answer it, will you, Dad?
All right. Hello? Oh, yeah, it's me. Why'd you call up? Look, I said nothing doing. I meant it. I'm straight now. Nothing doing. You won't get him, and I won't say where they are. Let me alone, will you? Just let me alone.
Dad, who was it?
Just a man I used to know.
Who?
Nobody you know, honey.
Well, what did he want?
Nothing.
You were afraid. Why? Why were you afraid?
It wasn't anything, Sheila.
Dad, if there's something wrong...
There ain't.
You're on parole.
I know it. Don't you think I know it?
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. But, Sheila.
What, Dad?
Here. I want you to keep this for me.
What is it?
Just a piece of paper with something on it. Put it in a safe place. Keep it for me.
Keep it for you? Dad, why do you say that?
There's nothing to worry about, Sheila. Nothing at all. Now just forget all about it and don't worry, because there ain't anything to worry about.
He said there wasn't anything to worry about, Mr. Holliday. But I was worried. He didn't come home that night. Or the next day.
And you don't know where he went?
No.
May I see the piece of paper he gave you?
Yes, here it is.
Is this all?
That's all.
517 Slack Street, S. Thomas, 945. Does this mean anything to you?
No,
Do you know the address, 517 Slack Street?
not at all.
And the name, S. Thomas?
I never heard it before.
Do you mind if I take this?
No, of course not. Do you think you know what it means?
No more than you do. But I'll try to find out.
How?
By going to 517 Slack Street and seeing if there's a Mr. S. Thomas there. The piece of paper with a message on it seemed like it might be a reminder to meet Mr. S. Thomas at 9:45 at this address. But when? What day? Why? Was S. Thomas the man who called Mrs. Corbett's father on the phone? You know, a guy can ask himself a lot of questions and get no answers. So I drove to 517 Slack Street. It was a pawn shop with everything from gold toothpicks to elephant heads. And clocks. Lots of clocks that ticked off little punctuation marks into the silence. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Hey, what the...
You. Hey, you. Come on, wake up. Hey, McGuire, look. This guy's out like high-button shoes. You, wake up. Come on.
No.
That's the boy. Come on, sit up.
Sit up. Without my head?
Look, fella, parking on the side of the road isn't allowed.
Who are you?
State trooper. Who are you?
I'm Dan Holliday.
Welcome to Hamilton County.
What did you say?
Look, are you drunk?
Did you say Hamilton County?
That's it. We saw your car. Looked like there wasn't anybody in it. Stopped to take a look.
And found me.
You're no Easter egg, but, brother, all that lump on your head needs is a shell.
How far is it to the city?
About 70 miles.
Well, thanks. I'll be going now.
Oh, no. Maybe you better come with us.
All right. Get in touch with Lieutenant Kling. I'll identify myself and tell him a nice story. He won't believe it, but I've got a lump on my head to back me up.
All right, then, all right. Let's have it from the beginning.
You don't believe me, do you?
You saw a dead man on that pawn shop.
Then somebody teed off on me for a hole-in-one. When I woke up, I was out in the country, out in the next county.
In your own car?
In my own car.
What time did you go to the pawn shop?
It was 2:15.
Yeah, it's 5 now. That's better than 3 hours. And no dead bodies have been reported. I keep in touch with them.
I tell you, I saw one.
Whose?
I didn't ask.
What did he look like?
Medium height, gray hair, blue suit.
Go on.
Well, that's about all I can tell you.
Gray. Nothing else?
I didn't get to count his teeth because the roof fell in. Look, I've got a knot on my head. Doesn't that prove anything?
I guess it does. But you're sure you didn't recognize the man you saw lying dead?
No, I never saw him before.
And you went there looking for...
I'll be doggone.
What's the matter?
I didn't ask her his name.
Her? Who?
Mrs. Sheila Corbett.
What?
Does that flint strike a spark in your iron head?
Did you ever hear of a man named Winslow? Albert Winslow?
No.
Ex-convict, paroled, sent up for counterfeiting.
It might be. Have you got a picture of him?
Yeah, wait a minute. Sergeant, file on Albert Winslow. Bring it in.
Albert Winslow has a daughter named Mrs. Sheila Corbett. Is that it?
What deduction? By the way, Winslow answers the description of your dead man, roughly.
Then let's get going.
Hold your horses. Bring it here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Let's see it.
There you are. That's all, Sergeant.
Okay.
Kling, look. This is Albert Winslow, and Albert Winslow is the man I saw dead in that pawn shop.
You're sure?
Look, could I make this up?
I guess not. Okay, Dan, let's go to your pawn shop. Let's see what we can redeem. This is it.
517 Slack Street.
Go on. This the same place?
Sure it is.
Yes, sir. Can I do something for you?
Maybe. This your shop?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
Were you in here at 2:15 this afternoon?
2:15? Well, yes. Why?
You're sure?
Well, of course.
How long have you been here?
Why, about 15 years.
I mean today.
Holiday. Would you like my badge?
Badge?
Yeah, police. Homicide.
Oh, my goodness, sir.
Yeah, What's the matter, Dan?
You'll take a look behind this counter.
Huh? Well, I'm looking. What am I supposed to see?
Albert Winslow dead.
Where?
Look, Winslow was behind this counter at 2:15 this afternoon.
Excuse me, but I don't understand this.
Well, neither do I.
What's your name?
Holiday.
Shut up. Yours?
Barlow. Michael Barlow.
Do you know a man named Albert Winslow?
I never heard of him. No, I'm sure I didn't.
Mind if we look over your place?
Oh, certainly not. But I still don't understand.
I'll draw it for you, Mr. Barlow. At 2:15 this afternoon, I walked into this shop.
This one?
This one. There was no one here except a dead man behind the counter. Then I was slugged.
In here?
That's right.
But that's impossible. Well, I've been here all day.
Come on, we'll take a look around.
Wait a minute, Kling.
What now?
This place looks a little different from what it did earlier. It looks as though it's been changed around.
Well, that's impossible, too.
Dan, are you sure this is the place?
Of course I am.
Okay, we'll give it a fine-tooth comb job.
Certainly, help yourselves. Be only too glad to do anything I can, although this is certainly very peculiar.
Thus, we have the understatement of the week.
Well, let's get it.
That's my phone. May I answer it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, be a minute. Hello. Who? Oh, yes, just a minute. Lieutenant Kling.
Yeah?
It's for you.
Thanks. Be right with you. Hello? Yeah, go ahead, Sergeant. What? Say that again. Okay, thank you. We won't have to go over your place, Barlow.
You won't?
What are you talking about, Kling?
Holiday, there's a Sergeant Garvin. He's very efficient.
So, what's that got to do with this?
Lots. I left word where I could be reached. He reached me.
What are you building up to?
I don't know, but it's not good for you.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
More to the point, what's on yours?
Now, look, I don't get this. What was that call about?
About Albert Winslow.
Go on.
You saw him dead at 2:15.
I said I did.
You want to change your story?
Now, look, why should I?
Because Albert Winslow reported to his parole officer no later and no earlier than 4:20 this afternoon.
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's latest adventure, The Dead Man Walks.
Yeah, that was it. The man I saw dead at 2:15 was alive again at 4:20. That's impossible. Kling said it was, and better than Kling, my own common sense said it was. So later that night, I went back to see Mrs. Corbett.
But you went to the police. You promised you wouldn't.
I'm sorry, but I had to. I saw your father.
Dead. Dead, you said.
I know that's a brutal way to put it, Mrs. Corbett, but the only way.
And the police?
There's nothing they can do or want to do. Your father reported to his parole officer. He has to do that once a month.
Please, please find him.
I think I did find him.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Mrs. Corbett, I've got to ask some questions. You've got to answer them.
Well, I'll try.
Good. Now, look, your father talked to someone on the phone. He didn't mention any names?
No,
Not even the name Thomas?
I'm sure of it.
One dead end after another. Do you know the names of any of your father's, well,
Accomplices?
yes.
I don't remember any names, but I can tell you the place where they used to meet, where he was arrested.
Where was it?
A house in Brennan Square. 618, I think.
Now, you said your father spoke to someone on the phone and said he wouldn't give them something.
But I don't know what he was talking about.
And you haven't heard from him at all?
No.
And you're sure you'd get in touch with him?
Oh, I know it.
Okay, Mrs. Corbett. I'll try the lead you gave me. 618 Brennan Square. 618 Brennan Square was an old frame house that looked as though its last tenants had moved out to go to George Washington's inaugural. Its windows were boarded up, and the rusty iron fence in front bowed politely to the houses across the street. I walked up the stairs and knocked on the front door, never expecting an answer. I was about to turn away and chalk this off to exercise when...
Yeah? What do you want?
I'm looking for someone.
Ain't nobody here.
Mr. S. Thomas, perhaps?
Nobody. Now beat it.
Just a minute. Maybe you've got an Albert Winslow living here.
What was that name again?
Albert Winslow, as in Homer.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. But do you know anyone by that name?
Maybe you better come in.
Maybe I should.
Come on.
Do you live here?
Caretaker, that's all.
I see.
What you stopping for?
I don't like haunted houses. This looks like one.
You're nuts.
Look, before we go any farther, maybe you'd like to tell me why you let me in when I mentioned the name of Albert Winslow.
Maybe he was a friend of mine.
I think I'd like a breath of fresh air.
Maybe you'll be lucky to get any breath at all, chum.
Oh, it's that way, huh?
This way.
What's the idea?
It was yours, chum. Now come on. Get in front of me. Come on. Company, Eddie. Looking for Al.
Getting crowded in here. Coming. I seen you before someplace. Oh, yeah, you came in Barlow's shop this afternoon. You didn't stay long, did you?
I took a sleeping tablet over the head. And you prescribed it, huh?
Yeah. I thought maybe you were just a guy, but now you come nudging in here. Charlie.
Right?
You asked for Al, huh?
That's right.
Sit down. Charlie, see if Barlow's come to.
Okay.
Barlow? The pawn shop owner?
That's right. We couldn't get anything out of him, so we'll try you.
What do you mean?
Guess. Take a look at Barlow.
You gave him plenty to remember you by, didn't you?
Uh-huh. Now you keep looking at him and keep thinking how you'll look if you don't talk.
About what?
That's a starter. Not talk.
Sure, I still say about what?
I'll give you 5 minutes to tell us where the plates are.
Plates?
Yeah, plates.
Oh.
I don't know. Barlow's stubborn. You gonna be that way, too?
Come on, let him alone.
Sure, but him and Winslow were pals. Winslow would tell him. Maybe you know, too.
Look, I'm trying to find Winslow, that's all.
That's all, huh?
Why, you sit still?
And take it. Now, come on, where are the plates? What did Winslow do with them? He hit them before he took the rap, and we want them.
Counterfeit plates?
Where are they?
I don't know.
All right, Charlie, go ahead. Go ahead and make him talk.
That's no use, Eddie. He won't spill.
Get rid of him, then.
No, either he or Barlow knows where Winslow's plates are.
Barlow doesn't know, neither do I.
I think he's telling the truth, Eddie.
Go through his pockets.
Okay. Identification cards. Name Dan Holliday.
Do your reading some other time. What else is it?
Look. Eddie, look.
517 Slack Street, S. Thomas, 945.
That's the pawn shop, Barlow's place.
Yeah. What's the rest of it mean?
I don't know.
You. What's this mean?
And if I tell you I don't know, I'll get battered around like a cue ball again.
Why, you...
Cut it out, Eddie.
Well, he knows.
Look, he went to Barlow's place this afternoon. If he knew where the plates were, he wouldn't be here, would he?
So?
They've got to be at Barlow's shop.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, tie him up, both of them. And Mr. Holliday, if we come back without the plates, you walk out without your head.
They did a good job of tying Barlow and me to the chairs. Then, when they were gone, I talked with Barlow. Barlow, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
What happened? Who were those men?
They knew Albert Winslow years ago. He engraved counterfeit plates.
What happened in your shop?
I was in my shop early this afternoon. I hadn't seen Albert since he was released. Then he came into my shop. First, I didn't recognize him. Then he spoke to me.
You remember me, don't you, Barlow?
I seem to.
Take a good look.
Al Winslow.
How are you?
Fine, but you?
Paroled.
Oh, I see.
It's all right, Barlow. I'm going straight.
Well, of course. Here, sit down. Back in the shop.
Wait a minute. I want to take a look around.
Yeah, what are you looking for, Al?
Things didn't change much around here, did they?
Well, what do you mean?
Nothing. Look, Barlow, I want to go straight, so there's something I got to tell you,
What's the matter? Oh, customers. I'll be back in a minute.
No, not customers.
But
Hello, Al. Eddie. This is Charlie. You remember Charlie? Sure.
Hi.
Sit down, Barlow. Take it easy.
What is this?
Sit down, Barlow. Do what he says.
That's right.
Okay, Al, where are they? I told you on the phone you can't have them. I'm going straight. I'm going to turn them over to the government. Sure. Beautiful place like those? Not much, you are. Now, where are they? No, I won't tell you. Don't be a sap. We'll take them and get out. When I be picked up again, the feds know my work. I'll have a great chance. I'm on parole. Please, let me alone. Just let me alone. Sure. When we get the plates. They in here? No. Barlow, what do you say? You don't know anything. Come on, Al. Where are they? Look, I got to report to my parole officer this afternoon. If I don't, they'll come after me. And you. Now, cut it out.
Hey, Charlie, stop it! Al.
Eddie.
Why, you idiots, you muttonhead, you killed him.
I'll call the police.
Get Winslow behind the counter. Now, come on.
Eddie, there's somebody coming in.
Barlow, get out of sight. Charlie, get Winslow behind the counter. Now duck back of that screen. Come on.
Hello? Hello? Anybody here?
That was you, Mr. Holliday. Eddie hit you when you saw Winslow's body.
Uh-huh. That's where I came in. But later when I went back with Lieutenant Kling, what about that?
Well, I had to do what I did. They were upstairs. My wife was there. They threatened to...
I see. But Winslow reported to his parole officer that afternoon, after he was dead.
It was a telephone call they made from my shop. Charlie pretended to be Winslow. He told the officer he'd report in person in an hour. Then he hid Winslow's body in the basement. It's there now.
Oh, nice, clever people. Now, what about those plates? Do you know where they are?
No, but Winslow frequently came to see me. He was often in the shop alone and...
Barlow, I've got it. I know where those plates are.
Where?
Come on, let's get out of here first.
Yeah, but how?
Look, there's a drink glass on that table. I'll square my chair over there and knock the glass on the floor to break it.
But I...
Hold it. Here I go. Okay, Barlow. Scrape over. Overturn your chair and get a piece of glass. Cut these ropes on my hand. I've got a date with a boy named Eddie. And he who slaps last slaps best.
Better wait outside the shop, Holiday.
Oh, no, Kling. I'm too fond of Eddie. A lump on my head and a well across my face. Please, don't shoot him.
No, take it easy. Kelly, Macklin, take the back. Go ahead. You ready, Dan?
Yeah, let's go.
The back door, Eddie, come on!
Kling, there they go!
Why, you...
Hello, Eddie.
Dan, you need any help?
Just pick him up and steer him in my direction.
That's enough, boys. All cleaned up.
Eddie disappointed me.
Yeah, me too. He didn't hit you once. All right, out you go. Kelly, take Pretty Boy here and slap some jewelry on him. And, what are you looking at, Holiday?
Me? Why, I'm looking at Mr. S. Thomas.
Huh? I thought his name was Eddie.
I'm not looking at him, Kling. I told you I was looking at Mr. S. Thomas and 945.
Well, go on, Mr. Holliday. What then? Who was Mr. S. Thomas, and what did 945 mean?
Mr. S. Thomas, Suzy, was a clock. One of the famous old Seth Thomas clocks. He was the only one in the shop whose hand stood at 9:45.
Yeah? And?
Well, Winslow had put his counterfeit plates on the pendulum arm, and that's where they were when we got them.
You mean they looked like a pendulum weight?
Exactly. It was very clever.
But gee, what if somebody had bought the clock?
Well, that was a chance he took, but no one did. And that's that.
There's one more thing that puzzles me.
One.
Yeah. Suppose Eddie and Charlie got the plates and made counterfeit money from them.
So?
Would they have to declare it for income tax?
Income? Oh, good night, Suzy.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, with this week's original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmond MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Carstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. If $50,000 is of any interest to you, come to see me. If it's adventure you want, this is it. Because I want you to kill me. At present, my address is 756 South Marvin Boulevard. Please come alone. And don't tell anyone about this.
My address is 756 South Marvin Boulevard. Please come alone. And don't tell anyone about this letter. Simon Andrews. The letter was dated 2 days before I received it. And this was one time I wish sleet or snow or winds or anything had delayed the swift courier on his route.
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's latest adventure, Killer at Large.
But this was written 2 days ago, Mr. Holliday.
I know it, Suzy.
And you were out of town, so I couldn't get in touch with you.
Well, it wouldn't have made any difference. I couldn't have made it back in time anyway.
Gee, you're not going to follow up this letter, are you? It's obviously the work of a handle.
A what?
You know, one of those persons who writes letters and things.
Oh, a crank.
Oh, but you're not going.
I sure am, Suzy.
Oh, no, you wouldn't kill him.
Oh, of course not. But I do want to know why Mr. Andrews wants himself killed. And I'm going to try and talk him out of it. The fact that I hadn't received the letter for 2 days had me worried. A lot of things can happen in 2 days. So I went to the address of Mr. Simon Andrews. It was night. There wasn't a light in the big house. I walked up the front stairs, punched the doorbell, and heard it ring inside.
Want somebody in there, Bud?
Huh? Where did you come from?
Never mind where I came from. The point is, where do you think you're going?
I was going inside, if the door opens.
Step back away from that door. With your hands up.
What's the idea?
It's not an idea, Bud. It's a reality. Awful real. Go on. Step away and keep your hands up. After you.
Thank you.
Straight ahead. Go on.
I'd still like to know what the score is.
About 10-0, and you're carrying the short end. Keep going, and stop at that door to the right. Get away from it.
Hold it. What's this?
This is something that I picked up on the front steps, Mr. Andrews.
Bring him over here. Was it you who rang the bell?
That's my usual way of getting into houses.
Who are you? What do you want?
You're Simon Andrews?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I said, who are you?
My name is Holliday, Dan Holliday.
Well, that means nothing.
What'll I do with him, Mr. Andrews?
Wait a minute, Torling. Holliday, what did you want here?
I came here to kill you.
Hey! Watch him, Torling.
Oh, at your own request, Mr. Andrews. Look.
Keep your hands away from your pockets. Wait a minute. Let's see what you got in there.
Go ahead.
No gun? No knife?
I don't understand.
That makes 3 of us. A nice, cozy group. Here, I was going to give you this letter. I think you wrote it.
Yes. I wrote this. And you're Box 13.
Yes, I am.
It's all right, Torling. Leave us alone.
Huh? You sure it's all right?
Yes, go on. Go back to your post.
Oh, sure. I'll be right outside the window.
Now, Mr. Andrews, what gives?
I'm sorry, Holliday, but I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of being killed.
For a man who wanted to be killed, you're doing a lot of unnecessary work.
Why didn't you come when you got the letter?
I was out of town for a couple of days.
Oh, Please, sit down. Would you like a drink?
No, thanks.
I'll have one. You mind?
Go right ahead. It's your house.
When I wrote that letter, I wanted to be killed.
Why?
Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. But I was sick of living. Just sick of it. Can you understand that?
Not yet. I like to see flowers and bees and birds.
You're younger than I. Anyway, it was a kind of a morbid thrill, thinking that someone was after me, going to kill me.
Did you really think I'd do it?
I didn't know. I took the chance.
Well, don't worry. My only reason for coming here tonight was to see what prompted this letter. And to talk you out of it, if possible.
I wish you'd come 2 days ago.
Why?
I want to live now. I've met someone, and I want to live.
Well, go right ahead.
I have already paid someone to kill me.
You what? You're crazy.
Not now. I was.
You can't be serious.
I am. I tell you, someone is going to kill me. Someone I paid $25,000 to do it. I don't know who, I don't know when or where, but he's going to kill me.
You're a fool. Go to the police.
I can't.
Your life depends on it.
I know, but I can't go. If I do, there'll be notoriety. I wouldn't have cared before, but I can't let that happen now.
You know, I've met some strange people through my ad in the Star Times. But if you want the trophy, there'll be no argument. Put it on your mantle.
Don't joke.
I'm not. You've got yourself into this. Now get out.
Maybe you can help. Sure, maybe you can.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Look, I'll pay you whatever you want. I can afford it.
Oh, sure. If you can afford $25,000 to get yourself killed, you can pay more to stay alive.
That's it.
But not to me. Look, Andrews, all you have to do is call off the deal. Let the killer keep the money, but call it off.
Don't you think I've thought of that?
Then what's the matter?
You didn't read this newspaper, did you?
No, why?
Look at the headline.
Benny Franklin slain. Big shot of gambling syndicate killed in underworld slaying. So, who cries about this?
Franklin was the man to whom I paid the money. I paid him to find someone to kill me.
Well, you really locked the door on yourself, didn't you?
Do something.
Huh? Just like that, huh?
Franklin was the only man who knew about our deal. I paid him in cash.
What do you think I could do?
Anything. Find the man who's going to kill me. I'll pay whatever you say.
Look, Andrews, it isn't a question of money. It's a question of looking through the well-known haystack for the equally well-known needle. I wouldn't know where to start. Take my advice and take a chance on going to the police. Hire private detectives, anything.
I can't. Please, Holliday, help me. Good heavens, you'd give help to a dog if it needed it. I'm grasping at straws. I'm afraid to leave the house. I hired Torling as a bodyguard. But sooner or later, the man who's out to kill me will get to me. Please, Holliday, please.
All right, Mr. Andrews. But if at any time I find things getting a little hot, I'll go to the police myself. That's the only way I'll make the deal.
All right, anything.
Now, you paid Franklin. Franklin evidently knew someone who would be willing to pull a trigger or use a knife. But you have no idea who.
None.
Then we've got to find a starting point. And the starting point is Benny Franklin.
He's dead, man. He's dead.
Very. But he must have left a family.
Of course. The paper says something about his mother.
I'll try to see her tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow? Why not tonight?
Because the police will be questioning her, watching her house. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. Then I'll see her. Well, I didn't like the setup. Andrews was a fool and obviously a psychopathic case. But he was in trouble. So the next morning, I saw Franklin's mother.
I can't tell anybody anything else. I told all I knew.
To the police?
Yes. Yes, to the police 100 times. My boy's gone. What good is all this?
I'm not the police, Mrs. Franklin.
Then why do you want to know about Benny?
Maybe I'm a friend of his.
I don't know you. I never saw you before.
Look, Benny once did me a favor. Call me a friend of his for that?
I don't know your name.
It's Holliday, Dan Holliday.
Where did Benny know you?
Well, let's not talk about that. What I want to know is, what did you tell the police?
Everything I could.
And what was that?
What do you expect me to tell you?
I don't know. Maybe who his friends were or weren't?
He was killed. He was killed by somebody who hated him. There was a man named Scott.
Scott? Did you ever see him?
No. I told the police. Benny saw him often. He always went out to meet him.
Why?
I don't know.
Was there anyone else?
No one I knew. Benny never brought his friends here.
No, I guess he wouldn't. Now, Mrs. Franklin, did your son recently come into, well, a pretty good sum of money?
Money? He always had plenty of money. I never took any of it. I wouldn't touch any of it.
No, of course not. But what did he tell you if he came in to say $25,000?
No, he wouldn't tell me. Why are you asking that?
I have my reasons, Mrs. Franklin. Maybe if we knew he had the money and if we could find out if he gave it to anyone, we might be able to learn who killed him. Don't you want to see his murderer caught?
I don't know.
He was your son?
Yes. My son. I was ashamed of him for what he was, but I loved him.
Yes, I know. But think, Mrs. Franklin, did he have that much money recently?
No. No, I don't think he did.
You're sure of that?
When he had money, he spent it all at once.
Then if he'd had as much as $25,000 recently, he'd have put on quite a show, huh?
Yes. Yes, yes. But good is this?
I don't know yet. And you can't tell me anything more about this Scott.
Well, Benny went to meet him the night he was killed.
All right, Mrs. Franklin, that's all for now. And thank you.
What are you going to do?
Look for a man named Scott who has suddenly come into $25,000. That was all. Look for a man named Scott who had a lot of money. A killer who would make himself hard to catch. Well, the starting place was one of Benny Franklin's favorite places. Then another, then another. Then finally in the bar of a little cocktail lounge.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Quite a bit, I hope.
Huh? What'd you say?
Look, my name's Holliday. I'm a writer, and I thought perhaps you could help me out.
Oh, you want me to write something for you?
Oh, no. But I'm interested in Benny Franklin's case.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah, he came here quite a lot, didn't he?
Lots of people do.
Mm-hmm. But Franklin came here more than lots of people.
Maybe.
Can you tell me anything about him?
Mr. Holliday, there's something like 5 newspapers in this city. Pick up any one of them and read all about Benny Franklin.
That's not the kind of stuff I want.
Well, that's the only kind of stuff you get.
Even for this?
You could buy a lot of newspapers for that 50.
But not a lot of information.
What makes you think I can give you any?
Just 50.
What you want to know?
Anything you can tell me.
Well, I heard that Benny Franklin wasn't the big boy in the gambling outfit.
Oh? You sure?
That's what I hear. Also that there was a lot of talk around that Benny was getting too big.
I see. But I'm not interested in that part of the story.
What you mean?
I want to know about a man named Scott.
Don't know him.
You never heard of him, huh?
No.
Who is he? Where is he?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about that.
Scott's a trigger man, isn't he? A killer. Did that make you hysterical?
Well, yeah, kind of. But I'll tell you something, Mr. Holliday.
Go ahead. You've got $75 to fill up.
Sure. Well, you're looking for a guy named Scott.
That's right.
But you ain't gonna find him, ever.
What?
I'll tell you. And that's all I'll tell you. And then you leave here, Mr. Holliday.
All right, go ahead.
You ain't gonna find a guy named Scott, because there just ain't a guy named Scott.
And now, back to Killer at Large, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
So there wasn't anyone named Scott. I didn't believe the bartender in that cocktail lounge. I didn't believe him because Franklin's mother had told me Scott saw a lot of Benny. But maybe Mrs. Franklin could be mistaken. I went home and thought it over. The more I thought, the less sense it made. According to the bartender, I was looking for a man who didn't exist. According to Simon Andrews, I was looking for a man who was going to kill him. Later that night, I decided to pay Mr. Andrews a visit. I was leaving my apartment building when...
Don't turn around. Just keep walking, Holliday.
What?
Just keep walking, I said.
What's the idea?
Turn in the alleyway. Go on. It's good enough. Now face the wall of the building with your hands up. Way up.
How's this for size?
Shut up and stay shut up. You got no gun.
Everybody seems surprised at that. Maybe I should carry a few guns to keep people happy.
It could be healthier for you. Now, why were you asking for Scott?
How do you know I was?
I got friends.
Lieutenant Barr?
Could be. Come on, Holliday. Why were you asking about Scott?
I have an uncontrollable curiosity about men having that name. I collect them.
I don't want to have to do that again, Holliday, and I want good answers.
That's the kind I don't have. Now, maybe you'll tell me who you are.
I could be Scott.
Yeah, I had that idea when you asked me to go for a walk with you.
Who sent you to that cocktail lounge?
No one.
I said I want good answers.
I gave you one. No one sent me to that bar.
You just happened to go in and ask about Scott.
That's practically it.
Who told you about him in the first place?
Franklin's mother.
You're a liar.
All right, I'm a liar. Who might argue with a gun?
Turn around.
Well?
Wait a minute. I want to get a good look at your face.
Do I look any better by matchlight?
I never seen you before.
I wish you never had.
Who got you in town?
Who did what?
Come on. You ain't one of the mob. You know.
Well, I'm getting old.
You ain't got a gun. What's your pitch?
You know, I think we're going at this the wrong way. We're asking each other questions. Suppose we just settle down to a couple of true confessions.
Where you from?
Why?
I don't know what this pitch is, but who sent you out to get me?
Get you?
Yeah, you come in to put the finger on me.
And I didn't come in here alone. Look behind you.
What?
Look. All right, stand still.
Oh, don't. Please don't.
My, what a big difference a gun makes, depending on who holds it. Now, who are you?
My name is Nicky.
Last name Scott?
No.
Would you like to be caressed with your own gun?
No, please. Please tell Scott I won't do it anymore. Please give me a break this time. I'll get out of town. I'll do anything, but let me go.
Did you say I should tell Scott?
Sure. I was just going to put the bite on him once, just enough to set me up, and then I was going to blow town. Honest, tell him that.
Turn around. Face the wall with your hands up.
Sure.
Now, let's see what trinkets you're loaded with.
It's just a letter.
Uh-huh.
What are you going to do now?
Well, since you invited me for a walk and I didn't really want to go, I think I'd better turn you over to the police.
Oh, no, you won't.
Stop, come back here.
What's the matter?
Nothing, ma'am, nothing at all. Just a friendly game of tag.
What?
And I'm it. My charming vis-a-vis disappeared into the night and left me holding the bag. And the bag in this case was a letter. At first, I didn't pay any attention to it. Later, I looked at the address on it, thinking it would clear up some of this puzzle for me. And did it? Everything got worse. So I decided to go and see Mr. Simon Andrews.
Back again, Mr. Holliday?
Well, Mr. Torling, still the faithful watchdog?
Let's go in. Go ahead.
Where's Andrews?
Same place he was last night. This way. Holliday's back, Mr. Andrews.
Holliday, come in, come in. Torling, get back to your post.
Yes, sir.
Well, Holliday?
Well, Mr. Andrews?
For heaven's sake, man, don't just stand there. What happened? Where were you? Did you learn anything?
Which question do you want answered first?
Stop it. What are you trying to do?
I'm sorry. Mr. Andrews, what do you know about a man named Scott?
Scott? Scott? Name means nothing.
Nothing at all?
No.
I think Scott is the man we're looking for. The same Scott who might have killed Benny Franklin.
Scott killed Franklin? But why?
Could be for your $25,000.
I don't understand.
Put it this way. You went to Franklin, hired a killer. Franklin got in touch with the invisible Mr. Scott. Maybe Franklin tried to hold out on Scott, and being a man of very, very short temper, Mr. Scott erased Franklin.
Did you find him?
I don't know.
What do you know?
Just a minute, Andrews. I'm in this game on a rain check. Don't shout at me or I'll go back to the bench.
I'm sorry, Holliday, but you did learn something.
Do you know a man about 30, medium height, dark hair and eyes, small mustache, little scar over his right eye?
No, I don't.
Well, he knows you, because he had a letter for you. Here.
What's this?
Like I said, it's a letter.
But what's in it?
I don't like to be trite about this, but you could open it, you know.
Oh, of course.
Well?
Look. Read it.
You got until midnight tomorrow.
Midnight tomorrow?
The letter's not signed.
It doesn't have to be, Holliday. It's from the killer.
Why should he send you a letter?
Torturing me.
It could be.
Why didn't you turn that Nicky over to the police? Why didn't you do something?
What's your suggestion, Andrews? You put yourself in this hole, now climb out of it. I'm pulling out.
Oh, no, please. You're the only man who knows who's after me. Please, Holliday. Money's no object. Just find that man.
How?
You saw him.
Only once.
Yes, but you know what he looks like.
Look, let's turn this whole thing over to the police. Let them find him.
I can't. I told you before, I can't. Holliday, make one more try. Just one more.
And spend the rest of my life without my head?
Well, take Torling with you.
And what about you?
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Oh, Mr. Andrews, you didn't think of a lot of things. One of them was how stupid can you be?
I know, but will you help?
On one condition.
What's that?
You paid $25,000 to have yourself killed. Probably because you couldn't take your own life. You wanted a thrill. Okay, you got it. You paid $25,000 for it. Now I'll pay $50,000.
What?
I got a check for $50,000 payable to any charity I name.
That's the only condition?
The only one under which I'll try to find the man.
All right. I'll do it. I'll write it immediately.
Good. Oh, and Mr. Andrews.
What?
The check had better be honored, or I won't go through with this.
I swear I'll honor it. Take it with you. Here, deposit it first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Now, what are you going to do?
To find Mr. Scott. Find Mr. Scott. Oh, it sounded so easy. So I did the only thing I could. I went back to the little cocktail lounge and the same bartender.
Yes, sir. What can I... Oh, you.
Hello.
Well, what do you want now?
I'm looking for Nicky.
Nicky?
Yeah, Nicky. You know him?
I don't know nobody named Nicky.
You didn't know a man named Scott either.
I don't.
We'll pass that. But I want to find Nicky.
Well, even if I knew a Nicky, why should I tell you anything?
Because Nicky is due to get killed.
Killed?
That's it.
I don't believe you, mister.
You've got to. A man named Scott is after Nicky. I want to warn him.
There ain't nobody named Scott.
Nobody you care to admit you know. But there is a Scott, and he's after Nicky.
You on the level?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You'll find Nicky where he lives. 654 South Rogers.
Oh, one more thing. Is Nicky mixed up in that gambling syndicate?
I answered your question. The only one I'm going to answer. Now, you get out of here. Get out before the roof falls in on me.
Well, I was playing a hunch and playing it all the way through. I went to the address the bartender gave me, walked up the stairs, and came to a door that had Nicky's name on it. I started to knock. The door was open just a little. I pushed it all the way open and went in. I stood in the dark for a moment, then walked toward a window. I stumbled over something on the floor. I lighted a match. Nicky. Nicky.
He's real dead, Holiday. Real dead.
Toiling.
Mm-hmm. Toiling.
Scott.
Oh, have it your own way. You know, I thought you were never going to get here.
What are you doing here? Where's Andrews?
Give me that check he gave you.
You killed Nicky.
Good guess, Holiday. Hand me that check.
Okay, here.
Thanks. Now, Mr. Holiday, you're going to be very sorry you came here.
Am I? Toiling.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday.
Andrews.
Quite a gathering, isn't it? Nicky, Torling, you.
Good evening, Mr. Scott.
Oh, you guessed, eh?
No, I figured it out.
Well, I'm sorry. I haven't got time to listen to it. My shot must have attracted attention.
3 men killed. You do all right. Franklin for trying to take over the gambling syndicate. Nicky for trying to blackmail you because he knew you killed Franklin.
And Torling because I didn't trust him. I sent him here to kill Nicky, but I thought the check you had from me would prove too much for his loyalty. I must go now, Holliday. Thanks for finding Nicky for me. I had no idea who was blackmailing me.
So you used me for a patsy, cooked up that story.
Certainly. One of my boys would have been recognized. But you're a stranger. Understand?
And I've got news for you, Mr. Scott. The police will be looking for Andrews. You. The higher up in the gambling ring. The man who kept out of sight.
Looking for me?
That's right. Because you slipped. Listen. You see, I made a phone call to the police. That's why they're coming. Not because anyone heard your shot, but because I called them.
Bluff.
Oh, no. When I went to see you with that letter, I only described Nicky. I never mentioned his name, but you did. You said Nicky.
You...
Look out, he's got a gun! Look out for him! You got your $25,000 worth, Mr. Andrews.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, figure that out?
Ever play poker, Suzy?
Is it like gin rummy?
No, not quite. But if you've ever played, you'll know how good it feels to draw to an inside straight and make it.
I don't get it.
Well, Suzy, the police are not coming for Andrews. They were out on a call to stop a fight.
Huh?
Sure, I didn't think of that Nicky routine until I was talking with Andrews.
But you said you called the police.
Oh, I say a lot of things. Suzy, a man has to say a lot of things when he's looking at his own tombstone.
Do you mean to tell me that awful man actually brought your tombstone along?
And I... What? Good night, Suzy.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd again stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, and this week's original story was written by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker, and production is supervised by Vern Carstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. I've read your advertisement asking for adventure. I think this will be it. I'm asking you to solve an impossible situation, but one that must be solved. Next Wednesday, drive out on Route 36 at exactly noon. You'll come to a 5-mile speedometer check. Maintain a speed of 72 miles an hour over the distance. You will be passed by a 1938 car going 100 miles per hour. The car will sound its horn. When you hear it, pull over to the side and stop.
When you hear it, pull over to the side and stop. The letter had no signature, but it sounded intriguing. And it became even more so as time went on. That is, what little time there was.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Speed to Burn.
100 miles an hour? Mr. Holliday, that's dangerous.
Yes, it is, Suzy. That's what makes this letter so interesting. I'd like to see a 1938 model to 100.
Why? Isn't it possible?
Possible, yes, but not probable.
Why not?
Suzy, in the course of time, things wear out. Even a car has to give up sometime.
Oh, the letter isn't signed.
And that's another thing that tells me to take this on. An unsigned letter, a 1938 car doing 100 per, and an impossible situation that has to be solved. Now, I ask you, Suzy, wouldn't that make anyone pick up his ears? At exactly noon that Wednesday, I turned into Highway 36, a long, level stretch of concrete that ribboned out in front of my car, just asking to be burned up. I looked at my speedometer. The needle hung at 60. Up ahead, I saw the first sign on the road shoulder. The sign read, "Start speedometer check here." I stepped on the accelerator and watched the needle pass 60 and move to 65. 68, then 70. Just as the nose of my car pushed over the start of the check run. In my rear-view mirror, the road in the back was clear. No cars, no traffic at all. I hit 72 miles per hour and stayed there. The road slipped by underneath, and the scenery on the side was a flashing blur of color. Then I looked in my rearview mirror again, and suddenly there it was. A car that ate up the distance between us as though we were attached by some invisible elastic that pulled us together. And then, before I knew it was past me. I pulled up and stopped. Ahead, the car that passed me slowed down, and it also stopped. Then turned around and came back toward me.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. You're Box 13?
That's right. And you're the only jet plane pilot I know with no license.
Thank you for coming.
Not at all. I enjoyed every second of it. Hey, what do you feed that car of yours?
May I get in your car?
Oh, please do.
Thank you. I've taken a big chance in doing this, Mr.
Dan Holliday.
My name is Nancy. Nancy Peters.
That is a 1938 model you're driving. And from the looks of it, it's only a 6-cylinder job.
Yes, but I haven't much time. I'll have to talk fast.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
I want you to help my brother.
Is he the impossible situation you mentioned in your letter?
Yes. He has a prison record. And now he's mixed up in something he can't get away from. Will you help?
Oh, now, just a minute, Miss Peters. Your car may do 100 without batting a carburetor, but I work a little slower. Before I do any helping, I'd like to know the 3 W's. Who, what, and where.
Well, I told you. It's my brother.
That answers the who part. Now, how about what and where?
Stolen cars. That's the what.
One like yours?
That has something to do with it.
Go ahead.
Tom's mixed up in a stolen car syndicate.
Syndicate? It's a business now, huh?
Bigger than anyone realizes.
Why doesn't he get out?
He can't. He's watched night and day. Sometimes I am, too. He didn't know what he was getting into till it was too late.
All right, I'll buy that for now. But it'll take more explanation.
Look, let's go somewhere else and talk. I just wanted to know if you'd be interested.
Well, that car of yours intrigues me. Where do you want to go?
Follow me.
If you promise not to do any stunt flying, I'll be right in back of you. More coffee, Miss Peters?
No, thanks. Are you interested, Mr. Holliday?
Yes.
All right. The syndicate looks like a legitimate business, but it's not. It's tied up with stolen car rackets in every city in the country.
In which case, it's an item for the police or better for the FBI. I suggest you go to them.
I can't do that. My brother would be sent back to prison.
Well, then let him quit.
One man tried it. He was killed.
How do you know?
Tom told me. Mr. Holliday, I don't know who's at the head of the syndicate. I don't know anything about it, but you can find out and help Tom.
And how do I do this?
Will you do it?
Well, I don't know, Miss Peters. Tell me, how did your brother get into this racket?
He's a mechanic. He started to work at the Acme filling station, and it wasn't long before he was offered a job as a mechanic in a big garage in town. Before he knew it, he was in the racket and afraid to go to the police.
Did he try?
Once. Then he saw he was followed. He didn't try again. Not after the other man was killed.
What can I do?
Get a job at the Acme filling station. It was from there that Tom went to the syndicate.
Now, look, Miss Peters, your brother's a mechanic. I'm not. I know just about enough to repair minor injuries. That's all.
That's enough. They need men. The syndicate's getting bigger.
And you want me to increase their organization by 1, namely Dan Holliday.
I'll pay you $1,000 if you do.
Oh, no, I don't want any money. This Acme filling station, where is it?
12902 Braddock Road.
All right, I'll see what I can do, but no promises. Meanwhile, how do I get in touch with you?
Well, here's my name, address, and telephone number.
Okay, Miss Peters. But like I said, no promises. I'd just like to nose around first and see what trouble I can get into. I left Nancy Peters and drove back to the city, got into some old clothes, and took a bus out to Braddock Road. The Acme filling station did business on a 3-way corner. From what I could see, it was a good business. I watched for a while until I spotted a man I thought was the boss. I waited until business cooled off a little, then walked over to him.
Hello. Do something for you?
I don't know. Depends on how badly you need help here.
Help? You looking for a job?
Yeah, yes I am.
I saw you standing on the opposite corner looking over here. Thought maybe you was planning a holdup.
No, thanks. That's getting money the hard way. But I saw you hopping around here and figured you could use some help.
I don't know. Know anything about cars?
Oh, a little.
Enough to do minor repairs?
Sure.
Let me see your hands. Hold them out.
Huh?
Just hold them out. You ain't done much hard work in your life, have you?
Oh, not recently, no.
Well, don't think I can use you, Bub.
But I need a job.
Try someplace else.
Okay. I was just asking.
What's the matter?
Got a phone here. I want to make a call.
Inside, why?
I just want to make a call, that's all.
Okay, inside, I told you.
It was a hunch, and I played it. The car that drove up was a police car, and I pretended to be afraid of it. I waited inside until the car drove out. Then the boss came in.
Make your call okay?
Yeah, sure.
Had to make that call all of a sudden, didn't you?
I just thought of it.
Oh, sure.
Well, I'll see you later.
Wait a minute. Sit down.
What for?
Maybe we can talk. Wait a second.
What's the idea of closing the door?
We can talk better.
Why'd you do a fade when you saw that police car?
I didn't see any police car.
Quit kidding, Bub. You saw it coming and pulled that phony call routine. You hot?
Look, all I did was ask you for a job. Thanks for your time and so long.
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. Sit down again. What's your name?
Make it Holiday, Dan Holiday.
That sounds phony enough. You want a job?
A minute ago, you were tight about that. Now you loosen up. Why?
I like to help people.
Uh-huh. Got a kind face.
You want a job or not?
Doing what?
Handling the pumps, working on the grease rack, lubrication, wash rack, maybe doing some repair work now and then. How about it?
Sounds like a full-time job.
That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly what I want.
Well, pick up some coveralls in the lockers out back. You start as of now.
So I went to work. And I learned about cars. I rented a room near the station at night, read books on automotive repairs. And I waited. Waited for the next move, which came one morning just after I'd reported for work.
Holiday. Hey, Dan.
Yeah?
Come inside a minute, will you?
Right away.
Pull the door shut.
What's the trouble?
No trouble at all. You know, you're getting to be a pretty good mechanic.
Well, I learned fast.
There's not quite enough work around here for a good mechanic. I thought maybe you'd like to make more dough.
Do I get a raise?
Not from me. But I can send you to somebody who needs mechanics. Needs them bad.
Thanks. Who's the guy and where is he?
You go to 714 South Elm, to the Southern Auto Works. And here, give him this card.
So, you're the guy Marty sends along, huh?
That's right. He gave me this card to give you.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Mike. Follow me.
Sure. Kind of busy in here, aren't you?
We keep going. Hey, this way.
I can see why Marty says you need mechanics.
Yeah, you can always use a good one. People crack up their cars and do a million things. Here, go in this door. Good luck, fella.
Have a chair, Holiday.
Well, thank you.
So you're a mechanic.
Well, that's what Marty says.
And you live at 678 Bender Avenue, and you do a lot of reading at night. I know a lot about you, Dan, more than you think I do.
Like what?
Like the fact that you're a little shy of cops.
I'm not afraid of them.
I didn't say that. I said shy. Say like a guy who's just put in a little time would be. Now, don't be afraid, Dan. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Look, I took the job at Marty's place because I needed it. But I don't have to be needled by you or anybody else. Maybe I did a stretch. And again, maybe I didn't. It's got nothing to do with the job. So long, Mr. Swanson.
Stay right where you are.
What's the idea?
No idea, Dan. I'm just in need of good mechanics. Marty tells me you're pretty good. Not top-notch, but good enough. Okay, you want a job here?
Doing what?
Automotive repairs. What else?
That's what I asked. What else?
My, you're suspicious. Look, you can take the job or not as you like. Pay us $75 a week on a percentage basis for anything over that in time and work.
I'd look like a chump if I turned that down.
That's right. So I guess you're in, huh?
Like you say, Mr. Swanson. I'm in.
And now back to Speed to Burn, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holiday.
Like I said, I was in. But in what? It looked like a legitimate business. The big garage did a roaring trade, and it seemed on the level. Mike, the man who took me to Swanson's office, stuck close to me, so I had no chance to snoop around. Then one day, I was called into Swanson's office.
Well, Dan, everything all right?
As far as I know, everything's fine. Why?
Got any objections to working at night?
No, not at all. As long as the pay is time and a half.
It's better than that. It's double.
Special job?
Yeah, you might call it that. How good are you at keeping your mouth closed?
Well, I'm not the talkative type.
I suppose you know you've had a tail on you ever since you've worked here.
No, I didn't know. What's the idea there?
Well, you're an ex-con.
I thought that was gone by the boards, forgotten.
It is. But it's a funny thing. I've had a check made on you, and I can't find a record of any Dan Holiday serving time anyplace. Got anything to say?
Nothing, except Maybe you looked under the wrong name.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Anyway, you've been watched, and so far you're clean.
Look, Mr. Swanson, you got me in here to talk about overtime work. Then you switched to my record. What's your pitch?
Come around tonight at 10 o'clock, the back way.
Just suppose I say no.
Mike's a big guy. Maybe he could persuade you.
Oh, I see. In other words, now that I'm in, I'm really in.
In what, Dan?
Maybe you can answer that better than I can.
Maybe I can. Be here tonight at 10, the back entrance. Mike will see that you get here. Until then, so long, Dan.
Well, it was a tight spot. I couldn't tell whether Swanson knew anything or not. I hadn't made a move to contact Nancy Peters or her brother Tom. But that night, I was to be at the garage at 10 o'clock. At 9:30, Mike came to get me, and 20 minutes later took me down in an elevator, down into the cellar below the big garage. And what I saw made me blink my eyes. Brother, this was a racket on a big scale.
Put your eyes back in your head, Dan. You ain't seen a half of it yet.
Hey, what is this?
A part of the garage nobody sees but them as has business here. Take a good look.
Must be 50 cars in here.
Uh-huh. And all hot.
Stolen?
They ain't presents. Did you give them an hour in here, their owners wouldn't know them from a bicycle. Come on, we'll see Swanson.
Come in. Okay, Dan, come on in. Mike, see that things are running all right.
Sure. See you later, Dan.
Well, how do you like it, Dan?
I don't know what I'm supposed to like, but it's big.
And you're in it.
What if I don't want to be?
Oh, and you're a chump. Big pay, no Social Security or withholding tax, and no questions.
Look, I don't want to serve any more time.
You won't. We take care of our boys. Now, look, I need another mechanic badly. There are enough hot cars floating in here in the next 2 weeks to make yourself a pile of dough.
Yeah, but Mr. Swanson...
Holiday. You haven't got a choice. Either take the job or you'll never work again. Any place, any time.
I guess you're calling the turns, Mr. Swanson.
Take it easy. You'll be safe.
Until there's a leak.
There's no leaks here. We're big enough to have our own police force to watch the men who work for us, understand?
Yeah, I think I do. Okay, Mr. Swanson, you've got yourself another boy. And from then on, I was watched closer than all the gold in Fort Knox. It was over a week later that I finally made contact with Tom Peters. Mike took me to him because Tom was to break me in on a new job.
Mike wants you to work on the jalopies, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I'm Tom Peters. I know you're Dan Holliday.
Yeah. What do I do?
Well, we got 10 hot cars rolling in tonight. They got to be pulled apart for shipping out tomorrow.
That's a little fast, isn't it?
That's nothing. One night we put out 18. Come here. See this paint?
Yeah. Special stuff, huh?
That's right. Washes off with caustic soda. Plain water won't touch it, only caustic soda. We spray a coat of this stuff on the car.
And then what? What about the license plates?
You kidding? Look here. Over 500 license plates from different states. With a new paint job, different plates, even different tires, you wouldn't be able to recognize your own car if you sat in it.
I see. Pretty tight organization, isn't it?
Brother, you don't know how tight. Make a bad move and you're material for a hearse. Well, you're to work on the manufacturer's numbers.
Serial numbers of the motors, huh?
Manufacturer's numbers. Never in the same place twice. Sometimes it's in the carburetor, sometimes in the block. Any one of a dozen different places.
I see. And you tear down the engine, get rid of the number, and there's no chance left for positive identification of the car.
Right. Okay, start tearing this baby down. It's got to roll out on the street by midnight. Let's go to work.
And I worked. And all the while I did, I knew I was being watched. And I think I was even followed when I went home. For 3 nights we kept at it. There wasn't a chance to break loose. Then on the 4th night, Tom Peters came over to me.
Shake loose from that job, Dan. We got a special to do.
Special? Okay, what is it?
Look here.
Are you kidding? This gotta be a hot car.
No, it's not. What's it look like?
Like a broken-down model of 10 years ago. Who wants a crate like this?
Wait a minute. Now, take a look under that hood.
Look at that power plant.
The engine's from a British tank. There's enough power under that hood to make this baby climb right up the side of a building.
I don't get it. Why put that motor in this old job?
Look underneath at the springs.
Springs are upside down.
Sure, for a low center of gravity. And the body of the crate's lined with armor plate. And it's got bulletproof glass throughout.
What are these things inside? Oh, extra gas tanks.
This is a getaway car, special built. We parked this in front of a bank and no cop would take a second look at it. But no other car made can get near it for speed or power.
Now that's real neat. Well, looks like the boys think of everything, don't they?
They don't miss.
You know, I'll bet anyone could take a 1938 car and hop it up with one of these motors.
Sure, why not? You don't make no difference.
Even a girl could drive one.
Sure, why?
One her brother put together for her before he got into this racket.
Girl? 1938? What'd you say that for?
Take it easy, Tom.
What are you driving at?
Nancy, your sister.
What about her?
She got me in here to get you out.
Oh, look, she's crazy. You're crazy. This is a tight box.
You want to get out?
Cut it out, Dan. You're asking for trouble.
Look, together we can break this racket.
Look, there's not a chance.
Hold it. Here comes Mike.
Hey, what are you guys gabbing for?
Just looking over this job, Mike. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Well, get it in shape. Some of the boys want it for a heist job tonight. You got an hour to work it over.
Heist job?
Yeah, they're knocking over a bank.
Okay, help me, Tom, and I'll help you when we get out of this.
Listen, don't you think I'd have made a break before now? They got me going and coming.
And I'll do it.
They're watching you every minute.
That's the chance I have to take. Where's your lunch pail?
Lunch pail? Have you gone nuts?
Just give it to me. You drink coffee, don't you?
Sure. With cream and sugar. You happy now?
Tom, that makes me very happy. Later that night, when I was through working, I left the garage. I tried to phone Nancy Peters 3 times, but she was out. The last time, I left a message for her to meet me in the lobby of a movie. I went there hoping I'd shaken my shadow off my trail. Fortunately, she got my message. And I told her to call the FBI, to give them the address of the garage, 714 South Elm, and to make it fast because there was no time to lose. Then I walked out of the lobby and into the street. I looked back. Nancy Peters was going toward a phone booth in the theater lobby. I was about to walk to my room when...
Enjoy the picture, Holiday?
Mike.
Yeah, Mike. Funny about you. You bought a ticket, walked in, talked with that dame, came right out again.
I remembered I'd seen the movie before.
Sure. Who was the dame?
What are you talking about?
The dame. Who was she? What did you say to her?
Look, Mike, that's my personal business.
And it's mine, too. She went to a phone booth inside.
Can I help it if some girl wants to use a phone?
Yeah, I figure you can. Now, come on. We're going to Swanson.
All right, Dan, who was the girl? What'd you say? I never saw her before in my life. Just a chance acquaintance, huh? You could call it that. You're lying. All right, you know everything. Not quite, but I... Wait a minute. Suppose your name is Dan Holliday.
Suppose it is.
I got an idea. Sit still while I look through the phone book. Funny, I never thought of this before. Let's see. Holiday Dan. Well, you're in the phone book. There's only one Dan Holliday. That makes me unique among the Holidays. What does it make you? Not a sucker, Holiday. Sit still, make a move, and I'll make a nice round hole in your head with this. Now we'll see.
Kenworth Apartments.
Mr. Dan Holliday, please.
Mr. Holliday isn't in.
Oh? Is he out of town, do you know?
Who's calling, please?
An old friend, Mr. Swanson.
Oh, well, Mr. Swanson, Mr. Holliday's been gone for almost 2 weeks.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Thank you very much. You've been gone 2 weeks, Holliday. It just about ties in with the time you've been here. Okay, Swanson, so I'm in the phone book, and you found out I'm not at my apartment. What does that prove? That's what I'm going to find out. And if I...
Boss, there's a raid coming our way. The tip-off boys just flashed the ranch.
All right, move the hot cars out back. Get all you can. Notify all branches we're shipping a load tonight. Tell the drivers to take the ones that aren't ready and run them in the river.
Right.
Holiday, you're going with me. Get going.
That dirty thing do the job?
Yeah, come on. Getaway car in shape?
Yeah, it's all set.
Now, Holiday, you're going to see why we're never caught.
What's wrong, Mr. Swanson?
We have a stoolie with us, Peters.
Stoolie? But he...
That's right, Peters. A stoolie. Clear out. There's a raid coming. Mike, warm up the car.
Sure. She's okay. Nothing to worry about.
In, Holiday. Get in.
Okay, you're the boss.
Let's go, Mike. Up the ramp.
Right. There they are.
Play with them, Mike. Let Holiday see how good we really are.
But, boss!
You heard me. And I'm almost catch up to us. And Holiday, don't duck when you hear shooting. They can't touch us in this. Besides, I want to save you for myself.
They're right on our taillight, boss.
They might as well be using pea shooters.
Never get out of the city, Swanson.
Now, show them what we can do, Mike. Get away.
Yeah.
See, Holiday, they're almost standing still. Okay, Mike, head for the state line.
Hey, something's gone haywire.
What's the matter? You said this car was in shape.
Yeah, it was.
Get going, you idiot.
I can't get MacDonald when the engine's going dead.
Run on the curb. We'll make a run for it. Pull in, Mike. Pull in.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, Mike, help me.
You dirty rat, you.
Gee, you're all right, aren't you, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, sure, Suzy. Just some minor cuts and bruises.
What happened?
Well, Mr. Swanson took his eyes off me for a second. That was enough. I grabbed his gun.
Jeepers. But what happened to the car?
Suzy, put enough sugar in the gas tank of any car and it'll give up and die real soon. You see, it clogs the feed line.
Oh.
I took the sugar from Tom's lunch pail.
Now, that was real smart. But how did you know you were going to be in the car?
Well, I didn't. I planned to wreck the bank job. But as they say in books, sometimes things work out differently. And for the best.
What about Tom Peters?
He's all right. He was roped in. Fear made him stay. Hey, Suzy, how about some coffee?
Oh, sure. Right here. Cream?
Thanks.
Sugar?
Lots of it, Suzy. Lots of it. I just love sugar.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, with this week's story written by Albert Wagner from an original story by Bernard Fines. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I have something that may intrigue your sense of adventure. I myself cannot follow it up because I am blind. However, if you will come to the Braille Room at the public library tomorrow at 11 in the morning, you may be able to find something of interest.
At 11 in the morning, you may be able to find something of interest. I think someone is in desperate danger and needs help. I'd like to know what you think. William Michaels. Well, the letter did intrigue me. And as I found out later, Mr. Michaels did have something.
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, House of Darkness.
I wonder how this Mr. Michaels knew about Box 13, Mr. Holliday.
I wonder about that too, Suzy. He says he's blind.
Gee, this is really one letter I'd follow up if I were you.
You would? Why?
Well, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't I if I were you?
Yeah. No, I mean, you know what I mean, don't you?
Not now. I had an inkling before, but that's all gone. Never mind, though. What time is it?
11:15.
Well, that gives me 15 minutes to get to the public library. And also get a ticket for speeding, if I want to get there on time. But maybe it'll be worth it. Well, I didn't get the ticket, and exactly 15 minutes later, I walked into the Braille room at the library. There were only two people in the room, a man and a woman. The woman was busily running her sensitive fingers over a book. But the man was facing the door with a tense, expectant expression on his face. I walked over to him and sat down. He turned his face toward me and then...
Box 13?
That's right. You're William Michaels?
Yes, that's right. I didn't know whether you'd come or not. As a matter of fact, I half wish you hadn't.
Your letter mentioned adventure. I never turned that down. What have you got, Mr. Michaels?
This.
This book?
Yes, it's in Braille, as you can see.
Yes, I know that, but what about it?
Let me read you a passage from page 80. Listen closely.
Go ahead.
And the terror of the night is hidden in the dark corners of my mind, and the shapes and phantoms that live in fancy are become real.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all on the page. All that was originally on the page. But listen to this. Help me. 1217 Granger Avenue.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that's on the page?
Yes. Someone who knows how to read and write Braille has used a pin or a needle to put this message on the bottom.
Let me see that page. Uh-huh. The characters are faint, but someone has done what you said.
What do you make of it?
I don't know. But before we go any further, how did you come to write to Box 13?
Well, I have a friend who reads the newspaper to me. He saw your ad in the Star Times. Adventure wanted, will go any place, do anything, write Box 13. And being a romantic sort of fellow, he read it to me.
Oh, I see.
We sat and conjectured a lot of things, what you might get into through that ad.
Oh, I managed to get into quite a lot of trouble, Mr. Michaels. But let's go back to this Braille message. Help me, 1217 Granger Avenue. When did you discover it?
Well, yesterday morning, quite by accident. I almost ran my fingers past it. I thought the characters were imperfections in the paper, you see. That was at first.
Mm-hmm. Run your fingers over it again, will you?
Yes. I did. Why?
They're still sharp enough for you to read the characters.
Yes, that's true.
Therefore, they haven't had time to be pressed down, make them illegible, so to speak.
And what does that mean?
That they were made quite recently.
Yes. Yes, of course. Oh, that's clever.
No, it's just common sense.
Do you think I should have taken this to the police?
I don't know. It may be a joke, a prank.
Yes, I thought of that.
Let's find out, shall we?
Are you going to that address?
Oh, no, not yet. Not until I find out the name of the person who had this book out at the library.
How can you learn that?
You see, every library book has a checkout card in the pocket on the inside of the front cover.
Yes.
Now, the checkout card has the number of the borrower's card on it. And the borrower's card has the name and address of the person. Now, let's go to the main desk, return this book, and see what the checkout card says. And that we did. We waited until the book was returned to the Braille room. Then we looked at it again.
Well, does it tell you anything? The checkout card, I mean.
Let me see your library card.
Oh, yes. Here.
Mm-hmm. Your card number is 9E4839. Now, that's the last card number written on this checkout slip.
Then the one before mine must be the card number of the person who had the book out before me.
Mm-hmm, maybe. There are 4 other borrowers' names ahead of yours. One of them has to belong to the person who put that message in the book.
Copy them down, and maybe we can find out whose card it is.
Uh-huh. Come on.
Where to?
The main desk again.
Do you think it's some sort of joke?
Well, if it is, it's in bad taste. But coming at the end of that dismal paragraph you read me...
Do you think that means anything?
Your guess is as good as mine. Here we are. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I think you can. Here's a list of 4 card numbers. I'd like to know to whom the cards belong.
Oh, I don't think I can give you that information, sir.
Against regulations?
Well, yes.
Well, my name is Dan Holliday. I think you have several of my books here in the library.
Oh, of course. I've seen your picture on the jackets.
Oh, now don't hold that against me, please.
Oh, I won't. But you wanted some names?
Yes, you see, I'm doing a little research, and, well, it's for a story.
Well, I guess in your case it'll be all right. May I have the numbers?
Oh, yes, here you are.
I'll be back in a moment.
I didn't know you were a writer. In fact, I didn't even know your name.
That's right. Now you know. Dan Holliday.
Then this should be just your meat, Mr. Holliday.
It all depends. If one of the card numbers checks with the address and the message, then maybe we've got something.
I almost hope it does. And then again,
here she comes. Hold it.
Here you are, Mr. Holliday. I hope you won't mention this because it is against regulations.
I've already forgotten it.
Are you writing a story about this?
I don't know yet. But thank you very much.
Not at all, Mr. Holliday.
Well, what are the names?
There are 4 of them, Mr. Michaels. And the last one on the list is Mrs. Martha Corbett, 1217 Granger Avenue. A half hour later, Michaels and I sat in my car a few houses down from 1217 Granger Avenue. Maybe the whole thing was a joke. Then again, maybe it wasn't. Michaels sat silently for a couple of minutes and then...
Do you see anyone, Mr. Holliday?
No, not a soul.
What kind of place is it?
Big, dark. Not at all the type of house associated with sweetness and light.
Oh?
But then maybe I'm making mysteries out of nothing.
You're not going in?
With what? Could I ask to see Mrs. Martha Corbett?
Why not, if she needs help?
We don't know that, Michaels, and we...
Why did you stop talking? Isn't that a car?
Yes. Yes, it is. Stopped in front of the house.
Who is it?
I don't know. But it's a doctor's car, and he's getting out.
Doctor?
Uh-huh. Which means nothing at all. Doctor's illegal.
What's he doing?
He's gone into the house. Michaels, I've got an idea.
What is it?
I'm going to make a phone call and find out something.
A phone call? To whom?
To the Automobile Club and find out who belongs to that license number on the doctor's car. Then later, I'll visit the doctor. Well, I found out who the doctor was. I dropped Michaels at the library and told him I'd meet him there later. It took me 10 minutes to convince the doctor's receptionist that I had to see him. Then in his office...
My nurse tells me you insisted upon seeing me, Mr.
The name is Holliday, Dan Holliday.
Oh, very well, Mr. Holliday. What seems to be the trouble?
I have a headache.
Headache? Good heavens, man. My nurse seemed to think it was some fatal disease.
Well, it's a bad headache.
Who sent you to me, Mr. Holliday?
One of your patients, Dr. Folsey.
Oh, really? May I ask which one?
Oh, yes, of course.
I'll give you a couple of tablets to relieve you. But the cause of the headache is something we'll have to look into. Here you are.
Thank you.
A glass of water.
The patient who sent me was Mrs. Martha Corbett. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have knocked the glass out of your hand. Although I didn't touch it. Did I?
I'm sorry. That was clumsy of me.
No harm done.
So Mrs. Corbett sent you to me, huh?
Yes, she recommended you very highly.
Is that so? When did you last see her?
Well, not recently.
Just what are you trying to pull, Mr. Holliday?
Pull? I don't understand.
Evidently not. Because I don't think you even know Mrs. Corbett.
No? What makes you think that?
She hasn't seen anyone for 6 months. Not a soul.
Except you.
I'm her physician.
So you are. Dr. Folsey, what's wrong with Mrs. Corbett?
Until you tell me what you're trying to do, I refuse to answer your questions.
Suppose I told you she asked for help.
You're lying.
Maybe you are, too.
Mr. Holliday, I want to show you something. I have no idea what business this is of yours, but since you seem to think it is, I don't mind showing you these. Here, look at these papers.
These are commitment papers for Mrs. Martha Corbett.
Exactly. 7 years ago, she was confined to a sanatorium.
I see. And now...
And now, this.
Who's the phone call to?
The police, Mr. Holliday. Care to stay around for it?
Put it down, Doctor. You win.
Now, I'll give you just 1 minute to get out of my office. If you're not gone in that time, I'll complete that call.
All right, Doctor. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I won't do it again.
That's right. You won't.
And you left his office, Mr. Holliday?
What else could I do? I poked in there on a flimsy excuse. He threatened to call the police.
Mr. Holliday, please believe me, I'm blind myself, and I...
What do you mean, Michaels?
I know what she thinks, how she thinks.
I don't know what you're driving at.
A person who is blind develops almost a psychic sense. Call it an extra sense if you want, but he does have it. I'm sure that Mrs. Corbett needs help.
Now, look, all we have is that message in the library book. I told you Dr. Folsey showed me her commitment papers.
But he didn't put through the call to the police.
Oh, I see what you mean. A bluff.
Yes, it could have been.
Yeah, it could have been. I wonder if a person with nothing to conceal, with nothing to be afraid of, would have gone through with that call.
Well, put yourself in his place. Would you?
I think I would have.
Maybe you're right, Michaels.
Then what are you going to do?
Well, I've gone this far. I may as well go all the way.
Yes? Where?
All the way into that house on Granger Avenue.
And now back to House of Darkness, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, maybe it was a wild goose chase with no chance of bagging any game at the end. But it was worth a try. If Dr. Folsey was bluffing, then he put on a good act. If he wasn't, I had to play it straight anyway. So later that same afternoon, I walked up the stairs to the front door of 1217 Granger Avenue. I rang the bell and waited.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? My name is Holliday.
Yes, what do you want?
I'm the inspector from the power company. I have to look over the wiring and fixtures in your house.
No?
If it's convenient, yes.
Well, it really isn't at the moment.
It'll only take a few minutes. I know it's a nuisance, but it has to be done.
How long will you be?
How many rooms have you got?
Only 6 that we use.
Oh, then it'll be about a half hour.
Well, all right, come in.
If you have something to do, I can make the rounds myself.
I'll go with you. I'll show you the rooms we use.
All right. Please lead the way.
The library is here.
One ceiling fixture, 2 wall fixtures. Any lamp outlets on the baseboards?
2, right here.
Uh-huh. Well, they look okay. Ceiling fixture seems all right. Ever have any trouble with shorts, blown fuses?
No, none at all. Everything in the house is in perfect working order.
Oh, that's good. Makes my job easier. All right, Mr.
The name is Whitley, and didn't you know that?
I cover about a dozen houses a day. Names don't mean a thing to me. Only fixtures.
Oh. Well, come this way. The dining room is just off the library. Next to that is the kitchen. Then one of the bedrooms, and the baths are off to the right of the bedroom. There are several small pantries.
We went through one room after another.
They have no lights in them.
Then we went upstairs, and Whitley led the way along a hallway that started at the head of the stairs and ran to a window at the far end. There were only 2 rooms off the hallway. We stopped at the first one.
This room is merely a storage room. Would you care to see it?
Oh, yes, I would. That is, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Oh, just an empty room.
Just an empty room. As you can see, the ceiling fixture has only 1 bulb in it.
Well, it seems to work all right.
And that's all.
What about that room down there?
We never use it.
What's in it?
Nothing at all, beyond a few odds and ends of old furniture.
Mind if I look at it?
It's locked.
Don't you have a key for it?
No, the key was lost. I'm having another one made. Perhaps if you come again sometime...
It's an inside room, isn't it? No windows, I mean.
Does that make any difference? I assure you the room is never used. The lighting fixtures were sealed up some years ago.
Oh, I see.
Now, if that's all, and if you don't mind, I have some other things to do. And
what's that?
This is an old house. The water pipes are defective. This way, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, certainly. Oh, have you a phone?
Why, yes, downstairs.
I'd like to use it if you don't mind.
All right, if you'll follow me.
He led the way back downstairs. I knew I had to stay in that house if I was to find out what or who was in that locked room. I had an idea and I hoped it worked. But if it didn't, well, I'd never get another chance to get back into the house. Then downstairs.
There's the phone. Help yourself.
Oh, thank you. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you, Mr. Whitley. But these things have to be done, you know.
Of course.
Hello?
Hello, Michaels. This is Holliday.
Holliday, where are you? What's happened?
I've just made my inspection of 1217 Granger Avenue. Everything looks okay. I called to find out if there's anything else to do in this neighborhood.
What?
Uh-huh. Oh? Oh, hang on. I'll find out. Mr. Whitley?
Yes?
I wonder if you would mind looking out of the front window and see if any linemen are working the street.
All right. I'll be back in a moment.
Michaels, listen closely. Wait 10 minutes after I hang up, then call this number. Gramercy 8342. A man named Whitley will answer. Say you're Dr. Folsey, and you've got to see him immediately. Give him a phone address. Say you're calling from a phone booth. That's so Whitley doesn't have to check the call back. Sound excited, nervous. Then hang up with no explanations. Have you got it?
Yes, I've got it.
Good. Sure, Michaels, I'll go right over there right now. Oh, just a second.
There are no linemen working outside at all.
Oh, well, thank you.
They haven't got here yet, Michaels. Yeah. See you later. So long.
Now, if you're quite finished.
Yes, I'm quite finished. Thank you. Whitley saw me to the door. I went to my car and pretended to drive away. But I parked around the corner, then walked back toward the house. I hid in a doorway until I saw Whitley leave the house. He was in a hurry, so I knew Michael's fake call had reached him. It was evening and almost dark. I circled the house and tried all the windows until I found one leading into the basement that I could force. Brother, I was breaking the law, but I had to. I went upstairs to the room Whitley hadn't let me see. I knocked.
What do you want? Please go away. Leave me alone.
Mrs.
Leave
Corbett.
me alone.
Mrs. Corbett, I've come to help you. I found your message in the library book.
You. Oh, thank heavens. Come on in.
I thought the door was locked.
No. Where are you? Come closer.
I'm right here.
Oh, who are you?
Never mind that now. What's going on here?
Please get me out of here. You must.
The door wasn't locked. You could have gotten out.
I'm blind and I'm afraid. I tried to get out before, but someone's always there.
Well, there's no one in the house now. Whitley's gone.
Gone? For good?
No, he'll come back. Who is he? Why are you kept in here?
He's my nephew. They want me to sign the will he's drawn up, and then they'll kill me.
No, they won't.
Day after day, I put messages in books they brought me from the library. First, I wrote them, but they found them. Then I put the message in Braille.
I know all that. You said something about a will.
Yes. If I sign it, they'll kill me, and I can't stand it much longer. I'll have to sign it, and then they'll kill me. As soon as I sign it, they'll kill me.
Mrs. Corbett, I saw Dr. Folsey. I saw commitment papers he had.
It's not true. He forged them for my nephew. Don't you see? If I ever got out, they'd have those papers to prove that I...
Yes, I see. How long have you been here?
A year. Please, you've got to get me out.
Look, Mrs. Corbett, I broke the law by getting in here. If it happens you're not telling the truth, I'm in a bad spot. They could prosecute me.
You've got to believe me. Please.
Maybe I do. All right, I'll take the chance.
Listen, someone came in downstairs. They're coming back.
Something must have gone wrong.
You can't get out of here. There aren't any windows.
Listen, now you've got to help me. I'll get in that closet. Don't give any sign that you know I'm here.
Hurry. They mustn't find you.
That's up to you. I got into the closet and waited. Then I heard...
Well, Aunt Martha, I was a little worried about you.
Whitley, we've got to get her out of here.
Don't worry, Folsey, we will.
You had to fall for that fake inspector guy.
Shut up. Aunt Martha, we'll give you one more chance. Sign the will now and nothing will happen to you. If you don't, we'll...
No, I won't sign it now.
What does she mean, now?
I don't know. Aunt Martha, what did you mean?
Nothing.
She did, Whitley.
Yeah, that fake call from you. Aunt Martha, is someone here?
No, there's no one. Please let me alone.
Folsey, go to the closet, open the door. Me? Don't worry. If someone's in there, we can take care of them. Go on.
Whitley, it's him, the man who came to see me.
Well, the inspector himself. Come on out.
All right. And what do you think you'll do with that gun?
What do you think? Folsey.
What?
Call your office. Arrange for an ambulance to come here.
Well, what are you going to do?
What we have to do.
Look, no killings, please.
Shut up.
May I ask how you found out about the fake call from our Dr. Folsey?
I called his office when he wasn't where he was supposed to be. Well, Folsey, go on.
Please, Whitley, no killing.
You're in this up to your neck. You'll do as I say.
Oh, sure, do what he says, Dr. Folsey. Throw away a lifetime of helping others. Isn't that what a doctor does?
You shut up.
All right, I will.
Whitley, there's some other way.
I don't think so.
No, there's no other way, Dr. Folsey. Just do what he says. Forget that you once took an oath that all doctors take. It's easy to forget, isn't it?
You'll stop talking now, Holliday, or I'll see that you do.
One way or the other, I'll get it. So why shouldn't I talk now? Go ahead, Doctor. Call the ambulance. Take Mrs. Corbett and me out of here. Go ahead.
Folsey, go on.
We left the house. Whitley had a gun in my back.
Mrs. Corbett had been drugged and was put on a stretcher. The ambulance waited in front. I looked around. The street was almost deserted except for one man walking slowly toward the house. Then I heard it. The tapping of a cane. The lone man coming closer. It was Michaels. He stopped.
Holiday, get in the ambulance. Go on.
Whitley, for the last time, don't try this.
Whitley, we've got to hurry. Go on, Holiday. What are you staring at? That man?
No.
He's blind, isn't he? Holiday, that man, you know him?
No, I don't.
I think you do, and you make one sound, one move to let him know what's going on, he goes with us, too.
I said I don't know him.
I don't believe you. And remember what I said, one move and he goes along. If you want that to happen, do as you please. Well, that's better. Remember what I said. Let him get past.
I'm sorry. I stumbled.
It's all right. Hurt?
No. I caught myself against the side of this car.
All right.
It frightened me. I seem to have dropped my cane.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, that's being a good boy, Holiday.
You would have killed him too, wouldn't you?
Yes. You saved his life, Holiday. Now get in, and we'll all take a little ride.
Well, it looked hopeless. This was going to be a great ride. Our only hope was Michael's, but how could he help? He was blind. Whitley must have read my mind because he laughed.
You were very smart, Holiday, but you seem to have outsmarted yourself.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? But do you really think you're going to get away with this?
Why not? Your only hope is a blind man.
Whitley.
What's that? Folsey, what's that?
Police cars.
All right, don't get excited. They can't be after us.
Whitley, they are after us.
Don't lose your head.
Looks like something slipped up, doesn't it, Whitley?
You're whistling in the dark.
Look, they're signaling us to stop.
What? Go on. Get going. Outrun them.
It's no use. We can't do it. There's a traffic signal ahead.
Oh, have them go through it.
No, they'll shoot.
Holiday, this is your fault. I'll get you. I'll kill you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Kill you.
Looks like this is your last ride, Whitley. Folsey, tell the driver to stop this ambulance.
Yes, Mr. Holiday.
I don't know how Michaels did it, Whitley, but I'm very glad he did.
Jeepers. How'd you ever do it, Mr. Michaels?
With these.
Just his hands and his fingers, Suzy.
I don't get it.
Sure, Michaels.
Oh, all right. Now, look, Suzy. Here's a coin with a date on it.
Yeah?
The date is 1935.
You felt those numbers with your fingers?
That's right, Suzy. And it was simple for him to run his fingers over the license plates of the ambulance.
When I stumbled, I dropped my cane. I ran my hands over the car. I knew it wasn't a regular automobile. And I felt the license plate.
Gee, and then you went to police.
That's right.
And that, Suzy, is what you call using your head and fingers. Good night.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holiday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, and this week's original story was written by Sam Walters. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holiday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. If you're interested in preventing a murder, come to 327 North Greeley Street in Edgemont. It should take you only 3 hours by train to get here.
But you must come at exactly 3:30, or it may be too late. The whole letter was typed. Even the signature at the bottom, Pat Kennedy. I didn't know if Pat Kennedy was a man or a woman, but as it turned out, it didn't matter, even though I got there before 3:30.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Double Trouble.
How long will you be gone this time, Mr. Holliday?
Well, that's a little hard to tell, Suzy. I think it depends on Pat Kennedy, whoever he or she is.
I don't like letters that have only typed signatures at the bottom.
Why not?
Well, it always makes me think that someone else wrote it.
And that's exactly what makes me think this may be very interesting.
You mean you agree with me?
Absolutely.
But you're still going to Edgemont.
That's right, Suzy. I'll never learn, will I?
Someday you'll get into trouble.
What makes you think I haven't already? Well, don't put the light in the window for me, Suzy. I'll try to find my way around in the dark. So long. Well, whoever wrote that letter was right. The train left me on Edgemont Station platform exactly 3 hours after I left Suzy. And a taxi left me in front of 327 Greeley Street at 3:20, 10 minutes before deadline. It was an apartment house. I walked into the lobby. A not too interested clerk looked up as I walked over to him.
Yeah?
Is there a Pat Kennedy living here?
Uh-huh. Miss Pat Kennedy. Why?
I'd like to see her.
Apartment 1B, straight down the hall.
Aren't you going to ring her up first?
No phone in her place. But be sure you knock first.
Oh, sure. That's one of my good habits. 1B, you said, huh?
Yeah, 1B, I said.
Thank you.
Sure, anytime.
I got to apartment 1B. I knocked. Then I tried the door. It was open, and I walked in. Miss Kennedy? Pat Kennedy? I walked into the apartment a little farther. The clock on the table ticked away. Its hands at 3:23. There was a window open in the room, and I walked to it. The window faced a court. I turned away from it, walked into the bedroom, and I stopped. Miss Kennedy. Miss Kennedy.
Don't move, Bud.
Huh?
Get away from her.
You better send for a doctor.
Just stay right where you are.
Doctor, it's a little late for that. She's dead.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, you did, huh?
And who are you?
I think I'll ask the questions. Stand right there.
Now, look, this girl's been killed. I'm going for the... His fist hit me right on the button, and when I got my interest back, he was still there, looking down at me. With him was another man. The newcomer blinked once or twice, and then...
The next time you try to make a break for it, fellow, make sure you don't try an end run past an ex-pug.
What makes you think he's ex?
Come on, get up.
What's this all about?
Got any idea who we are?
No.
My name is Johnston. Lieutenant Johnston, homicide.
Who called the police?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. Cassidy?
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Bring that clerk in here.
Yes, sir, right away.
So you're the police?
Uh-huh. And you're Dan Holliday, visiting Edgemont.
How do you know who I am?
Your wallet, identification.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, start talking. Who did this?
Are you kidding?
Hardly. Take a look at her, and then ask that again.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about it.
No? Cassidy walked in on you while you were bending over.
So what? That doesn't mean anything.
Well, maybe not, but
Here's the clerk, Lieutenant.
Okay. Ever see this man before? You, I'm talking to you.
Me?
That's right.
Sure, I seen him. He came in maybe 10 minutes ago and asked for Miss Kennedy.
Is that right, Holliday?
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-huh. Cassidy?
Yes, sir.
What time did you walk in on this?
Maybe 3:25.
That's right, too.
You, clerk, what's your name?
Marvin Redmond.
Anyone else come to see Miss Kennedy today?
No, sir, nobody. Just this man.
You sure?
Yes.
Could anybody get by you at the desk?
Oh, no, I see everybody who comes in.
Uh-huh. Well, Holliday?
What do you mean, well?
You were the only one here.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know any more about this than you do. I came in here and found her like that.
Why?
Why what?
Why did you come to see her?
She asked me to.
Old friends?
I didn't even know her.
You want to say that again?
What I meant was, I didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. There's a letter in my wallet.
Letter?
Yeah, It wasn't here.
What kind of a letter are you talking about?
It's a letter from Miss Kennedy asking me to help her. She was afraid of being killed.
She had a reason. So you got a letter from her?
That's right. Someone took the letter. Where did you find my wallet?
On the floor. Why?
The person who killed her also took that letter out of my wallet.
Look, you tried to get past Cassidy. He thought you were making a break for it and slugged you, and then he called headquarters. You weren't alone for even 10 seconds.
Meaning no one could have taken that letter?
Right.
Oh, no, that's wrong. I mean,
Huh? What were you going to say, Redmond?
Oh, there's no phone in here. Mr. Cassidy had to come to the desk to make a call.
Cassidy, did you? Well, sure, but this guy was out cold. He couldn't get away, so I thought it... So you thought it was all right to take a walk down the hall? You idiot. You should have called for the clerk and got him to make the call. But, Lieutenant, I thought... but...
Well, Lieutenant Johnson?
Shut up. You're going to headquarters.
On what charge?
Just one, but it's a good one. Suspicion of murder. So that's your story, huh, Holiday? You're a good Samaritan. You help people.
That's it. Call Lieutenant Kling. I gave you the number.
And I'll give you some news. This happens to be Edgemont, different city. I'm the lieutenant here.
Kling can identify me, verify my story.
I'll do all the police work necessary on this case.
Sure you will. Cassidy, one of your men, pulls a prize boner. He walks out of a room where there's a murdered girl. He leaves me there alone.
So what?
That's exactly what you're thinking. So what? Cover for him. Use me as a goat. You've got a sucker. Is that it? Play him for all he's worth.
Yeah, I'll play you for all you're worth. You were the only one to see that Kennedy girl today.
So that makes me a killer.
That makes you the best suspect I've ever seen.
What's my motive for killing?
I'll find one.
Oh, you will?
I will.
So you really believed I killed her?
I do.
Mm-hmm. You want to charge me with murder? Or just book me on suspicion?
You're a pretty smart boy, aren't you?
Just smart enough to know that you don't have enough evidence to charge me. And while we're on the subject of intelligence, how come your man Cassidy was Johnny on the spot?
You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
It might help.
And we were tipped. Someone called headquarters, said there'd be a murder at that address, and I sent Cassidy.
Uh-huh. So the letter I got from her is gone. Somebody tips the police, and you still refuse to believe it might have been a frame, with me doing the laughing cavalier inside it.
I'll tell you everything when I've got everything.
Meanwhile, you'll cover for Cassidy so your detective division doesn't get a laugh.
Shut up! Yes?
Lieutenant?
What'd you expect, Sherlock?
Lieutenant, is it all right to talk?
Can you?
Is Holiday gonna be charged?
What do you got, Cassidy? Why do you ask that?
Because there's an attorney here with a writ of habeas corpus.
What did you say?
Well, there's a lawyer here.
Shut up! Well, got friends in town, Holiday?
If so, they're very welcome.
And you said you were a stranger in Edgemont.
I still say it.
Uh-huh. Yet a perfect stranger comes along and springs you on a writ.
Is that so?
And he knows there'll have to be a bail posted. Brother, that's hospitality.
Well, Lieutenant, is there a formal charge, or do I walk out of that door? Well?
Get out.
Well, thank you.
But I'm not finished with you. Don't try to leave town or you'll be picked up for jumping bail.
Don't worry. I'm just as much interested in this as you are.
Holiday, mark my words, I believe you're guilty. And so help me, as sure as I'm a foot high, I'll get evidence to prove it.
Even if you have to frame me to clear that great brain. Meaning Cassidy.
Yeah, I'll get you. And when I do, it'll be for keeps.
Well, Lieutenant Johnson was burned. He knew his department was in for a roasting if Cassidy's mistake got out. Meanwhile, I looked very funny as a goat. And I didn't even know who had had me released. The lawyer brought the writ and put my bail up, wouldn't say a word. He left me, and it was dark when I walked out on the street. I couldn't leave Edgemont, and I didn't want to, not yet. I got into a cab knowing I'd be followed by one of Johnson's men, and went to a hotel and registered. I was just sitting down to think when... Yes, who is it?
Is that Mr. Holiday?
Yes, who are you?
Please, I must see you. Please let me in.
Oh, no, thanks. Not until I know who and what you are.
Look, I will slide something under the door. You look at it, then you decide that you should let me in or not. All right?
Go ahead.
Did it come through?
Yeah.
You are satisfied, Mr. Holiday?
This is a receipt for my bail bond.
Yes, I'm the one who got you out. Please, I can come in now.
You're Philip Duval.
Yes. Now, please to let me in before it is too late.
Okay, come on in quickly.
Mr. Holliday, you know that you are followed here.
Sure, Johnson's watching every move I make.
Yes.
Why'd you bail me out? What do you know about Pat Kennedy?
I knew her 10 years ago, maybe. We were dancing partners.
Wait a minute. Were you followed up here?
Oh, no, I am sure that I was not.
How do you know?
Because the police do not know me.
How do you know I was here?
I was watching Pat's room.
Yes, go on.
Then I waited outside the police station. I see you come out. I see the detective follow you. I make sure I am not followed. Then I come here.
Uh-huh. And then what?
I come to this hotel and take a room. I looked at the register. I see your name. Then I wait, and then come here.
Mr. Duval, you seem to know quite a bit about how to evade tacklers and slip away from enemies.
Because I want to know who killed her.
How was she to you?
We are in love once. Then she leaves me. I do not see her for a long time. I find out she is here, and I come.
And kill her?
No, please. Please, would I do all this for you if I kill her? Why?
Maybe I'll find an answer. What do you want with me now?
I want to give you this.
This is a letter addressed to Box 13.
Yes, you will please to read it.
Box 13. By accident, I saw your ad in the Star Times. I must have your help because I cannot go to the police. Please come to me as soon as you can.
You see, she is afraid. The one time I see her, she tells me she is afraid.
Of what? Of whom?
I do not know.
How did you get hold of this letter?
She gave it to me to mail. I laugh at her. I think she is being foolish. But now...
So you didn't mail it?
No.
Yet, I did receive a letter with a typed signature. A letter that anyone could have written.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Duval. Sit down and do a lot of talking.
Oh, no, not here. You will please come to my address later tonight.
Why?
Because although I am not sure, I think I know who killed her. And unless you want to be arrested for her murder, I think you better come to see me.
And now back to Double Trouble, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I had to take Duval at his word. What that word was, I didn't know. Maybe he did kill Pat Kennedy. Maybe he didn't. Anyway, I had to see him. I slipped out of the hotel knowing that one of Johnson's men was trailing me. I had to find some way to get rid of him. There was a war surplus store open down the street. I went in.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I think so. Got any coveralls?
Oh, sure. Stacks of them. What size?
44. Any place I can try them on?
Yes, the small room in the back. I'll get you a pair of the coveralls.
It's all right. I'll look for them myself. I'd like to pick them out.
All right. They're all on the racks there.
How much are they?
$3.95.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Even change. Just take your pick.
Yeah, thanks. I slipped behind one of the racks. The plainclothesman trailing me was waiting outside. I picked one of the coveralls from the rack and slipped into the back room. Pulled the coveralls over my clothes and climbed out of the room through a window. It wasn't a great disguise, but it was better than having the police look for a man wearing a light gray suit. 20 minutes later, I rang the bell at Duval's place.
Yes?
Is Mr. Duval here?
Philip?
Yes, Philip Duval.
No, he's not here. Will you come in, please?
Oh, thank you.
I'm worried for him. He said he would be home an hour ago, but he's not come.
No phone call to you?
No. Well, who are you, please?
A friend of his. My name is Holliday.
Holliday? Then you are the man he went to see.
Tonight?
Oui.
You mean he called and said he was going to see me?
No, he went earlier.
Uh-huh. And he hasn't come back yet?
No. Oh, I'm so worried.
Do you know Pat Kennedy?
Yes, I know her. I read that she is dead, and I'm glad.
Glad? Why?
Philip loved her. She did not love him. She left him.
Yes, I know all that.
Philip did not know Miss Kennedy was here until he happened to see her.
Did he mention that she was afraid of something?
Yes, he told me. But I ask him, I beg him not to see her because she's not good. She's not good at all.
Do you know of what she was afraid?
No. Only that Philip told me that she could not go to the police, that the police would not be able to help.
I wonder why not.
I do not know. I know nothing except that I want my son to forget her, because if he does not, she will bring bad things, she will.
That's your phone. It's probably your son.
Yes, it is Philip.
Would you tell him I'm here, please, and to hurry?
Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Duval. No, I'm his mother. Huh? No.
But
no.
What's the matter?
No.
Give me the receiver, quickly.
No.
Hello, Mrs. Duval can't talk.
No.
What? Goodbye. Mrs. Duval, I'm terribly sorry.
They do not mean what they say. They do not mean it. My son cannot be dead.
I'm afraid it's true. That was the police.
What will I do? What will I do?
Wait here, Mrs. Duval. I'm beginning to get an idea. What the idea was a little fantastic, but things began to add up. The first place to check my addition was back at Pat Kennedy's apartment. There were no police watching the place, so I slipped in. The same clerk was on duty. I walked up to his desk.
Anything I can do for... Hey, you.
Hello, Marvin.
What do you want? I thought you was in jail.
They let me out. Marvin, how long did Miss Kennedy live here?
You got no right...
Come on. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want some questions answered.
I know nothing about it.
I think you do. Who came to see Miss Kennedy when she was alive?
Listen, I don't want no trouble.
You've got it. Answer me. Did anyone come to see Miss Kennedy often?
Yeah, but I didn't know who he was. Not until...
Until today, huh?
That's right. I didn't know. But that don't make no difference.
But it makes a lot of difference now. Thanks, Marvin. You've helped me a lot.
You ain't gonna get me in no trouble.
No trouble at all for anyone, except me. Now, I want to go into Miss Kennedy's apartment.
You can't go in there.
I think I can. Come on, Marvin, let me in.
You said there wasn't gonna be no trouble.
Marvin, you'll get up off of that chair and let me in Miss Kennedy's apartment, or I'll...
Okay. But you're making me do it. If the police ask, you're making me do it.
That's right. Come on.
Come on, then.
That's the boy. Straight ahead. Go ahead in, Marvin.
I gotta get back to the desk.
Sure, and call the police? I don't think so, Marvin. You're staying right here.
What are you looking for?
A typewriter. You see any?
She didn't have none.
How do you know?
I never heard her using one.
Mm-hmm. Look around. If you see one, yell.
I gotta get back to the desk.
Just a minute. In a minute.
There ain't no typewriter in here.
I didn't think there would be.
Well, then what's the idea?
A good one. Okay, Marvin, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to put you out of action for a little while. Until I can get into action.
What are you gonna do? You ain't gonna hit me or nothing like that?
Oh, no, don't worry. You're just going to be tied up. It'll be uncomfortable. But I'll tell you something, Marvin.
What?
You won't be half as uncomfortable as I was, and still could be. So, Miss Kennedy didn't have a typewriter. And the letter Duval had shown me proved that she wrote a letter to me by hand. So it was a frame to get me for her murder. And I had a pretty good idea who put it around me. But proving it was another matter. I took off the coveralls I was still wearing, hopped a cab, and went back to police headquarters. And when I walked in...
Hey, it's you.
Hello, Cassidy.
Where did you come from?
Never mind that now. Is Lieutenant Johnson in?
No, he ain't.
No, I don't wait. Do you mind?
What do you want to see him about?
The murder of Miss Pat Kennedy and the murder of Philip Duval.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell the lieutenant all about it.
Huh? Maybe you better tell me, Holliday.
I'm saving it. Mind if I wait in Johnson's office?
How about waiting in my office?
No, thanks. I like to be alone and do some thinking.
What about?
Lots of things. But this is getting us nowhere.
I'm going into Johnson's office.
I told you he ain't in.
I know you told me, and I told you I'd wait for him.
Okay. Okay, go ahead in and wait.
Well, thanks, Cassidy.
I'll tell him you're in there. And don't try to get out once you're in.
Don't worry, I'll stay put. This time. So far, so good. I took a quick look around Johnson's office. There was a typewriter, and I tried it. The type looked the same as the typing on the letter I'd received. The one supposed to have come from Pat Kennedy. Then, as I was looking around...
You looking for something, Holliday?
Oh, come in, Lieutenant.
You just love to stick your head in bad places, don't you?
Look, Johnson, you would like to know who killed Pat Kennedy, wouldn't you?
I know.
Maybe you do. And maybe you'd also like to know who killed Philip Duvall, because he knew of what Pat Kennedy was afraid.
He was afraid? Of what?
Not of what, Johnson. Of whom?
What have you got, Holliday?
Look, the killer murdered her after he sent me that letter. He killed her just before I was due to show up there.
Go on.
But the letter was missing from my wallet.
If there was a letter?
There was, and it was written on this.
What are you talking about? You're crazy.
I don't think so. From all I found out, Miss Kennedy wasn't too nice. Maybe she was keeping company with someone who got tired of her. Someone who couldn't afford to let it be known that he knew her.
Who is this he you're talking about?
The same man who took the letter from my wallet. The same man who watched me go into that apartment building and then called the police and tipped you to the murder.
There was only one man alone with you.
That's right.
Cassidy?
Could be.
Now, wait a minute.
You wait. I'll sit here on your desk and talk.
Here, go ahead.
Now, he waits until I get to the apartment. This man who's afraid the girl will spill the beans about the two of them. Previously, he'd threatened her if she talked. But she was afraid to go to the police. Only because the police couldn't help her.
Meaning that the man who threatened her...
was on the force. Oh, it's funny, huh?
Yeah, you're doing a lot of talking, but you haven't said anything yet.
All right, I'll start now. That was only the build-up. Wait till I get through.
I'm waiting.
So Cassidy kills her, frames me, tips the police.
Sure. Only he was here when I sent him out to follow up the tip. How could he kill her and get back in that short time?
Because the call came from here. Look, all you have to do to get an outside line on one of these phones is to push up this lever. You get a dial tone. You dial police, put in a fake call, then sit back and wait to be sent out on it.
Yeah. But there's only one more thing wrong, Holliday.
Name it.
You got there early.
I know I did. What?
I said you got there early.
Yeah, I got there early. Not at 3:30 as the letter asked, but at 3:20. Now, how could you know that unless you read the original letter?
Don't move, Holliday.
I won't, because I'm not finished. The man who killed Miss Kennedy and Duvall was you. You got Duvall's name and address from the copy of the bail receipt. You had access to it. You knew where to find him.
What are you going to do with all this wonderful information?
Give it to the police.
I'm the police. I'm in charge of this case.
Mm-hmm. And if I start to walk out of that door?
You'll be killed while escaping.
And if I sit right here on your desk, how will you explain a lot of things that will have to come out if I'm brought to trial?
Yeah, that's true, too, isn't it? I guess the only thing to do is kill you. And turn around. I have to make this look good. You were running away from me. I shot you. Turn around, Holliday. If you don't, I'll do it for you. Now get up.
Okay. I'm up.
Turn around. Start walking toward that window.
Okay, I'm walking.
That's it. Far enough. Now, Holliday...
Down, Holliday!
Cassidy!
Drop that gun, Lieutenant! Drop
You
it.
stupid fool!
Thank you, Cassidy. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Say, you're a pretty smart guy. A pretty smart guy to do what you did.
But Mr. Holliday, it was a policeman that did the murders?
Don't let that throw you, Suzy. You see, there's a bad apple in every barrel, no matter what the barrel is. Don't let it change your opinion of the thousands of policemen doing a wonderful job all over the country.
Of course. Mr. Holliday, how did it happen that Mr. Cassidy came in just at the right time?
Because I was sitting on Johnson's desk.
I don't get it.
Well, you see, there was an inter-office communication box on his desk. I kept most of the levers pressed down. I sat on them. Somebody had to hear that conversation between me and Johnson. And I figured someone would come in. If they hadn't have... Well, Edgemont is a nice city, but not one I'd like to be buried in.
You sat on the levers through the whole conversation.
Uh-huh.
Gee, that's sure using your head, Mr. Holliday.
It's your... Huh? Oh, good night, Suzy.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, and this week's original story was written by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Hello? Hello, operator. Operator, I want to send a telegram immediately to Box 13, care of the Star Times. Come to room 507, Hotel Belvedere. Please waste no time because this is a matter of life and death, perhaps for dozens of people. I am Dr.
Waste no time because it's a matter of life and death, perhaps for dozens of people. I am Dr. Theodore Miller. Dr. Miller's telegram reached me at my apartment, special messenger from the Star Times. It was special, all right. Extra special trouble.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Biter Bitten.
Dr. Miller's telegram reached me at 5:15 in the afternoon. At 5:32, I was on the 5th floor of the Hotel Belvedere. At 5:33, I spotted the room number, 507. Then I heard... Well, what was it? I walked to room 507, and the sound became louder. I knocked at the door.
Yes? Who is it, please?
Box 13.
Oh, good, splendid. Please do come in. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
You're welcome, but for what?
Oh, I will explain. Excuse me a moment.
Oh, certainly.
Oh, it's no use.
Oh, you're so right, Dr. Miller. Music like that does seem a little out of place.
You're joking.
I think you're the joker, Dr. Miller.
No. Please forgive me, but I am desperate.
Why don't you settle down and explain your telegram and this weird little concert?
I am Dr. Theodore Miller.
Yes, I know that. I'm Dan Holliday.
Mr. Holliday, do you know what a herpetologist is?
Yes, I know what it is. A snake expert.
Exactly.
So?
Mr. Holliday, someplace in this hotel, perhaps on this very floor, there is a dangerous snake loose.
Are you kidding?
No. I'd better explain.
Yes, you'd better.
I'm in town to address the Medical Society on the use of snake serums in the treatment of hemophilia. I brought a king cobra along. It has escaped.
Here in this room?
I don't know where it is.
Dr. Miller, thank you for the telegram and the music, but I'm going.
Wait, please.
You're either a liar or you're crazy.
No. Look here. My credentials. The hotel manager will verify them. You yourself can check. You will see that I am who I say I am.
That doesn't stop you from being insane.
Yes, I know how all this sounds, but please believe me, we must find that cobra.
I can understand your concern, but you've got to understand my position, which is one I don't like.
If you want adventure, this is it.
Granted,
you
but...
still think this is a joke, yes?
Yes.
Wait a moment. Hello. Will you have Mr. Larkin come to my room? Oh, this is Dr. Miller, 507. Thank you.
Larkin? Who's he?
The hotel manager. Look, Mr. Holliday, I swear to you that I'm telling the truth. Somehow, in some way, the cobra escaped. But look, here is the case in which I usually keep it. You can see for yourself that the catch is loose.
I'm beginning to believe you.
You must.
It might be in this room?
I don't think so. I've trained the snake.
For what?
Yes. When it hears the little pipe I play, it comes, because I always feed it immediately after the music.
Oh, but this time it hasn't come back.
No, Come in. Ah, Mr. Larkin.
Have you found it?
No, I have not. But, Mr. Larkin, this is Mr. Holliday. He is the man from Box 13.
How do you do?
How are you?
Terrible. Mr. Holliday, I beg you to help us.
But how? I don't know anything about snakes.
When Dr. Miller told me what had happened...
Well, you should have gone to the police.
If we had, they would have evacuated the hotel. I can't afford that. Business isn't too good, and besides, Dr. Miller assured me he could entice the snake back with no trouble. So far, he hasn't.
Now, wait a minute. You're risking the lives of guests in this hotel. That's a little more important than the hotel itself.
I know. But what guests we have on this floor are not in their rooms.
And I'm sure the Cobra hasn't gone far.
Then you think he's on this floor?
I'm positive.
Then, for heaven's sake, find it.
Who suggested sending for me?
I did. I saw your ad. It was just a thought.
And it's one you can get out of your mind right now. The police ought to be told.
But the publicity...
You'll have to risk it.
Mr. Holliday, I don't want to lose that snake.
Well, you have already.
I'm sure we can get him back. For 5 or 6 hours, he'll be somnolent. He ate just before we learned he was gone.
Did you find out he was gone?
No, the cleaning maid did.
Yes, that's right. She saw the empty case.
You mean to tell me you allowed Dr. Miller to bring that snake into this hotel?
I didn't know he had it.
That is so. I've taken the Cobra with me before. I don't mention it because it is difficult to find the hotel.
I can well imagine.
Mr. Holliday, will you help us?
How?
I don't know.
Dr. Miller.
Yes?
You're sure there's no danger for about 5 hours?
I'm positive.
All right, let's go to work.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holliday. I have the help looking on the other floors. I'll be back in a few moments.
Mr. Holliday, you're very gracious.
Mm-hmm. Now, you be gracious and tell me the truth, Dr. Miller.
Truth? What do you mean?
I don't believe that snake just got away.
You think I'm lying?
Yes.
Well,
Go on.
All right. I believe someone deliberately freed the snake.
But why?
So it would strike me, kill me.
Uh-huh. I was wondering why an experienced man like you are would be careless with a dangerous thing like a king cobra. It's hardly likely you'd forget about a catch on the case.
You're right. And, Mr. Holliday, I'm afraid.
Who freed the cobra?
I don't know.
I think you do.
I don't know. I swear it. I just don't know.
All right. Meanwhile, the thing's loose.
But what are you going to do?
I'll help you look for it. But if we don't find the snake in 1 hour, I'll go to the police. Well, I should have gone to the police right away, but there was something that told me not to. Anyway, we hunted. No snake. So I put in the call to the police and then went back to my office. There was something bothering me, but I didn't know what it was. But I took the trouble to do a little research with Suzy's help.
Here's what you're looking for, Mr. Holliday. This article right here.
What does it say?
I'll read it to you. Miller, Theodore E. Noted
Herpetologist?
herpetologist, famous for investigations into use and value of snake serum in various diseases.
Let me see. That's Miller.
Did you think it wouldn't be?
I wasn't sure, but that's his picture. And that's the man at the Belvedere Hotel.
Want me to read some more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Miller has been associated for the last 7 years with Dr. Roy A. Cunningham. Together, they
Cunningham, huh?
Does that name mean something?
No, it just makes me wonder where Cunningham is now.
But why?
Miller said he was in town to address a medical convention. He said nothing about a Cunningham. I just wondered why not.
Oh, here's something about Cunningham. Should I read it?
Yeah, you might as well.
Dr. Cunningham lost the third finger of his left hand as a result of snake bite. The finger had to be amputated. Do I have to read any more?
No, that's enough, Suzy.
Okay. What are you thinking about?
I don't know, Suzy. There's something bothering me. But I can't put my finger on it.
You'll think of it. I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, please. This is the police department.
Oh, yes. Just a minute. It's for you.
Who is it?
Police.
Oh, okay. Hello?
Holliday, thought you might like to hear something.
Oh, sure. What?
About a half hour ago, you reported that snake business at the Belvedere Hotel.
That's right. What's happened? They find the snake?
I wish they had.
Well, what's happened? What's the matter?
Something strange happened at the Moulton Hotel, 2 blocks away from the Belvedere.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me they found the snake down there.
No, but earlier this afternoon, a man staggered into the lobby. Before he had a chance to say anything, he keeled over. He died.
What's all this got to do with me?
I'm coming to that.
Okay, but when?
Right now. You reported the snake business at the Belvedere. That's point number 1. And just a little while ago, the medical examiner finished his autopsy of the dead man at the Moulton. Follow me?
Well, I'm trying my best.
Okay. Would you like me to read you the report?
Yes, go ahead.
The man's death was caused by a powerful poison which acted directly on the nervous system.
Did you say poison?
Yeah. It's from a proteroglifous snake.
What kind?
In plain English, a snake that has fixed poison fangs, like a king cobra.
Are you sure?
I'm reading a report.
Who was the man who was killed?
We don't know yet.
Any identifying characteristics?
Why'd you ask that?
Stop playing games, did he or didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
What were they?
He was missing the middle finger of his left hand. Why?
Just what I thought.
What do you mean?
Look, check and see if a Dr. Cunningham is registered at the Moulton. If he is, I think you'll find that he's your dead man.
Okay, Holiday, and since you know so much, how'd you like to drop around and tell us how that snake got 2 blocks from where he was lost without being seen?
All right, I'll drop around later. But I don't know any more about it than you do.
Gee, Mr. Holiday, you look kind of upset.
Yes, I am. The man you just read about, Dr. Cunningham, died today from a bite from a cobra. But I wonder how.
Well, you said the snake was loose.
Yeah, but that cobra had to go 2 blocks. It would have been seen. And even if he did make it, he'd have to be a pretty smart cobra to pick out Cunningham.
Oh, you mean you think there's some connection between Dr. Miller and Dr. Cunningham?
There's got to be. Both men are in town. Miller admits he had a cobra, then he reports its loss. Now, why were Cunningham and Miller staying at different hotels if they were working together? And why...
And what?
And, Suzy, I just happened to think of what was bothering me.
And now, back to The Biter Bitten, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Sure, I happened to think what it was that bothered me. But it didn't tie in with anything. At least, not right then. So my first stop was police headquarters for a chat with the medical examiner.
Yes, it's correct, Mr. Holliday. The autopsy on Dr. Cunningham showed definitely that his death was caused by venom. Possibly that of a cobra.
Uh-huh. But no trace of the cobra itself.
The Moulton Hotel's been searched. I have interns from the city hospital standing by with antivenoms.
Antivenoms?
Yes. They're made from the venom itself. Often efficient in the treatment of snake bite.
I see. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Where are you going now?
I thought I'd go back to the Belvedere Hotel.
Uh-huh. Be careful. I don't want to go through another autopsy.
Doctor, I'll do my best to keep from being the next subject. Oh, by the way, this Dr. Cunningham, know anything about him?
No, not much. His specialty doesn't interest me, but I know he was a famous herpetologist.
Worked with Dr. Miller?
I believe so. They developed a serum for the treatment of hemophilia.
Miller said he was to address a medical convention here. Know anything about that?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Cunningham was to speak, too.
Oh? What about?
Well, I made some inquiries when I discovered the dead man was Cunningham. It seems he was about to present the medical profession with the results of his researches.
Present? You mean give them away?
Yes, why?
Would those discoveries be worth anything?
Well, if they're what I think they are, there's a fortune in them.
I see.
Why do you ask?
I'm just curious. In fact, I'm very curious. Well, thank you, Doctor. If anyone here wants me, I'll be at the Belvedere Hotel.
All right. And remember what I said. That cobra is dangerous. And sometimes the antivenoms can't be administered in time.
Well, maybe I should have told the police my idea, but I wasn't sure. I had to make sure because I had a hunch I was dealing with a very, very clever man. I went back to the Belvedere Hotel and spoke to Larkin, the manager.
I don't know what to do, Mr. Holliday. There are police all over the hotel, and the guests know there's something wrong. Oh, this will ruin the hotel.
Maybe not, Mr. Larkin. Maybe we can prove there's no Cobra loose in here.
What? But Dr. Miller, the death at the other hotel, and...
Yes, the death at the Moulton Hotel. But I've got a couple of ideas. Now, listen. Could Miller have left the hotel without anyone seeing him?
Why, yes, of course.
All right, let's say he did.
But what does that mean?
Look, Miller's telegram to me was delivered at 5:15 today. The medical examiner placed Cunningham's death at some time before 5, no later. The Moulton Hotel is only 2 blocks from here. Get it?
No. Unless you're implying that Dr. Miller had something to do with Dr. Cunningham's death.
Maybe I am. There was a motive. Cunningham was going to announce the results of the discoveries and give them away. Those discoveries were worth a fortune. It's just possible that Dr. Miller isn't quite the idealist Cunningham was.
He murdered him?
I don't know. In Cunningham's room at the Moulton, the police found 2 snakes. Cobras.
Oh, well, then one of them bit him.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Cunningham knew how to handle snakes. Also, he would have had antivenin ready. Now, doesn't it strike you as peculiar that a man like Cunningham would rush down into the lobby?
Panic?
Mm-hmm. No, that wouldn't hold water. All his life he'd handled snakes. If one bit him, he'd move quietly, get the antivenin, and use it. Not rush around in a panic.
But what you're suggesting is that Miller deliberately...
But it'll be hard to prove.
We've got to go to the police.
With what? My story? No, I've got a better idea.
Well, what is it?
You have a pass key to Miller's room, haven't you?
Yes, of course.
Well, you phone him. Get him out of there on any pretext.
Why?
Please do it. You want this cleared up, don't you?
Well, yes, of course. But what'll I tell him?
Get him into the basement. Tell him that one of your employees has seen the snake. That'll hold him down there at least until you and I are through in his room.
His room?
Mm-hmm. I've got an idea we'll find something very interesting. The ruse worked. While Miller went into the basement on a wild snake chase, Larkin and I searched through his room.
What are we supposed to be looking for, Mr. Holliday?
I'm not sure. Look. A case of antivenin. Miller has one. Cunningham would have been sure to have one.
Well, now that you've found it, we'd better get out of here before he comes back.
Not yet. Let's see what's in that closet.
Well, please hurry. Well?
Well. Maybe I've found something I've been looking for. This leather bag.
Well, what's in it?
Well, it's rather heavy. And there are holes in the bottom. Now, why would a bag have holes in the bottom?
Holes?
3 guesses. But take only one. That's all you need.
The cobra.
Yeah. Larkin, take a pillowcase from the bed, quickly.
What are you going to do?
Hurry up, get that pillowcase.
Here you are. Now what?
We're going to dump the snake from the bag into this pillowcase.
You're crazy. It'll bite us.
No, it won't. It has to coil to strike. It won't be able to in the bottom of this case. Now, hold the pillowcase by the edge, where the mouth is wide open as you can get it.
You're a fool. You're risking our lives.
Snake won't strike. Now, get ready.
Please, be careful.
I'll do my best. I'm here too, remember? All right, ready? I'll open the catch of the leather bag. Now, here we go.
It was a snake.
Hold that pillowcase as far away from your body as you can.
What do we do with this?
Is there a linen closet close by?
Yes, in the corridor outside.
Okay, tie it on the top of that pillowcase and put it in the linen closet. And lock the door.
Yes, of course.
And warn your employees not to go near that closet.
Mr. Holliday.
What now?
It's Dr. Miller coming back. I won't be able to get to the linen closet without being seen.
Get back in here. Close the door.
He has the house detective with him.
Well, things couldn't be working out any better than they are.
Mr. Holliday, I'm still holding this.
Toss it under the bed, fast.
Under the bed?
Don't repeat everything I say. Just do it. Straighten the bed while I put this leather bag back in the closet. Go on.
If I ever get out of this alive, I'll personally search all baggage coming into this hotel in the future. There.
Okay, now we're all set. Sit down, Mr. Larkin. Pretend as though we're just waiting here for Miller.
I don't feel like sitting down.
Then stand, but try to look as though nothing's happened.
You asked the impossible, but I...
Wait a minute. Tear that extension cord loose from the baseboard. And hand me that staple that held it.
You're crazy.
All right, get out of the way.
What are you going to do with that U-tack?
Put it right here on the chair. Points outward, just about the height of Dr. Miller's ankles. There. That'll hold it, I hope.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Oh. Any luck down in the basement?
No, some hysterical maid thought she saw the snake, but it was not.
Well, what now?
We must think.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
The house detective here says that there's no other way but to get everyone out of the hotel.
We can't do that, Miller.
I'm trying not to.
Dr. Miller, did you hear of Dr. Cunningham's death this afternoon?
Yes. Yes, I did. I would have gone to him, but I cannot leave here.
Strange that a man of Cunningham's experience should have been so careless. Bitten by one of his own cobras.
It's the chance we take.
But he rushed down into the lobby. Doesn't he carry anti-venom with him?
Yes, of course.
Well, then why didn't he use it?
I don't know.
He died at approximately 5 o'clock, just 15 minutes before your wire to me.
Yes, that's probably so. But we're wasting time here. We should be looking for the cobra.
Yes, I suppose we should be. But to get back to Dr. Cunningham, suppose now I'm saying suppose, someone went to him, someone who knew him. Suppose that someone took a cobra there and allowed it to strike Cunningham.
Who would do a thing like that?
Oh, someone who hated him because of what he was going to do. Throw away a fortune for the sake of humanity.
You're crazy.
Maybe. But it would be natural for the police to assume that Cunningham was bitten by one of his own snakes. Not by yours.
You know that mine is gone.
Sure, to make it look as though it escaped here. You sent the wire to me, so I'd be your alibi. Also, Larkin here was part of your alibi.
This is fantastic.
I admit that. But it's fantastic enough to be true. You took the snake to Cunningham. When his back was turned, you allowed it to strike him. But first you took his antivenom.
This is preposterous.
I say the cobra you've been looking for is right here in this room.
Get out of here. You're a madman.
That description fits you better than it does me.
Where are you going?
We looked everywhere, but in this room. This closet.
Keep out of there.
What's this leather bag?
Keep away from that.
Why, it's just a bag and...
Don't open it.
Why not? It's empty. Look.
Empty. You're a liar.
No. No, I'm not. Look for yourself.
The cobra. Don't you understand? It really is loose.
Sit down, Dr. Miller. Sit down.
You fool. What did you do with that snake?
What snake?
There was a cobra in there.
Trying to kid me, Doctor? You told us it had escaped. Even helped us look for it.
No, will you please believe me? There was a cobra in there.
No, I don't believe you. And I said, sit down. What's the matter?
It was under this chair. It struck. Look, the marks on my legs, fangs. Holliday, please, hand me the antivenom. The case on the dresser.
Did you hand it to Cunningham?
You fool, I'll die!
Cunningham's dead.
Please, the case. I'll get it myself.
Oh, no, you won't. Just a minute.
Please, hand me the case.
What about Cunningham?
Yes, I killed him, the fool.
Hear that, Larkin?
Yes, I heard it.
Good.
The case, please, the case.
You won't need it, Miller. If you look down at the leg of the chair, you'll see I backed you into this.
Tack.
Uh-huh. Just a U-tack. You know, Miller, you worked up a pretty good crime. But when you sent for me, you set me thinking. You should have been more careful with your story.
Look, under the bed.
The snake. It's loose.
Larkin, don't move.
Well, Mr. Holliday, it looks as though we're all hoisted by our own petard.
You, house detective, get your gun out.
If you move quickly, that cobra will strike.
What will we do?
I'm the only one used to handling snakes. Would anyone else care to try it?
Larkin, look. Right at your elbow on the dresser.
What?
A little pipe. The one Miller plays. Pick it up, but do it slowly. Slowly.
I can't move.
You've got to.
The cobra's moving toward you, Holliday.
You're in the same boat, Miller. If you move, he'll go toward you.
Think your way out of this one, Holiday.
Larkin, do as I say. Take that pipe. Reach for it slowly. Go ahead.
Now what do I do?
Play it.
I don't know how.
Go ahead, Mr. Larkin.
You've got to, Larkin. Distract the snake's attention so the house detective can get his gun. Go on. You'll have to do better than that.
I can't. I don't have any breath.
Stand still. Try it again. That's it, Larkin. Keep it up. He stopped crawling. Miller, stand still. Good boy, Larkin. You've got him coming toward you. Keep it up. Keep it up. Go on. Now, you. Get your gun. Well, that seems to be that. And Dr. Miller, suppose you and I and the house detective take a little walk. And I'll tell you the first mistake you made. The one that made your whole story seem just a little false.
So he told you something that set you to thinking. Well, what was it, Mr. Holliday?
Well, it wasn't much, but it started the ball rolling.
Well, please tell me.
Okay, Suzy. He sent the wire to me, begged me to help him find the snake because time was precious. Now, when I got to him, he said the snake would be quiet for at least 5 or 6 hours. So, what was the big rush to get me there?
Oh.
Good night, Suzy.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, and this week's original story was written by Robert M. Light. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
My dear Mr. Holliday, I do not address you as Box 13 because, having seen your advertisement, I was intrigued and found out who you are. You write mystery stories. I am a professor of criminology at the university. I think I have something of enormous interest to both of us. The perfect crime. I am going to commit it. Won't you be my audience? If it pleases you, come to my room.
If it pleases you, come to my rooms at the university. Sincerely, Dr. John Dobbs. At first, I wasn't sure whether the letter was on the level or not. Then, when I saw Dr. Dobbs, I was sure it was. And he did commit the perfect crime. Almost.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Perfect Crime.
John Dobbs? Dr. John Dobbs. I never heard of him, Mr. Holliday.
Well, here, read this.
Who's who in American education?
Our Dr. Dobbs is quite a personage.
Dobbs, John H., professor of criminology and abnormal psychology. Author of over 15 volumes on crime and the criminal.
That's enough, Suzy. And now Dr. Dobbs says he's going to commit the perfect crime.
Is there such a thing?
Suzy, any unsolved crime is perfect.
Oh, maybe he's just kidding. He's a professor. He wouldn't do anything like that.
That's exactly what I'm going to find out. At least I'll have an interesting evening. Dr. Dobbs is waiting for me when I got to his rooms.
He was a harmless, pleasant-looking man of about, 65. He smiled shyly as he greeted me.
Hi, I'm so glad you came, Mr. Holliday. How long can you stay?
All evening. My time is yours.
Wonderful. You think I'm a little crazy, don't you?
Well, aren't we all?
Oh, I suppose so. But let's discuss the perfect crime. Now, what is a perfect crime?
One that isn't solved.
Yes, of course. But 9 times out of 10, the crime isn't planned. I'm speaking about a planned murder, perfectly executed and perfectly hidden.
Dr. Dobbs, you're a great man in your field. Therefore, you should know that no one ever gets away with it.
Oh, why not?
Because there's always some clue, some minute trace that leads directly to the murder.
Oh, true. But suppose there were no clues, none at all.
But you're leaving out an important factor.
And that is?
The body. It's hard to get rid of a body. Dr. Crippen was trapped. Trapped because police found the body of his wife in the basement.
Yes. But suppose a body could be destroyed altogether.
Well, it's never been done. With today's scientific police laboratories, even the tiniest clue can be built up enough to convince a jury.
Yes, that's very true. But suppose the body of the murdered person were never found.
It always has been.
Oh, granted. But suppose it were not.
There'd be absolutely no proof of murder.
My point exactly.
Now, just a minute. First, you have to find a victim. One who isn't even remotely connected with you. Then you have to kill him.
Yes, go on.
Then, having found your victim and killed him, you have to get rid of his body altogether.
Those are the conditions, yes.
So, after those conditions were fulfilled, you'd have to escape detection and final punishment.
And your argument is that with those conditions, the perfect murder would have been committed.
Yes.
Suppose I told you I can do it.
You're asking me to believe the impossible. First, you're a famous man. It's hardly likely you'd risk everything you've worked for just to satisfy an insane whim.
Go on.
Secondly, I don't believe you're serious.
But I am. Mr. Holliday, I'm a very sick man. My doctor gives me 3 months to live.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Oh, it's no matter.
Perhaps he's wrong.
No, I know he's right.
Then what does it have to do with what we're talking about?
Perhaps nothing, except that I'm very tired. I spent a lifetime with books and study and students. I'm a crusty old bachelor. I suppose now I want some excitement. Even my name is prosaic. John Dobbs.
Dr. Dobbs, I still don't think you're serious. Maybe you're kidding me for some reason I haven't been able to see or even guess at. No, I think I refuse to believe you. What are you laughing at?
At what you said.
I don't understand.
You refuse to believe me.
That's right. Is that funny?
Yes, because you see, Mr. Holliday, the fact that you refuse to believe me is part of my plan. It makes me even more certain that I can commit the perfect murder and win.
Well, I stayed with Dr. Dobbs until after 3 in the morning. We talked. He had a marvelous knowledge of crime, and I left him with a great admiration of his intellect. Then 3 days went by. I heard nothing from him until one day at the office.
Hello?
Mr. Holliday, please. Dr. Dobbs calling.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Holliday, Dr. Dobbs calling.
Oh, okay, thanks. Hello.
Mr. Holliday, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Oh, pretty well. You remember our conversation the other night?
I certainly do. Why?
Would you care to be in on the start of my plan?
Now, look, I refuse to take you seriously.
That's wonderful. But are you free this afternoon and evening?
Oh, yes, why?
I want you to fly to Chicago with me.
What?
Will you? I have the tickets on the plane. You're my guest.
But why to Chicago?
I'll tell you why when we're on the plane. Will you go with me?
Yes. Yes, I think I will.
Do you like to fly, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, I love it. Do you?
Oh, yes. It gives me a great sense of exhilaration. I'm untouchable up here.
Why are we going to Chicago, Dr. Dobbs?
Here, read this newspaper account of a murder.
Police are at loss for clues in the Caroline Standish murder case. All leads have come to dead ends, and why do you want me to read this, Doctor?
Because I'm going to Chicago to confess to the crime.
You're what?
I'm going to confess that I killed Caroline Standish.
I don't believe that.
We'll be in Chicago in exactly 1 hour and 20 minutes. Half an hour after we step off this plane, you and I will be at police headquarters, and then you will see.
But you couldn't have killed this woman.
Oh, yes, I could have. She was killed the day before yesterday. That was Sunday. Sunday's a holiday. It's not too long a plane trip from our city to Chicago, and Caroline Standish is a complete stranger to me.
And being a complete stranger, she satisfies the first condition of the victim, that he should not even remotely be connected with him.
Exactly. Now settle back, Mr. Holliday. We'll be in Chicago very soon.
All right, now, let me get this straight, Dr. Dobbs. You say you killed Carolyn Standish.
Yes, I killed her, Lieutenant.
And you say your name is Holliday.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, Dr. Dobbs, we've checked on you since you first came in here an hour ago. We've got quite a bit on you. Your books, for one thing. I've enjoyed those. Now, suppose you tell us how you killed Carolyn Standish.
It's very simple. I shot her.
Oh? What kind of a gun?
A .38 caliber.
That was in the newspaper.
I know.
Mr. Holliday, what do you know about this?
Oh, nothing, except that Dr. Dobbs asked me to come here with him.
I see. Well, you can both go home.
Thank you, Lieutenant. It's not very often that a murderer is sent home scot-free.
Why are you letting him go, Lieutenant?
Look, Carolyn Standish was killed with a .38, yes. But 2 hours ago, we found the killer. He had the gun in his possession.
Oh. Then I am free to go.
As fast as you can get out the door.
Oh, thank you. Come along, Mr. Holliday. I'm afraid the lieutenant has his killer, and it doesn't seem to be me. So we'll go back home.
And then?
I'll get in touch with you again.
Hello.
Mr. Holliday, this is Dr. Dobbs.
Oh, you.
You don't sound pleased to hear from me.
Where are we going this time?
So you guessed, eh?
Guessed? Guessed what?
That I'm going to Philadelphia to confess to a murder there.
You're going to do what?
The same thing I did in Chicago. Will you come along?
Oh, no, thank you.
Very well, very well. But I suggest you keep reading the newspaper. You may see some very startling developments. Goodbye. Mr. Holliday, I'm leaving for Boston this evening to confess another crime. Holliday, I don't suppose you'd care to go to Hartford with me? It's San Francisco this time, Mr. Holliday. I would like your company.
Well, it went that way for 2 solid months. Dr. Dobbs confessed to every murder that hit the newspapers, and every confession was laughed at. His name gradually became as well known to the police departments of the country as those of the public enemies number 1 through 20. Then he came to see me at my apartment.
Well, Mr. Holliday, what do you think now?
Look, Mr. Dobbs, I don't know what you're doing, but please, why don't you cut it out?
Oh, are you feeling sorry for me?
Look, every one of these newspapers has your name in it. You made a laughing stock of yourself.
Oh, does that concern you?
Yes, it does. I admire you. I've read your books and I've talked with you. Why are you so intent on breaking up a brilliant career?
Because I intend to go through with what we discussed that first night in my rooms.
I don't know whether you're trying to make a fool of me or not, Dr. Dobbs. But I'd rather you didn't count me in on your little escapades.
It's no fun committing a perfect crime without an audience.
What?
I need you, Dan. You're very intelligent. You could appreciate what I'm going to do.
Look, Doctor, forget all this and go back to the university. Say you did it as an experiment.
Oh, well, I've already been given a vacation from the university.
What do you mean?
The publicity was bad for the school. The president suggested that perhaps I'd been working too hard and needed a rest.
Well, you brought it on yourself.
Oh, yes, I know. Now, I want you to do me a favor.
What do you want?
There's a small city about 300 miles from here. Go there with me.
So you can put in another phony confession?
No. So I can point out my real victim to you.
Say that again.
I want to show you my victim, the man I am going to kill, the man whose body will never be found, and the crime to which I am going to confess, this time legitimately.
I don't believe you.
Please, now go to the town with me. I'm now supposed to be a little cracked. Humor me.
And if I do?
Well, we'll have a little mental chess game, you and I. I'll give you the opening gambit, murder. From then on, it will be your job to checkmate me. Agreed?
All right, Dr. Dobbs. I'll go with you. But this will be the last time. Understand?
Yes, I understand. This will be the last time.
Now back to The Perfect Crime, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I went with Dr. Dobbs to the small city, and he took me to a restaurant. He seemed to be looking for someone when suddenly...
Look, Dan. There he is.
Who?
The man I'm going to kill.
The one who just came in?
Yes. Look at him. Describe him to me. I want you to be able to recognize him any place under any conditions.
What for?
Please, just do as I ask.
Well, I see a man about your build.
Yes.
A little younger, perhaps.
Yes.
Nondescript.
His name is Alexander Ferris, and he's a buyer for one of the department stores here.
How do you know all this?
I looked all over for a victim, and then one day I saw him in our city. I followed him, found out he lives here. Oh, he doesn't even know he's going to die.
Dobbs, let's cut out this nonsense.
But it's not. Ferris is a bachelor. He lives in a boarding house. Once a month he takes a trip to our city to buy for the store here.
Go on, you're not finished.
No, I'm not. I was going to add that Mr. Ferris is going to make one more trip to our city, and that one will be his last.
Tell me one more thing. Why did you pick him?
Because he seems the logical one. He does things by routine. He stays at the same hotel in our city. He takes the same train there and back home here. Oh, I hate monotony.
Uh-huh. Now, suppose I should walk over to Mr. Ferris and tell him that a madman is going to kill him.
Go on, try it. You know what he'd do.
Yes, I think I do. He'd look at me as though I were the madman. Then he'd call for the police, and I'd be stuck in a nice cell until the police decided I was harmless.
Exactly. All right, Dan. We're finished here. You've seen the victim. Now we'll go back home, and I'll let you know when the game begins.
Hello?
Mr. Holliday, please.
Oh, just a second. Mr. Holliday, it's that man again.
Dobbs?
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me the phone.
Here.
Hello. Look, Doctor, let's call off this race. I'm getting tired of it.
Mr. Holliday, Alexander Ferris leaves his town this afternoon. He will arrive here at 7:30 this evening on the Lakeshore Limited. He will go to the Barrett Hotel. He will never leave there alive. Goodbye.
Hello. Hello, Dobbs. Hello.
What did he say this time?
Same thing, still harping on the perfect crime.
Do you think he means it?
He's got me over a barrel. I don't want to believe him. Sometimes I don't, but...
But what?
There's something earnest about him when he talks about it. Well, I can't take a chance. I'm going to keep my eyes on Alexander Ferris. I decided to warn Ferris, so that evening I met the Lakeshore Limited. I tried to get to him, but before I could, he hurried into a taxi. I grabbed the first empty cab I could find and went to the Barrett Hotel. Ferris had already registered and was disappearing into an elevator. I ran across the lobby, but the elevator door closed and Ferris was gone. I got his room number, 708. Took an elevator. We were just passing the 5th floor when... Those were shots, and they came from the 7th floor. I missed my guess. I didn't miss it because on the 7th floor...
All right, back to your rooms. Go on, everybody. Go on, you too.
You're the house detective?
Yeah, who are you?
My name's Dan Holliday. Did those shots come from this room?
Yes, they did.
Dobbs.
Hello, Dan. What's happened?
Look, I'll take care of this.
Of course, but the shots came from that room. I know, because my room is next door.
You're next door?
Yes. Since I left the university, I've been living here. The house detective will verify that.
Sure. But that's got nothing to do with this.
Hadn't you better get inside the room and see what's happened?
This is my job. But since you stuck your nose in, stay right with me.
Have you got a pass key?
Yep.
You can still smell the powder from the shots.
Yeah. And where's the guy that came in here?
Look in the bath.
Close that door. Now, you two stay right there. I'm going to give this place a look-see. Something fishy here.
So your curiosity got the better of you, eh, Dan?
You're next door, huh?
Yes, convenient, isn't it?
Where's Ferris?
He's dead.
You shot him, I suppose.
I killed him, yes.
I saw him get on the elevator and come up here.
All right, you saw that. What then? Where is he?
I don't get this. There ain't a sign of the guy anyplace. But there's his hat, topcoat, and valise on the bed.
Which proves he came in here.
The bellboy will verify it if he came in here.
All right, let's ask the bellboy.
I'm running this until the police get here.
Well, by all means, call the police.
Dr. Dobbs, would you mind if your room was searched?
I was going to suggest it myself.
There ain't no fire escape. Nobody fell out the window. And nobody's here.
Oh, please, let's look in my room. Then you can question the other guests on this floor.
Okay. Come on, you two. Out of this room.
Well, Dan, what do you think now?
I don't know. Maybe I've stopped thinking. Well, the case was a sensational one. 2 shots fired, no body, and no Alexander Ferris. 2 days later, Dr. Dobbs visited me in my apartment.
Well, Dan, have you made any headway?
I'm not trying.
Oh, yes, you are. It intrigues you, doesn't it?
It's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax.
Not the whole thing, Dan. I give you my word of honor that I killed Ferris.
Will you tell the police that?
I already have. I confessed.
You what?
But they laughed at me. You see, I'm known now as a crank. I confess to all murders. Where is Ferris's body, Holiday? How did I get it out of the room?
You didn't. You couldn't have. The other guests rushed to the doors after the shots. The only stairways are at the ends of the corridor. You couldn't have carried his body without being seen.
Correct. And the bellboy verifies the fact that Ferris entered his room next to mine.
And yours was empty.
So, what have you got?
Dobbs, I don't believe you killed Ferris.
All right, then where is he?
I don't know.
So, I fulfilled 2 of the conditions we talked about our first night. Remember what they were?
Yes, the victim had to be a stranger to you, and the body had to disappear.
And the 3rd condition, I escaped detection and punishment. Dan, why don't you tell the police about me, what you know, what I've told you?
They wouldn't believe me.
No, they wouldn't. But, Dan, I swear to you that I killed Ferris. If you figure out how I did it, I'll admit it and take my punishment.
I am not the police.
No, you're not. But you know more about this than they do. I swear to you again, Dan, you have the whole solution in your head. All you have to do is put together the pieces of the puzzle. It's really very simple. Well, goodbye, Dan.
Mr. Holliday? Mr. Holliday?
Oh, I'm sorry, Suzy. I was daydreaming.
About Dr. Dobbs?
Dobbs.
Gee, I think it's some kind of a joke. There just isn't anybody. They've been looking for almost a week now.
That's what bothers me. Ferris is missing. He left his hometown, took the train, came here. I saw him, Suzy. I saw him then. No Ferris.
And the police won't believe Dr. Dobbs.
Or me. Kling thinks I'm in the same class as Dobbs.
I know.
Oh, well, thanks. There's got to be an answer, though. No one, not even an admitted genius such as Dobbs, could kill a man and do away with his body. But there isn't a trace. Look, Dobbs had about 15 seconds to kill Ferris and then hide the body.
Yes? What were you going to say?
I'm not sure. Dobbs said I had the whole solution in my head. Suzy, ever see a magic act?
Magic act? Oh, you mean a magician? Sleight of hand?
That's right. Sleight of hand, illusions. Now you see it, now you don't. Watch the little lady disappear from under your very eyes. Keep your eye on the magician and miss how the trick is done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not sure I do, but I've got an idea. Suzy, we're going to send a telegram.
Where to?
To Alexander Ferris's hometown, to the chief of police.
But that's been done. You know that.
Sure I do. But the other telegrams were about and concerning Ferris.
Well, what's yours going to be?
About a perfect stranger. Well, I was shooting in the dark, but I hit. The answer I received to my telegram made me sure I had the solution to Dr. Dobbs' illusion. Smart police work in Ferris's hometown proved it. So that night, I went to see Dobbs.
It's nice of you to come to see me, Dan. I was wondering if you'd forgotten me. Everyone else seems to have done so.
No, you're not forgotten, Dr. Dobbs. Quite the contrary.
Oh? How do you mean that?
Just the way I said it. May I sit down?
Certainly, please do.
Thanks.
May I offer you a drink?
Oh, no, thank you.
Mind if I have one?
Please do.
You've come to see me for a very special reason, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Read this telegram. It's from the police in Ferris's hometown.
Huh? Did you guess or did they?
I did.
I'm glad. Glad you were my audience. It was fun playing to you.
Yes, you were the magician. I was the kid in the audience with his mouth open and his mind closed.
Magician? Not quite.
Oh, yes. Like the trick where the magician shows the audience a nice big red ball. He gets them used to seeing it. He conditions them to its size, its shape. Then he covers the ball with a handkerchief, makes a mystic pass, and the ball is gone.
Go on. What then?
But the ball never disappears. It never goes under the handkerchief. All the audience sees is a similar shape, outlined under the silk.
Yes, I'm very happy I chose you as my audience.
I'm not. I don't like to be the one to catch you.
Why not? I took the risk.
Ferris never came to the city. You got off the Lakeshore Limited that night.
And what else, Dan?
You called me and told me Ferris would come here. That day, in his hometown, you pointed him out. You made me take a good look at him. About your height and build. I even mentioned that, I think.
Yes, you did. Go on.
Before he left, you came here. You intercepted him, killed him, in his own hometown. You took his top coat, hat, and valise. Then you dressed him in entirely different clothes, took his body to the freight yards. That telegram from the police there verifies that an unidentified man was found dead.
Yes, unidentified because the police weren't anxious to identify that body.
But they did this afternoon. Dental work proves the man to be Ferris. You see, Dobbs, there's always a clue. Always. There is no perfect crime.
But just a moment. There were 3 conditions to the action of committing a perfect murder. Now, I fulfilled 2. Now, the 3rd. I must escape detection and punishment. How is anyone going to prove what you've just said?
By your admissions, Dobbs. The police are in the next room and outside in the hall. They've heard every word.
Oh. There are still a few things to clean up, but there isn't time, is there? I still have to escape punishment.
I'm sorry, but you can't. Okay, boys, come on in.
Well, the police. But, Dan, I still say I've fulfilled the last condition to escape punishment. It's a good thing you didn't take the drink I offered you. I knew as soon as you came in that you had me. Dan, explain how I did it. It's no fun doing something clever if no one appreciates it.
Dobbs, Dr. Dobbs.
So long, Dan. Don't forget to explain the rest. It's been a wonderful chess game. Now, checkmate.
How did he kill Mr. Ferris in the hotel?
I told you. He didn't, Suzy. He killed Ferris in the man's own hometown. You see, I thought I'd followed Ferris to the hotel from the station, but I had followed Dobbs.
And then?
Very simple. Dobbs had reserved a room next to Ferris's. Then, disguised as Ferris, he went into the room Ferris had reserved. Dobbs took off the top coat, hat, put the valise on the bed, fired 2 shots, blanks, then slipped quickly into his own room. Do you see?
Oh, sure. Leaving the other room empty.
Right. So everyone was looking in the wrong place for Ferris. Everyone assumed he had really come to this city. Like the old trick with the ball, Suzy. You think you see it, but you don't. So you look in the wrong place.
Gee, he was really smart, wasn't he?
Suzy, just remember this. No matter how smart you are, there's always somebody who'll trip you up. Everyone makes mistakes.
But Dr. Dobbs didn't.
Oh, yes, he did. He made the same mistake I did. He looked in the wrong place.
What do you mean?
You see, I had to trap him into a confession. He assumed that dental work would identify Ferris's body. But the man found in the freight yards had perfect teeth and no dental work. Good night, Suzy.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, and this week's original story was written by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. Dear Box 13, please come as quick as you can because I think there's something wrong. Nobody will listen to me because they think I don't know what I'm talking about. But I know there's something wrong and I think it's bad. My name is Marty Kennedy, and I live at 203 Webster Street in Collingwood. Come to the address and walk past whistling Yankee Doodle so I will...
My name is Marty Kennedy, and I live at 203 Webster Street in Collingwood. Come to the address and walk past whistling Yankee Doodle so I will know you. Sure, it was only a letter from a kid. But that kid knew what he was talking about.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Archimedes and the Roman.
But, Mr. Holliday, there are lots of other letters. Are you going to pay any attention to this one?
From Marty Kennedy? Yeah, I think so, Suzy.
But it'll be a wild goose chase. You'll go all the way to Collingwood and then find out there's nothing wrong.
Which might be a welcome change for me. Yes, I think I'll go, Suzy. After all, there might be something in this.
But, Mr. Holliday, look at the handwriting. It belongs to a kid.
So?
So, it'll be a wild goose chase.
Okay. Charge it off as a little vacation. Besides, sometimes kids have problems, Suzy. Big ones. So maybe I ought to give Marty Kennedy a hand. So long, Suzy. Collingwood was an easy 250-mile drive. It was a little town that sat at the foot of the mountain range. It was early afternoon when I got there and found 203 Webster Street. I left my car at the corner and walked past the address.
Box 13?
Marty Kennedy?
Yeah. Look, keep going down the street and I'll meet you around the corner. Don't let on like we know each other, huh?
Gotcha, Marty. See you around the corner. The tow-headed kid made it look like good old cloak and dagger stuff. He trailed me to the corner of the street, and once we were out of sight of his home...
This is okay. Nobody can see us now.
Okay, Marty. What's on your mind?
You got some got something that'll show me who you are?
I think I can arrange that. Here's your letter to me.
Okay. You, private eye?
No, I'm not a private detective.
You a policeman, then?
No, I'm afraid not. I'm a writer.
Oh.
Doesn't that sound romantic enough to you?
Romantic?
I mean, isn't it mysterious enough?
Yeah, I guess so. But we gotta go someplace where we can talk. We don't want to be overheard.
Oh, certainly not. Where do you suggest we go?
Well, I guess the rest of the kids ain't in the clubhouse. We can go there.
Clubhouse? What kind?
Just a shack we built. Can you climb a tree?
Do I have to?
Well, the shack's in a tree, but nobody'll hear us there.
Okay, Marty, lead the way, and I'll go climb a tree.
Say, you did pretty good. It ain't easy to climb this tree.
Just don't ask me to hang by a tail, that's all. Now that we're sitting on top of the world, what do we talk about?
You don't think I'm serious, do you?
Oh, definitely. Incidentally, my name's Dan Holliday.
Okay, Mr. Holliday.
You make it Dan. As long as we're up a tree together, we've got to be friends.
Yeah. Well, I want to know what's happened to Ted.
Huh? Who's Ted?
Well, here, look out this here window. See where I'm pointing?
Yes, toward the mountains.
Well, see that shiny dome on the top of the biggest peak?
Yeah, what about it?
That's the Williams Observatory. They look at stars up there. They're astronomers.
Oh, yes, I've heard about it. Well, what of it?
Ted's the assistant up there. He helps Professor Irving.
All right, and then what?
Every week, Ted comes down for groceries and things. And when he does, he gives me a lesson.
Lesson? In what?
Astronomy. I like it.
Oh, that's a good deal. But your friend Ted didn't show up this week. Is that what worries you?
How'd you know?
Oh, I put two and two together.
Oh. Well, when he can't make it, he signals me.
And how does he do that?
Well, see that tower sticking up on the peak?
I see it.
He flashes me by mirror, but so far this week he didn't.
Well, maybe he's been busy.
That's what Mom and Pop said, but I didn't think you'd say it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marty. Okay, let's go at it from a different angle. Suppose he isn't busy. In that case, what would keep him from coming down, or at least flashing you the signal?
Well, I don't know. I wanted to go up, but Mom and Pop wouldn't let me, and then I saw your ad in the paper, so I wrote to you.
In other words, you want me to take a run up to the observatory and find out what's wrong. Is that it?
That's it.
You couldn't have asked someone else? I mean, a forest stranger? Someone who goes up there?
Gee, no.
No, that wouldn't have been mysterious enough, would it?
You making fun of me?
Oh, no, not at all, Marty. Now, what's your friend's full name? Ted what?
Ted Whitman.
And are he and Professor Irving the only men up there?
Uh-huh.
All right, Marty, I'll tell you what. I'll take a run up there and see what's what.
Be sure and let me know, will you?
Absolutely.
And, you won't say a word to anybody? This is just between us, huh?
Just the two of us.
Promise?
On my honor.
Swell. Because if Mom and Pop knew I'd bothered anybody, I'd get the dickens.
Oh, in that case, mum's the word. Okay, Marty, let's get out of this tree before a high wind comes up. I left Marty Kennedy and drove toward the hills. High on the tallest peak, the silver dome of the observatory turned to crimson in the sunset. I laughed at myself at what I was doing, but I kept going until I reached the summit. An iron gate blocked the way to the narrow connecting road that led to the observatory itself. I got out to open it when...
Sorry, mister. No visitors allowed.
Oh, hello there.
Hello. Don't open the gate. Leave it closed.
I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was around.
Did you lose your way?
No, as a matter of fact, I intended to come here.
Oh, why?
I'm looking for someone.
Yeah, who?
Ted Whitman.
What do you want with him?
I wanted to see him.
All right, I'm Ted Whitman.
Oh, okay, then I guess we can talk here.
What about?
A friend of yours.
Who?
A kid named Marty Kennedy.
Oh, sure, Marty. How is he?
Oh, he's fine. But he's a little worried about you.
Oh, I'm okay. There's nothing wrong. Thanks, anyway.
He wondered why you didn't signal him when you didn't get down this week.
Signal? Oh, I didn't have time.
I see.
Well, is that all you came up to tell me?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. It's pretty dark on the road at night. If you don't know the turns, you can get into trouble. So if you leave now, you can make it back down in time.
Oh, thanks. Any message for Marty?
Tell him I'll see him next week.
All right.
Well, is there anything else, mister?
No, I guess that's all. Sorry to bother you.
Well, that's okay. Careful turning your car around. It's pretty steep right there.
Yeah, I noticed. Well, so long.
So long.
Who was that?
Nobody.
I thought I heard steps.
You didn't. Now, look, mister, it's getting dark. You better turn around.
Who's that? Who is it?
It's somebody to see me, Professor. You better get back to the cottage.
Please, we've got
Shut up.
What's the matter up here?
Nothing. I told you to turn your car around. Get back down the mountain.
No, please, don't go. Don't.
Hey, what's the idea of hitting that old man?
Okay, you asked for it, mister. Now, come on in with your hands in the air.
What's the idea?
Come on in. Mister, you had your chance to get out of this. Now it's too late.
Do all astronomers carry guns?
He's not...
Shut up. All right, you, whoever you are, help the old guy up. The two of you walk in front of me. Come on.
You heard badly, Professor.
No. But he is.
He? Who?
Shut up. Hey, wait a minute. You, what's your name?
Holiday.
Okay. Get back to your car and lift the hood. Go on. Take out the distributor cap. Hurry it up. Throw it over here on the ground. Now, come back in. Pick up that big boulder on your way. That one.
This one?
Yeah, that one. Don't think of anything to do with it except what I tell you.
I know what I'd like to do with it.
Yeah, but you won't try because I'll get both of you. Now smash that distributor.
Why not just take my car keys?
Because lots of people carry extra sets. Smash that distributor.
That suit you?
Yeah. Now, like I said, both of you walk in front of me to the cottage. And one bad move, and I'll put a bullet right in the back of your head.
We walked to the cottage. Professor Irving hung on my arm. He tried to tell me something. But each time he started to, Whitman shut him up. Then we got to the cottage and stepped inside.
Billy! Billy!
Yeah, what do you want? Hey, who's that?
Company.
Who is he? What's he want up here? I thought you said nobody
Will you
come
quit
up...
yapping? Holiday, sit down. You too, Professor.
Take it easy, Professor.
That's it.
Please, let me phone for a doctor, please.
Sure, when I'm ready.
Look, this ain't good. Why'd this guy come up here?
He's looking for Whitman.
Well, then if he's looking for him, somebody else is liable to do the same
Will
thing.
you take it easy? Holiday, why did you come looking for Whitman?
So you're not Ted Whitman?
That's right. Now answer my question.
I told you a friend of his was worried about him. Asked me to see if he was all right.
You see, Frank, I told you.
Will you stop blabbering?
We gotta get out of here, Frank. We just got...
Shut up. One more peep out of you, and I'll lock you up in that iron dome outside.
I'm scared.
Now talk, Holiday. How many other people besides you know about this?
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by this?
Anybody else looking for Whitman?
I wouldn't know.
You know, maybe you'll talk better after a little persuasion.
I wouldn't try anything, Frank.
Talk, I said!
Tell him, Mr. Holliday. Tell him or he'll kill you. He will. He's letting Ted die. Ted needs a doctor. He's shot.
Will you be quiet? Okay, Holiday. Talk.
I had to talk. I told Frank about the letter from Marty Kennedy. He knew I was telling the truth, and he seemed satisfied. But I still didn't know what the game was, or who Frank was, or what he was doing there. Then, later that evening...
Billy,
What?
turn on the radio. It's just time for the news.
Boy, you know what it's gonna say.
Turn it on.
I don't like it up here.
For the last time, will you please get a doctor for Ted? He'll die. I did the best I could, but he needs a doctor.
Too bad, isn't it?
Let me see. Maybe I can do something for him. You can't let a man die in cold blood.
Quiet.
News tonight. The daring single-handed jewelry store robbery holds the spotlight. The clerk who resisted the robber died this morning. The car in which the killer escaped was found abandoned about 5 miles north of Collingwood,
And now you know, don't you, Holiday?
Yeah. Now I know.
It's funny, huh?
Yeah, it is. How do you think you're going to get away from here?
In Billy's car. She met me after the job I pulled. My car's abandoned. I stay up here where no one will think of looking for me.
And after the roads are cleared? After the police think you've left the state, what then?
What I said, I get away. Clean.
Mm-hmm. And what about us?
What do you think?
Want me to tell you?
Well, go ahead.
You'll have to kill us too, won't you? You've already got one murder on your slate. A couple of more won't make any difference. Not as long as you can save your own dirty hide.
You talk big and brave, but it doesn't worry me. Now I'll tell you something, Holiday.
Yeah, what else?
You hit the nail right on the head. I gotta kill you and the professor because I don't want anybody left to tip the cops when I leave here. And Holiday, just as soon as the radio tells us the roads are clear, that's when you get it.
And now back to Archimedes and the Roman, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Frank meant what he said. He'd kill us when he felt it was safe for him to leave. He watched Professor Irving and me every minute. Finally, I talked him into letting me take a look at Ted Whitman. Professor Irving was with me.
Is he going to die?
He's in bad shape. The wound needs cleaning and redressing. More than anything else, he needs a hospital and a doctor's care.
Is there anything we can do?
Listen, Marty Kennedy. You know him?
Yes.
He told me Ted signaled him from the observatory here. How was it done?
With a mirror, Morse code.
Look, Marty will be watching for a signal.
But you can't get up there to signal. That beast won't let you.
Yes, I know, so I won't even try to do it.
But it's the only way. No one ever comes up here.
No visitors?
No, this is just an observation station. Our work is routine, photographic spectroanalysis. Nothing to interest the casual visitor.
Doesn't anyone in town think of anything when you don't get in?
No. We often lose contact for several weeks at a time.
But how about supplies?
We got them last week. They'll think nothing of it if we don't show up for another 5 or 6 days.
Oh, that's great, just great.
But you said you weren't going to make an attempt to signal.
That's right. If Marty doesn't hear from me, maybe he'll talk. Maybe someone will be interested enough to come up here.
I see. That might work. Yes, that might work.
It might work, Professor. Well, I asked you a question.
Let him alone. He's an old man. Let him alone.
What are you two whispering about? Come on, spill it.
Nothing. We were talking about Ted.
You're a liar. What did he mean when he said it might work?
Nothing.
Okay, you want me to let him alone, don't you, Holiday?
What are you going to do?
Work on him a little bit.
Oh! Why, you filthy...
Now, Holiday, will you tell me, or do I get it out of the old man?
Let him alone. I'll tell you. Once again, I had to tell the truth. Frank would have recognized the lie. He was a trapped rat, and his instinct made him sharp. The next morning, he made me go to the Sun Tower and signal. And what I was to say, he'd written down. And he had a book of Morse code handy. I didn't have a chance to trick him.
Lidayhere.
Have been busy. Holiday here.
Good. Now we'll see if the kid answers.
Look, why don't you give the professor a break? Tie him up, do anything, but don't kill him.
I take no chances with anybody.
Well, take me with you, but give the old man a break.
You both get it. I take no chances. I'm looking the electric chair right in his face, and I don't like it. Hey, look, the kid's flashing back. Take it down when I give it to you. Dot, 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 dot. Dot. Dot, dash, dot, dot. Dot, dash, dot, dot. Dash, dash, dash. Dash. Dash, dot, dash, dash. That's a Y, and that's the last letter. Okay, let's see what we got. Hello, Ted and Mr. Holiday. This is Marty. Glad to know you are all right. I'll be here again tomorrow waiting to talk to you, Marty. Hey, this is perfect.
Frank, what good is it? We're sitting up here while the cops are looking for us.
I'm using brains, Billy. As long as the kid thinks everything is all right up here, he won't worry. He'll talk. He'll say he heard from Whitman, see?
Very clever, Frank. Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, more than ever, no one's going to look up here. You're going to signal every day until I get ready to leave. See, Holiday, all it takes is brains.
Yes, that's all. You know, Frank, you remind me of someone.
Yeah, who?
A Roman soldier.
He's nuts, Frank.
No. I want to hear what he's going to say. Go on, Holiday.
Maybe you don't know the story, but I'm sure Professor Irving does. About Archimedes and the Roman.
Yes, I know it.
Okay, Holiday. Tell us the story.
All right. Archimedes was a Greek, a great scientist and a mathematician. He lived in Syracuse, on the island of Sicily. In the year 212 B.C., the Romans besieged the city and sacked it.
What kind of a story is this?
Very much like the one we're going through now.
Go ahead, finish it, Holiday.
Okay. Well, the invading Romans looted the city, and one of them, looking for spoils, entered a garden. There he saw an old man sitting alone, drawing circles in the sand with a stick. The Roman spoke to the old man, Archimedes. But the old man thought of nothing but his circles and his science. The Roman ran him through with his sword.
So, what of it?
Well, no one remembers the soldier's name, but Archimedes has never been forgotten.
What are you trying to do? Give me the willies?
No, he's trying to scare me, but he doesn't.
You're still going through it, huh? You're going to kill a man who lives for nothing but science.
I take no chances.
He hasn't harmed you or anyone else.
I won't beg him for my life, Mr. Holliday.
It wouldn't do you any good. Now get in your room, both of you. Maybe tomorrow will be the day we put a tag on the story.
But it wasn't. Radio reports by shortwave said the police were still looking in that area. I was forced to signal Marty that everything was all right. Then, 2 days later...
This is the day, Holiday. It's too bad the old guy's name isn't Archimedes.
You still don't want to give him a break, huh?
Stop yapping about it.
Ted's worse. We've got to do something.
You won't have to worry about it anymore, Archimedes.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, Professor Irving. Maybe if I hadn't have come up here, you wouldn't have...
It would have been the same, Holiday. Billy? Billy?
Yeah? What's the matter?
Get the things packed. We're pulling out tonight.
Honest?
Yeah, honest.
But, is it all right? I mean, the cops, they're off the trail?
Yeah, I picked their calls up on the shortwave. Everything is just ducky, baby.
Brother, I'll be glad to get out of this place. Maybe it's doing these guys a favor. What'd they have up here, anyway?
A whole life. A whole life deep in the immensity of space. Dan, I'm sorry you have to be in on this. Me, I'm an old man, so...
It's all right, Professor.
Here we are. 4 little people in the limitless well of the universe. 4 tiny lives.
It does seem odd, doesn't it? All the billions upon billions of miles out there, and we're just a speck.
For crying out loud, that talk gives me the creeps. Frank, make him shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
Oh, scared a little, Frank? Tonight, when you leave here, look up into the sky. Just remember how tiny you really are.
swallowed up in the immense stretches that are so huge that 1 billion miles is only a speck. The Roman soldier, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
What about Ted Whitman?
He'll die anyway. He shouldn't have gotten in my way when I first came up here.
Just push anybody out of the way, kill him if you have to.
I take no chances. I use my head.
Oh, stop arguing with him, Frank. I'm getting nervous. We ought to get out of here right now.
We'll get out tonight when it's dark. Okay, Holiday, let's go to the tower and signal that kid.
Why should I? You're going to kill us anyway. Why should I give you a break? If I don't signal, Marty will get suspicious.
You'll signal.
Can you make...
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead, beat me, then I'll be in great shape to signal.
Look, either you do it or old Archimedes here takes it for you.
Do it, Dan.
But if we're going to die, why give this rat a break?
For Marty's sake.
For Marty's sake?
Yes, I don't want the boy to miss what's going to happen tonight.
What are you talking about?
Be careful, Frank. Don't let him trick you.
I'll use my brains. Now, what are you talking about? You, Archimedes.
What do you mean, Professor?
Ted taught Marty astronomy. The boy has a wonderful natural inclination for it. There are too few of us like Marty. I want him to see the comet tonight. He won't look for it if I don't tell him, if you don't signal him about it.
Well, how do you like that?
Something you wouldn't understand, Frank.
Okay, so I don't understand it. Who wants to?
All right. Write down what you want me to signal, Professor. I'll do it.
Thank you. It'll be short.
How do you like that? He's going to get killed, and he wants to tell a kid about a comet.
You know, I'd die much happier if I had just one good crack at you.
Yeah, sure you would. I'll stick my chin out and let you take a punch at it.
Here's the message.
Thanks.
Let me see that. Come on, hand it over.
Sure. Read it.
Yeah.
Anything wrong with it?
Just tells the kid to look for a comet.
Don't send it, Frank. There's something wrong.
I run this show. You think these two can pull a fast one on me? There's no code in this. I looked.
No, there's no code.
Frank, sometimes the first letter of each word spells another word.
I know. I looked. Can you make anything out of L, F, H, C, T?
No, I guess not.
Okay. Come on, Holiday. Let's go.
I signaled Marty. He answered. I prayed that the kid would understand. Then we went back to the cottage. The afternoon passed, and it was early evening, and in the cottage...
It's about time we went, ain't it, Frank?
No, not quite. The sun's not all the way down yet.
But the longer we stay, the worse it's going to be.
Will you stop yapping? We've been here all day. Nothing's happened.
That's right. Nothing's happened. I wonder if Marty's looking for the comet.
I guess he is.
I bet there ain't no comet.
But you're wrong. There are over 900 comets recorded, and 5 or 10 more are discovered every year.
Save it, Archimedes. You're not teaching a class now. And you, Billy, take it easy. It's been over 7 hours since we flashed the message.
All the same, we better go.
Yeah, the sun's down now. It'll be dark enough. Okay, Holiday, Archimedes, on your feet.
The last time, take me along with you. Tie the professor up, but don't kill him.
I take no chances. On your feet, both of you. Don't you try that again, or you'll go out the hard way, little by little. Now move. Get in the next room and face the wall.
Right in the back, huh?
Sure, unless you want to see what you're getting. Okay. Hey, what's that?
Sounded like a car.
Douse the light fast.
Something unforeseen, Frank?
Frank, who is it?
Don't worry. Can't be anybody that knows anything, even if it is.
Frank, I can see by moonlight. They're rangers. They've got guns.
And they can use them.
There's a kid with them.
Marty Kennedy.
That kid. Okay, he asked for it. I take no chances.
Don't shoot that kid.
Shut up.
Frank, look out!
All right, drop it. Drop the gun.
Well, Frank, this time Archimedes wins.
You dirty...
I've been waiting to do that for 2 days.
Gee, Mr. Holiday, Professor, where's Ted?
He'll be all right, Marty. As soon as we can get him to a doctor. But you're a smart boy.
I thought you'd guess it, Marty.
Oh, gee, I knew something was wrong, but it took me a long time to make anybody else believe it. Shucks, I knew Ted or anybody else up here wouldn't send me such a silly message.
And is Ted Whitman going to be all right, Mr. Holiday?
Sure, he'll be all right.
But what was the message that made Marty think something was wrong?
To watch for a comet that night?
Well, if there are over 900 comets and 5 or 10 new ones discovered every year, What was silly about it?
This was a particular comet, Suzy. A very particular one.
Well, gee, tell me, what was it?
Remember the first letters of each word? L, F, H, C, T?
Yeah?
Look for Halley's Comet tonight.
Well?
Halley's Comet is a big orbit. It takes 75 years for it to get around. And it isn't due until 1985. Good night, Suzy.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, with this week's original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. If your advertisement, Adventure Wanted, will go anyplace, do anything, is bona fide, do this. Call Yorkside 89078 and ask for Dr. Ogden. Make an appointment with him. Then phone Madison 9548 and ask for Mr. Alexander. When you've done these two things, you will receive further instructions. I will wait until 3 tomorrow afternoon.
Receive further instructions. I will wait until 3 tomorrow afternoon for your call. If you want money, I can arrange that. If you want adventure only, this will give it to you. There was no signature, so I assumed the letter was from the mysterious Mr. Alexander, who liked telephones. I was right. It was his nickel and $1 million worth of trouble.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Clay Pigeon.
I wonder why you're to make an appointment with a doctor, Mr. Holliday.
I don't know, Suzy, but it's a very interesting letter. I'll tell you what, suppose you dial the first number for me, and we'll get in touch with Dr. Ogden.
Uh-huh. Let's see, that was Yorkside 89078.
When you get the number, ask for Dr. Ogden, Suzy.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hello. Dr. Ogden, please.
This is Dr. Ogden speaking.
Oh, thank you. Just a minute. He's on the line. Answered the phone himself.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Dr. Ogden.
Yes.
I'd like to make an appointment to see you.
Today?
Well, let's say at your convenience.
Well, would tomorrow be all right with you?
Fine. What time?
2 o'clock sharp.
2 o'clock sharp. Fine.
You know the address?
Well, no, you'd better give it to me.
Certainly. 7869 River Lane Terrace.
Oh, just a second. Suzy.
Uh-huh.
Take this down. That was 7869 River Lane Terrace.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, tomorrow at 2 then.
I'll be waiting for you.
Oh, just a second, Doctor.
Yes?
Don't you want to know who I am?
No. I prefer to find it out my way. Goodbye.
What'd he say?
I don't know, but it sounded like I prefer to find it out my way.
Well, what's he mean by that?
I wish I knew.
Let's call that other number, Madison 9548. Want me to get it for you?
Might as well. There's no fun being on first base, so there's a chance of scoring. Go ahead. Now, what kind of a doctor prefers to find out the names of his patients his own way?
Hello?
Mr. Alexander?
Yes, who's this?
Just a second. Here he is, a party of the second part.
Oh, okay. Hello, this is Box 13, Mr. Alexander.
Oh, yes. Did you call Dr. Ogden?
Yes, I did. I have an appointment with him for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Good. Will you keep it?
Well, that all depends on what's going to happen next.
I think you'll like it. Now, can you remember a name and a message?
Well, I think so. I've remembered my own name for a long time.
Good. Here's the name. Listening?
I'm still here.
Matthew Carey. Did you get it?
Matthew Carey, right?
Yes. Now, remember this. The dead shall not stay dead. Did you hear it?
I thought you said the dead shall not stay dead.
That's correct. It's not difficult to remember.
You're right, Mr. Alexander. But now that I have the name Matthew Carey in the message, what do I do with them?
I think you'll know what to do when you see Dr. Ogden. Goodbye.
Hey, Alexander. Hey.
He hung up, huh?
Yeah, he hung up. Suzy, this is either a big rib or it starts out as one of the craziest chases I've ever had.
Well, all you can do is see Dr. Ogden tomorrow at 2.
Yeah, see Dr. Ogden tomorrow at 2. Okay, Suzy, hung for a sheep as well as a lamb. Dr. Ogden will see me tomorrow. So, the next day at 2 o'clock sharp, I pushed a bell button underneath the neat little brass plate that said Dr. Ogden. I waited, and the door clicked and swung open by itself. I stood in a dimly lighted hall. I was getting accustomed to the lights when the door closed behind me. Then I heard...
Please come down the hall.
Where are you?
Second door to your left as you walk this way down the hall away from the front door. Please come in.
Oh, thank you.
How do you do? Please close the door and come in.
Thank you again.
I'm very happy to see that you're prompt. You're the gentleman who called yesterday about 2 o'clock, yes?
Yes, I called about that time.
Good. Please be seated across the table from me. Now, may I ask who sent you to me?
A mutual friend.
May I ask the name of this mutual friend?
Mr. Alexander.
I don't seem to recall that name. Alexander? Alexander.
Yes, Alexander.
Well, no matter.
You are Dr. Ogden.
Yes, why do you ask?
Well, I had no way of recognizing you, Doctor. For all I know, you may be someone else.
I see you're a skeptic.
About what?
Don't you know?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course.
Shall we proceed?
By all means, I'm very anxious to proceed, but first my name is...
Please don't tell me. I have other ways of finding that out.
Oh?
First, we shall dim the lights. I control them from my chair here. You can still see me?
Very dimly.
Your eyes will become accustomed to this light in a moment. Now, there's a drawer on your side of the table. Please open it. You'll find a pad of paper and some pencils in there. Select any pencil and take the pad of paper.
Okay, I've done it.
Close the drawer.
Now what do I do?
Please write your name on one of the slips of paper from the pad, anyone. Underneath your name, write a question. Some problem that is worrying you. I shall attempt to advise you. I hope your skepticism does not interfere with our rapport.
Wait a minute, you mean you're
What were you going to say?
Let me get this straight. I'm to write my name on a slip of paper.
Yes, and underneath any message, question, problem.
Name. And a message. All right, that's done. Now what?
Fold the slip of paper and place it under the teacup in the center of the table.
There you are, Dr. Ogden.
Good. We shall have to dim the lights a little more. I am trying to establish contact with your mind. I am trying to feel the psychic rapport between us. Think of your name and the message. Think of them. I see that your name is Matthew Carey. No! Who are you? Where did you come from?
Now, wait a minute, Dr. Ogden. Take it easy.
Get out! Get out, you're crazy! You know nothing! Get out!
Calm down a minute, will you? Why should my name make you jump out of your chair like that?
It's not your name. Please, you don't know anything. You can't know.
What's the matter with you, Doctor?
Please get out of here. Go!
Well, all right. But how did you know what name was on that slip of paper under the teacup?
I said get out or I'll have you thrown out!
Well, an invitation like that, what else is there to do? I left Dr. Ogden feeling a little as though I'd struck a match and a house a mile away went up in flames. Who was Matthew Carey? More important at the moment, who was Mr. Alexander? I stepped into a drugstore on the way back to my office. Dialed Madison 9548. No, Mr. Alexander. It was a payphone in a market. It seemed that Mr. Alexander had sat patiently waiting for my call to him. Later in my apartment... Hello?
Ah, Mr. Holliday?
Ah, Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Which market are you calling from now?
So you called back, eh?
Yes, I called back. Look, Alexander, if it was your intention to frighten Dr. Ogden out of his next 10 years, you did.
It was my intention, Mr. Holliday.
Wait a minute. You know my name, my telephone number here at my apartment. How come?
I saw you going to Dr. Ogden's. When you came out, I followed you.
Very simple.
Elementary.
Okay, suppose we go to a little higher learning now. Who is Matthew Carey? And why did that name and message frighten Ogden out of his wits?
Are you interested, Mr. Holliday?
I think so, Mr. Alexander. But I'd like to know what the game is.
Will you go on with it?
I'll admit it has its points.
Good. Well, then, you saw the reaction the name and message got from Dr. Ogden.
The electric chair would have been a little less irritating to him.
Then play along. He'll undoubtedly come to see you or try to contact you in some way. See him, talk with him. But whatever he says or does, don't let on what you're doing.
Mr. Alexander, that is the simplest thing in the world for me to do because I haven't the least idea what it is I'm doing.
When he contacts you, be mysterious. Pretend you know something.
What makes you think that I'm that good an actor?
Please do it. You won't be sorry.
I still think it's a rib, a joke.
Oh, it is, Mr. Holliday. But the joke is on our friend Dr. Ogden.
Oh, he's not laughing.
He doesn't have a sense of humor. But will you play along for just a little while longer?
If you'll tell me one thing.
And what's that?
Where does it all end? And what good is it doing you?
I'm not sure where it will end. As for the good it does me, it will keep me from being killed. Good night.
Now back to The Clay Pigeon, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, Mr. Alexander's last words sat me up straight. I wanted to go to the police, but with what? I'd never seen Mr. Alexander, and as far as I knew, he had a lot of nickels to put in phone slots. He'd never give me a chance to trace a call. So I sat tight and waited. And I didn't have too long to wait because that same night... Yes, who is it?
Dr. Ogden. Mr. Holliday, may I see you?
Oh, Dr. Ogden. Just a second. How did you find me? Psychic report?
No, I followed you earlier this afternoon.
Oh, did you have company?
Company?
Skip it. There's something on your mind, Dr. Ogden?
Yes. Look here. Why did you come to me this afternoon?
Maybe because of Matthew Carey.
How did you know? Who are you?
You followed me here. You came to my apartment. You ought to know my name.
Yes, Holliday, but that isn't your real name. For heaven's sake, man, will you please talk?
I'd like a little time to think it over.
Then you haven't gone to the police?
No, I haven't. You want me to?
Are you crazy?
How much do you think I know, Dr. Ogden?
Look, Holliday, or whatever your name is, I'm willing to pay you to keep quiet. You must realize, of course, I don't have to pay you a cent.
Oh, of course you don't.
But I want no bad publicity. Be bad for my business. Now, how much?
I told you I want some time to think it over.
How long?
I'll let you know when I'm ready to talk business with you.
Meanwhile, you'll not go to the police?
No, Dr. Ogden, I won't go to the police.
Thank you. I assure you, Mr. Holliday, you won't be sorry.
I hope not. Now, good night, Dr. Ogden.
Good night, and you will let me hear from you.
I promise just as soon as I come to a conclusion.
Then, good night.
For a moment, I stood there after Ogden left. I listened to make sure he'd gone. Then I stepped out into the hall and down the stairs into the lobby. Ogden was out of sight. But to make sure, I asked the clerk.
Yes, I saw him, Mr. Holliday. He's gone.
Thanks. There was no one with him.
I didn't see anyone.
Okay, I'm going to step outside for a minute and be right back. Hold any calls that come.
Yes, sir, Mr. Holliday.
There was no one inside on the sidewalk. The traffic was thin. I was almost sure that Ogden hadn't come alone. Why, I don't know. But I walked a little piece down the street. I was about 50 yards away from my apartment building when...
Mr. Holiday. Holiday.
Huh? Who is it?
Alexander.
Where are you?
This doorway. I didn't want Ogden to see me. Please come here.
Come on out. Let me take a look at you.
No, I've got to be sure Ogden doesn't see me.
He's gone.
I can't take the chance. Now, please come here. I want to tell you something.
All right. Okay, what have you got to tell me?
This.
Feeling better now, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, how'd I get back in the lobby?
I found you.
How did you happen to be looking for me?
Well, there was a call for you. I stepped out on the pavement and saw someone lying in that doorway.
Yes, and there I was, all tucked away. The original Clay Pitchell, Dan Holliday.
Shall I call the police?
No, wait a minute.
You've got your wallet.
Mm-hmm. My watch, my change, my ring.
There's nothing missing?
No, not a thing missing.
Well, that's funny.
The word you want is peculiar. It's anything but funny anymore. But I would like to know why he slugged me and then left me with all my money and...
Your keys. Have you got all of them?
Yeah. Yeah, they're all here, but look at this one, Charlie. You see anything?
Well, yeah, there's some green stuff on it.
Mm-hmm. Modeling clay.
Looks like it.
So Mr. Alexander wanted to make an impression of this key to my office.
Why?
Charlie, someday I'm going to catch up with Mr. Alexander and get an answer to a lot of questions. What did Mr. Alexander want in my office? The only way to find that out was to go there. I called Suzy, got her out of bed, and an hour later met her at the office.
Gee, I was scared when you called, Mr. Holiday.
Yeah, but I needed you to take a look around this office. See if anything's missing. You take that side of the room, Suzy. I'll find come over here.
But there's nothing here worth stealing. File cabinets are still locked.
None of them forced?
They don't look like it.
Open them and look inside.
All right.
Not a paper disturbed, not even a pencil out of place. Okay, I'm crazy. I give up. How about the cabinets, Suzy?
Gee, they're just like I left them when I went home. I remember straightening them today because I wanted to find them.
Okay, let's forget it.
You know what I think, Mr. Holiday?
Now, what do you think, Suzy?
I think Mr. Alexander is a lunatic.
Well, tell him to move over. He's getting company. The guy slugs me, makes an impression on my office key, and now what?
You know, Mr. Holiday, I think you ought to find out about that Matthew Carey.
Hey, that's an idea, Suzy. Okay, pack up and go home now. Tomorrow, you and I are going to the morgue of the Star-Times, and we'll see what we shall see. It took Suzy and me the better part of 2 hours to dig through old files. But finally, we came up with something. Suzy read a paragraph to me. A paragraph from a Sunday supplement.
The murder of Matthew Carey has never been solved. The only suspect was Marvin Smith, who disappeared mysteriously and has never been located. Carey and Smith were partners in a mind-reading and psychic act, and they...
Hold it, Suzy.
Does that give you a hint?
More. It tells me Dr. Ogden's real name. Marvin Smith. Suzy, Ogden is a mysteriously disappeared suspect.
Sure, but who is Mr. Alexander?
Go ahead, read some more.
Okay. Matthew Carey's body was claimed by a brother, Philip Carey. Philip, at his brother's inquest, was dramatic in his denunciation of police and in his vow to track down his brother's killer. Later, he too disappeared. The Matthew Carey case remains another famous unsolved murder. Gee, Dr. Ogden killed Matthew Carey.
Yeah, that's the way it looks. Now, all I've got to figure out is what I'm doing in the act. Why did Philip Carey send me to Dr. Ogden in the first place?
To scare him.
That was only part of it. Obviously, Suzy, Carey, or Mr. Alexander, as I shall fondly remember him, wanted to make Ogden think that someone was on to him. But why pick on me? Later, I called the police and let them know that Dr. Ogden and Marvin Smith were one and the same. Or at least I thought they were. The police went in to see him, but once more he had dropped off the face of the earth. And I looked like a prize sap for giving the tip-off. Then that afternoon...
Want me to answer it, Mr. Holiday?
I bet let me take it, Suzy. Hello?
Holiday?
Yeah.
Dr. Ogden, isn't it?
Yes.
Where have you been?
Listen to me. I agree to your terms.
You what?
I said I agree to your terms.
Oh. You agree to my terms. Well, that's nice.
I can't talk any longer. I've got to go now. But I agree to your terms. Goodbye.
Ogden. You know, Suzy, someday I'm going to have that instrument taken out and thrown in the river.
Is something the matter?
Yeah, something's the matter, and it's all with me.
That was Dr. Ogden, huh?
That was Dr. Ogden. And he agrees to my terms.
He agrees to your terms? What terms?
That's the question, Suzy. What terms? Now... Oh, no, not again.
I'll answer it.
No, I brought this on myself. I'll take it. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holliday.
Well, Mr. Alexander, how do you do?
How's your head?
How would your head be after a bolero was drummed out on it?
I'm very sorry I had to do that, but it was necessary.
Alexander, if I could only see you just once.
How would you like to do just that tonight?
Well, what do you mean?
Meet me at midnight tonight at the corner of Bay Boulevard and Shore Drive.
It's a pretty lonely neighborhood. What's the idea?
You would like to see this finished, wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Then meet me, but come alone. Absolutely alone, understand?
What if I don't?
I'll be very disappointed in you. Goodbye.
What now, Mr. Holliday?
Good question, Suzy. I've already made the police think I'm a little off by sending them after Ogden. Okay, I'll meet Mr. Alexander tonight. But not before I do a lot of thinking. So I thought, and made up my mind to meet Alexander. But I also made up my mind to get there ahead of time. So I drove to within 3 blocks of Bay Boulevard and Shore Drive, parked, and began to walk quietly. I stayed in the shadows and made sure I wasn't being followed. Then I saw him. The man crouched behind a billboard. Someone had the same idea I had. Get there early and avoid the rush. Well, at last I was going to meet Mr. Alexander, but not face to face. I crept up in back of him and... Easy, Alexander. Take it easy.
Holliday.
Huh? Ogden.
Please. I was going to meet you as you asked. I was just seeing if everything was clear.
Meet me? At Bay Boulevard and Shore Drive?
Yes, that's what he said.
I said? Let that go for a minute. Why are you waiting a block away from the corner?
Why, I told you I just wanted to see if all was clear.
Hold still a minute. Oh, nice gun you've got here, Dr. Ogden. Was I going the way of Matthew Carey?
No, I swear it. Look, see? I brought the money. $5,000, as you said in your letter.
Letter? What letter?
This one.
Give it to me. And stand a little distance from me.
Do you want more? I'll get it. Only please, don't kill me. Please.
Shut up. Was this letter sent to you?
Yes, Why are you asking that?
Oh, now I get it. I think.
Huh?
Look, Ogden, it's still 20 minutes before midnight. You're going to do what I say. Walk to the meeting place. I'll join you at midnight. And you pass over the money. But I'll keep your gun just in case.
What are you talking about?
You'll do as I say. We'll go to the police right now. Mr. Marvin Smith.
Smith?
Oh, that hit home, didn't it? Okay, we wait 10 minutes and you start toward the meeting place. At midnight, I walked toward the corner. It was very dark, and I could just make out Ogden's silhouette.
Holliday.
Yeah. Now, remember what you're to do. Hand me that package of money.
Yes, here.
Now, as I walk away, I'll fire your gun. I'll drop to the pavement. You stand right there. Get it?
Yes.
Okay. Here goes.
Who is it?
Hello, Smith.
Philip. Philip Carey.
You did just exactly what I thought you'd do, Smith. You killed him. Now I'm going to kill you as you killed Matthew. Don't move. Keep your back toward me. Now take a moment, Smith. Take a moment to think how it must have felt to my brother Now?
Drop that gun, Carey. Drop it.
You dirty meddler.
Ogden, quick, down, drop.
Oh! You shot him, Holiday.
Just in the head.
Oh, killed Matthew. Let me get at him.
The police will take care of him and you. And I'll be glad to see it. Because I don't like being a clay pigeon. Now, let's get going, both of you. I've got to explain a few things to my secretary.
So Mr. Alexander, or Philip Carey, took just one piece of stationery and wrote Ogden a blackmail letter on your typewriter. That's why we found nothing missing.
Right, Suzy. One piece of paper wouldn't be missed. But if it hadn't been for the clay on the key, I wouldn't have known he even got in here.
But what was he going to do?
Yeah, it was a beautiful setup, Suzy. He sent Ogden the blackmail letter. Ogden thought I sent it and was blackmailing him. Ogden was set to kill me, which is just what Alexander or Carey wanted. Okay, so Ogden kills me. Then Alexander steps in, kills Ogden, puts the gun in my dead little hand, and goes away for good.
And then?
And what did the police find? $5,000 in my pocket, a blackmail letter to Ogden written on my stationery, my typewriter. It's an open and shut case, shut right on my neck.
Aha, but there's one thing wrong.
What?
I could have testified differently. I knew the whole thing. Alexander wouldn't have gotten away with it.
I don't like to keep things from you, Suzy, but I was going to.
What?
Mr. Alexander would have come after you.
Mr. Holliday, let's take the ad out of the Star Times for a while.
Then what will we do for excitement? Good night, Suzy.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, and this week's original story was written by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. If you want adventure plus a little payoff, register at the Morris Hotel as John Johnson. As soon as you've done that, take a seat in the lobby and wait to be paged. Don't ask any questions. Just follow instructions and you'll find Just follow instructions and you'll find $500 waiting for you. Don't ask any questions, the letter said. I didn't. Not at first. But there were plenty that needed answering before this was wrapped up.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Round Robin.
Good morning, Morris Hotel.
I'd like to make a reservation, please.
Certainly double or single room.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Holliday,
What, Suzy?
do you want a double or single room at the Morris Hotel?
Oh, make it a single.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, madam.
That's a single room, please. It's for Mr. John Johnson, and he'll be in this afternoon before 2.
Thank you. We'll hold the reservation until that time.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, that's that, Mr. Holliday.
Mm-hmm. What a phony name. John Johnson. Why not Smith or Brown or Jones?
You know, Mr. Holliday, it could just be that name is genuine.
5 will get you 10. The name is a phony.
Well, maybe. Anyway, there'll be a reservation for you. Oh, do you want me to wait here till you get back?
Suzy, how many times have you said that? And how many times have you waited a long, long time?
Lots of times. Oh, Mr. Holliday, I only hope that someday the wait isn't forever.
That makes two of us. Okay, Suzy, I'm off to the Morris Hotel, thinly disguised in name only as Mr. John Johnson. I registered at the Morris Hotel, signed the card as John Johnson, picked out a nice seat in the lobby and waited. 10 minutes went by, then 15. And it was easily a half hour before I became aware that a name was being called by a bellhop.
Mr. John Johnson. Paging Mr. John Johnson. Mr. John Johnson, please.
Here you are, boy.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, that's the name I registered under, son.
Thank you, sir. A message for you.
Oh, thank you. Here you are.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Want me to wait for an answer, sir?
I don't know. I'll tell you in a minute. No, there's no answer.
Very good, sir. And thank you again, Mr. Johnson.
I was about to ask the boy who sent the message, but I figured that would be useless. What good would it do me? So I did what the note said, went to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of room 502.
Yes? Who is it?
John Johnson. It's Mr. Johnson.
I heard you the first time. Come in. You didn't waste any time, did you? Punctual to the second.
I always try to be prompt. It pays.
Yes, especially in your profession.
My profession?
What you want is on the dresser. Take it and get out before I change my mind.
On the dresser? This?
Yes. Well, aren't you going to open it?
Should I?
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?
To tell you the truth, I'm not at all sure of anything at the moment. However, since we've apparently concluded our business, I may as well go.
Yes, please do. No. Wait. Don't go out that door.
Oh, the lady carries a Luger. Isn't that rather large for your handbag?
I'm not going to let you get away with it, no matter what the result.
Well, look, maybe we'd better get something straight.
I've just straightened things out in my own mind.
Oh, how nice. Now let's get around to my mind. What do we do about it?
You're so sure of yourself, but I'm not going to let you do it. You wouldn't stop with the necklace. You'd hold me up again and again. Well, I'm not going to let you. I'm going to kill you.
Maybe you'd better listen first.
There's nothing you can say.
Lady, look, with a Luger muzzle putting a period right between my eyes, there's a lot I can say. I'd like to filibuster a little.
You're insane. How can you stand there and speak like that?
It's easy.
Now stay away.
Please, lower the gun just a little.
Don't come any closer. You filthy...
Don't go after it. Let it lie on the floor.
I should have killed you right away.
Please, sit down.
Get out.
Sit down. Now, here, take this package.
You're giving it back?
Yes, I'm giving it back.
Who are you?
Here, take a look at this letter. While you're reading it, I'll get out a few proofs of who I am. Driver's license, auto club card, a couple of letters.
I don't understand this.
Obviously you don't. Here, now take the gun. Still want to use it?
Who sent this letter to you?
Apparently someone who wanted me to collect this package from you. Someone who didn't want to pick it up himself or herself.
But why?
I don't know. Maybe we'll pick up an answer to that after you've explained a few things. For example, what's in the package?
A diamond necklace.
Yours?
My husband's. It was his mother's. He gave it to me for a wedding present.
Okay. Now, who are you?
Mrs. Therese Clements. That doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
No. But go on with your explanation.
The necklace was blackmail payment. I have no money of my own.
Blackmail, huh? And you thought I was the black sheep in the case?
Yes, the last letter I received said I was to come here and wait, then deliver the necklace to a Mr. John Johnson.
And I was to wait until someone asked me for the package.
I don't understand why there are all of these elaborate precautions.
Do you have any idea who's blackmailing him?
Of course not.
And, a little delicate subject. Why?
Does that matter?
No, I suppose not. It's your business.
Mr. Holliday, I have a 16-year-old daughter. I was willing to pay for her sake.
Oh? You were also willing to kill me for her sake?
I wouldn't have done it. I was trying to frighten you into letting me alone.
Mm-hmm. Look, Mrs. Clements, I've got an idea.
An idea? What do you mean?
No one knows what has happened in this room but you and me. Now, suppose I were to walk out of here with this package. The blackmailer would assume I had the necklace. He'd come after me, wouldn't he?
You do that?
Why not? I don't like blackmailers. They remind me of leeches and things that crawl.
Why would you do this for me?
Let's say it's the Luger.
The Luke?
Uh-huh. I also hate pearl-handled revolvers. This one is very businesslike.
Well, what will you do?
Walk out of here and out of the hotel without waiting for further instructions from our mysterious letter writer. Oh, meanwhile, give me your address.
Yes, here. Here's my card.
Okay. Now we'll see who puts his dirty little neck into our trap. So I walked out of the Morris Hotel with a fake package tucked under my arm. I hurried away, jumped into a cab, and had the driver double back and forth through the streets while I kept looking back. Yes, there was someone following in another cab. And whoever it was thought I was trying the old trick of shaking a shadow. Well, that was fine with me because I was going to let him keep right on me. So I got out of my cab, ducked into a coffee shop, and sat at a table, waiting. Not for long, though. My boy got out of his cab and walked in. I waited until he passed my table and... Sorry. I guess I stuck my feet out too far. Did you hurt yourself?
No, not at all. It's okay. Forget it.
But I don't want to forget it. I'm fully covered by insurance. You might have to be treated for shock.
Look, mister, I said it was okay. Let's forget the whole thing.
Have some coffee with me.
No, thanks.
But I insist. Coffee's a good stimulant. You look a little pale. Maybe you're hurt worse than you think.
What are you, a wise guy?
No, you can think of something better than that. That crack went out with high-button shoes.
Let go of my arm.
Sit down.
I'll call the cops.
Please do. Right out the window, there's a large blue policeman. Tap on the window, get his attention.
Okay, you're a lunatic. I'll sit down.
Oh, good. Cream and sugar?
What's the idea?
I was going to ask you the same thing. This what you're looking for?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This package for Mrs. Clements.
You're nuts. I gotta go now.
No, I think I'll call a cop.
Okay, mister, call a cop. That one right outside.
You wouldn't mind?
Not at all. Here, take a look at these.
What are they?
Credentials. I'm a licensed operative for a private detective agency.
Are these on the level?
Why don't you check and find out?
I will.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take off.
With me?
Why don't you get lost?
With you. Come on, lead me to your private detective agency. I'm a very curious man.
This way, Holliday. We'll see the boss.
What's his name?
Barrett. Mr. Barrett. In here. Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, Phil? Who's that?
The guy you wanted me to pick up at the Morris Hotel.
Well, why bring him here? All you had to do is pick up a package from him.
Maybe you better ask him all about it.
Okay, I'll take it from here.
That suits me. See you later.
You. Close the door and come in.
I assume you meant me.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me have the package.
First, did you write this letter to me?
Yeah, I did. Now you want your 500.
No, you keep it.
What?
I said you keep it. As payment for giving me an answer to something.
Like what?
Did you know what was going to be in this package?
Going to be?
This one is nice and empty.
What's the double cross for?
For blackmail.
What are you yammering about?
Aren't you the nice, innocent boy?
Cut it out. I was willing to pay you for a job.
And I want to know why you had me pick up the package instead of one of your own men.
Client's instructions. Confidential.
You mean your client requested you to have the package picked up by me?
Yeah.
Who's your client?
Sure. I'd tell you, just like that. Look, I didn't like the deal in the first place, but I was getting paid and I didn't ask questions.
Can you prove what you're saying?
To you?
Yes.
I don't have to.
Yeah, that's true. But you might have to prove it to the police.
Look, I've got a license to run this agency, and I run it straight. So far, I've had no trouble with the force.
So far? So far.
What's that crack for?
I don't believe you're telling the truth.
No? Yeah, take a look at these, and then say that again. Here, a letter telling me to get you to pick up the package at the Morris Hotel. Your ad cut out of the Star Times.
And you won't tell me who your client is?
No.
Not even if I told you that package was worth about 100,000?
Not even then.
Aren't you even curious?
I never get curious.
Not even about blackmail?
What?
Now you're going to tell me you didn't know your client was set up to squeeze a blackmail payment.
No, I didn't know.
Well, it's true. There was a diamond necklace. It was blackmail payment. Or it was to be.
Oh,
Oh, now you get hysterical. Is blackmail so funny?
No, it's not. But, brother, it's going to be.
What do you mean by that?
None of your business. Look, you got in this on a rain check. Well, the rain's over.
Meaning I'm out?
Exactly. I'll take it from here.
On what?
On what my client pays me. And something tells me the ante's going up.
Now back to Round Robin, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
This was getting to be a round robin, with me chasing the robin and getting nowhere. It was obvious that Barrett's client didn't want to come out in the open. Barrett told me he had never seen the client, but worked through mailed instructions. Well, there was another way to go at this. See Mrs. Teresa Clements and try to find a lead from there. And if there was none, to bow out and let the police take over. So later that evening, I sat with Mrs. Clements in the library of her home.
No, I don't know who it is. I've no idea who's doing it, Mr. Holliday.
Look, why don't you go to the police?
I can't. For a few moments in the hotel, I've had a little courage.
We'll have some more. Don't you see, Mrs. Clements, a blackmailer never stops. Once he gets his hooks in, he keeps them in.
What will I do?
Go to the police, I told you.
And have the whole nasty thing come out? My daughter, my husband? I can't.
It's the only way. You'll have to risk it.
Mr. Holliday, I want to tell you something. I don't love my husband, but I do love my daughter. It's only for her sake.
All right, but you're making a mistake. And I don't want to be in a...
Shh. Wait.
Who's that?
Charles, my husband.
How will you explain me here?
I'll take care of it. Now, please don't say anything, please.
All right.
Therese, why, dear?
We're in here, the library, Charles.
Therese, I want you to... Oh.
Charles, this is Mr. Holliday. Mr. Holliday, my husband, Charles.
How do you do?
My pleasure, Mr. Clements.
Am I intruding?
No, Mr. Holliday's an old friend.
Oh, of course. By the way, Therese, there was a letter for you on the table in the hallway. I brought it for you.
Thank you.
Here you are. Will you stay for dinner, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Clements. I dropped in for only a few minutes, just to say hello.
Well, if you'll excuse me. Glad to meet you, Holliday.
Thank you. I hope to see you again. Mrs. Clements, what's the letter?
Look, this letter, it's from...
The blackmailer.
Yes, my last chance, he says.
Mail the necklace to general delivery, box 18. Your last chance.
I've got to do it.
The envelope's postmarked 2:30 this afternoon. Send special delivery.
What will I do?
Mail the necklace if you want to.
Is there anything left for me?
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
It has to be.
All right, Mrs. Clements. Goodbye. Things were beginning to get a little clearer, but there was still a lot of muddy water in the way, and quite a bit of it was being stirred up by Mr. Barrett. I called his office, found out he was in, and went over to see him.
What do you want now, Holliday?
Can't you guess, Barrett?
Look, I was just getting set to leave here when you called. I'm still set to leave, get it?
Yeah, I get it. You said you ran this agency straight, didn't you?
Yeah, why?
Why don't you keep running it that way?
What are you talking about?
I think you know.
You just think. Now look, your part in this business is finished, over. Why don't you back out and forget all about it?
I'm only trying to keep you honest, Barrett.
Meaning?
I'll give you one more chance to tell me who your client is.
That is confidential.
That's good for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It gives you the chance to do a little squeezing yourself.
Beat it, Holliday.
Barrett, you guessed who your client was, didn't you?
Look, I'm closing the office now, Holliday. If you want to stick around here and twiddle your thumbs, okay, but I'm going.
All right. Mind if I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Mind handing me your phone directory?
You ought to split the rent for this place with me. Here. Is this a private call? You want me to leave my own office?
No, stick around. Mm-hmm. Here we are.
Are you sure you don't want me to leave? After all, a man has to have some privacy, or don't you know that?
No, it's okay, Barrett. You'll enjoy this.
Hello?
Mrs. Clements, please.
Hey, what are you doing?
You'll find out.
This is Mrs. Clemens speaking.
Oh, Mrs. Clements, this is Dan Holliday. Did you put that in the mail?
Yes,
When?
just a few minutes ago.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, that's all I wanted to know.
Well, is something wrong?
Oh, no. Everything's all right. Goodbye.
Well, you've made your phone call. Now will you get out?
Yeah, now I'll get out. And Barrett.
Yes?
Here's hoping you don't end up in the red.
Well, good morning, Mr. Holliday. This is the first time you've been at the office early in weeks.
Mm-hmm. I had to make a trip to the post office, an early one.
Oh, I could have done it for you.
I don't think so, Suzy. I wanted to watch for someone.
Watch for someone? Who?
Nobody.
Didn't you get up a little too early?
Thank you, Suzy.
What did you mean, you watch for nobody?
Just what I said. I watched a little box at general delivery, box 18. There was nothing in it, and no one went to it.
And why'd you watch it?
For what I knew I wasn't going to see.
I'll go out and get some coffee. It is early.
Just hand me the phone book.
Oh, which one?
The yellow one.
Does all this have to do with Mr. John Johnson?
Here we are. Suzy, I want you to do something for me.
What, Mr. Holliday?
Find out all you can about Mr. and Mrs. Charles Clements. Here's their card and their address.
Well, how'll I do it?
Call Lieutenant Kling at headquarters. Also these numbers.
Oh, what are they?
Places where you can lose money heavily.
Hello?
Hello, Barrett.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Holliday.
What do you want now?
Look, Barrett, you can lay off now.
I told you to keep your nose out of this.
You'd better do as I say, or that little private agency of yours will do the most beautiful and complete fold in the history of mankind.
What kind of a bluff do you think you're pulling?
It's no bluff. Just see that you lay off. Goodbye.
Want me to start calling these numbers, Mr. Holliday?
Mm-hmm. Start calling them. And if they don't want to give you any information, get Kling to do it. He owes me a couple of favors.
Where are you going now?
I'll be at the number and address on that card.
The Clements?
The Clements. I don't like what I've got to do, but maybe it'll turn out for the best. Maybe I was wrong, but I was almost sure I was right. It all depended on what Suzy found out. And if she found out what I had a hunch about she would, then I'd have the whole thing wrapped up neatly. So I went to the Clements place and again sat with Mrs. Clements in the library.
But I don't understand, Mr. Holliday. I sent the package. It should have been there.
But it wasn't. I watched that box for nearly an hour. Every other box around it had mail in it. Number 18 didn't.
Well, someone got there before you did.
Oh, no, I got there before the post office opened.
Well, then what happened?
Where's your husband?
Charles? He's upstairs. What do you want with him? You're not going to tell him.
Will you get him down here?
But why?
Please do it.
No, I won't.
Then I'll go up to him.
Wait. I'll get him down here.
That's better. Oh, incidentally, don't worry about Mr. Barrett anymore. That's all cleaned up.
Barrett?
Yes, that's right. Now, you go get your husband. Oh, if the phone rings, I'll answer it because it'll be for me.
All right. I'll be back in just a moment.
Please do. Hello?
Mr. Holliday?
Yeah. Oh, Suzy?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's have it.
How did you know I'd find out all this?
Just a hunch? What'd you learn?
Well, there was a lot of money lost. Gambling.
Then it was suddenly paid off.
That's right.
Okay, Suzy, thanks. That's all.
Oh, when will you be back?
In a little while. Goodbye.
Mr. Holliday.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Mr. Clements.
Therese said you wanted to see me.
I do. And I hope you don't mind my coming here so early in the morning.
No, of course not. What's this about, Holliday?
A diamond necklace.
What, yours, Therese?
Yes.
Oh. What about it, Holliday?
Have you still got it?
Why, of course. Why shouldn't we have it?
Because you just don't. That's all.
What the devil are you talking about? Therese, who is this man?
Let him talk, Charles.
About what?
Mr. Clements, the diamond necklace isn't here anymore.
It's in the safe.
You want to bet?
Show you?
No, Charles. It's not there. The box is empty.
Empty?
But you can get it back.
From whom? Why is it gone?
Do you want to tell him, Mrs. Clements?
Yes, I'll tell him. Charles, I sold it to pay gambling debts.
You? What? What, Therese, you little fool.
I was afraid to come to you for money.
Yes, that's right. And what you said about your not loving your husband. It isn't true, Mrs. Clements.
Of course not.
You mind if I sit down? I seem to have lost track of things.
Mrs. Clements, you had a beautiful thing worked out. Your husband is very much in love with you, and you with him. But you were afraid to ask him for money to pay your gambling losses. So you were going to pretend the necklace was taken by a blackmailer.
A what? Oh, good heavens, let's have some sense.
All right. I don't know what story Mrs. Clements was going to tell you about the blackmail, but she'd written herself letters. Isn't that right, Mrs. Clements?
Yes.
The blackmail gimmick would explain the loss of the necklace. And in your panic and confusion, you felt that explaining a silly, harmless, and fake indiscretion would have been more agreeable to your husband than hearing about your gambling losses.
Therese, for the love of heaven, why didn't you come to me?
Well, I was afraid.
I think I'll leave you two to settle this. I think you will. How about it?
It's up to you, Charles.
Yes, I guess it is. Let's talk it over, Therese.
Good. Well, I'll see you around.
Mr. Holliday, how did you find out?
Mrs. Clements, I always save the explanations for my secretary.
But how'd you find out, Mr. Holliday?
Mrs. Clements told me herself.
She didn't do anything of the kind.
Well, not in so many words, Suzy, but the business of getting me to pick up the necklace, that was phony.
Why?
Well, she was afraid of one of Barrett's men would recognize her. So she was going to have me pick up the package and then one of Barrett's men pick it up for me.
Oh, and the package would be returned to her.
Sure. And she'd have a witness that the necklace was picked up and taken from her.
But she stopped you with a gun before you even got out the door.
Sure. But she wouldn't have used that gun. She had to make the whole thing look real. She's a pretty good actress. Only she didn't count on my coming back into the room and offering to help her.
That must have surprised her.
She had to think fast.
And you guessed about the gambling thing?
Yes, it was just a hunch. But I was sure of it when she got that special delivery letter. You see, it was postmarked 2:30, almost immediately after I'd seen her.
Oh. What about Barrett?
Oh, he guessed, too. And he was going to hold Mrs. Clements up for a little deal of his own. So that's that, Suzy. A nice, round robin.
Oh, yeah. I wonder how it'll all come out.
Well, unless I miss my guess, Mrs. Clements will be very, very sorry. Mr. Clements will be very, very stern. He'll get the necklace back. She'll get it back. And I'll get back to some sleep. Good night, Suzy.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sanville, and this week's original story was written by Arthur Bullen. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Suzy is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.